Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome back to Liberty Hall this morning. Before we begin the conference today, could you please have a look around and see where your nearest fire exit is? And in the unlikely event of us having to evacuate the building, please follow the instructions of our staff. We'd ask you please to turn your mobile phones onto silent and to avoid flash photography. There will be tea breaks during the day and there will be lunch afterwards. And we'd ask you at the very end of the evening, when the conference is finished here, if you could give your headsets and translation packs back to where you got them. Don't leave them in the seats, don't put them in your bag, don't put them in your pocket, don't bring them back to your hotel. Leave them back where you got them. We only missed 4 yesterday, so let's see, can we be better today? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Forgive us for the delay a little bit. I hope you enjoyed our program yesterday. And thank you. And I'm sure today is going to be better than yesterday even. I have a couple of announcements before we move forward. As you have seen, our dear friend Alan is taking pictures for the conference, but she has a website and she has uploaded all the pictures and images, photos to that website. You can have access to it. I'm going to give you the link to it. It's stopthewars.org/Ellen, ELLEN dash, not underscore, dash, Davidson. Ellen Davidson. So if you check that out, all the pictures are there from yesterday. We will repeat it. I'll give it to you later if you want. Yeah, we will post it there. Second thing is one of those changes that we had to face. Jerry Condon, president of the Veterans for Peace, United States, who was supposed to be chairing this meeting, could not make it, and we had a last-minute cancellation. So we have asked and thank my brother and friend, Ajamu Baraka, to chair this meeting. Ajamu is the national coordinator of Black Alliance for Peace in the United States. He is also a member of the executive committee of the U.S. Peace Council, also a member of the executive committee of the Coalition Against U.S. Foreign Military Bases, which is one of the organizers of this event, and also on the organizing committee of this conference. So nobody could be best choice for chairing this important meeting. Ajamu ran for Green Party's vice election in 2016 as vice presidential candidate. I'm pleased to introduce to you Ajamu Baraka.
Thank you, Balman. Thank you for your leadership, for helping to pull this very important gathering together. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to be with you this morning. It is a pleasure to see so many smiling faces this morning. This is a very, very important, very critical gathering here in this country at this particular moment in time. I'm glad to see so many of my friends and comrades from the U.S. Who are here this morning, in particular because for many of you, you may not know, but for us, it's like the middle of the night. But and I guess in some ways, it's almost like a metaphor for what we have to do as we get ourselves prepared for the morning light. And what we do here will determine what kind of day we will see at this conference and in this world. So I'm happy to be here this morning. I wanted to, before we get into the day, just thank everyone for their hard work in pulling this together. We know that the panel was absolutely critical, and I was able to secure this fantastic space. Wanted to ask those folks who may be here from the organizing committee if they would stand so we can also thank them. Who's here? Joe, and I saw Joe and some from the organizing committee here this morning. Just Tarek, Nancy, yes. You know, it's more than a notion to pull these kinds of gatherings together. and it is a collective process, and we see the consequence of it. Well, my friends, we're here this morning to start this day. We heard last night what was, in fact, a call to conference. The various voices from the different experiences that shared with us the importance of this historic moment, the importance of the challenge that we have before us to build a movement, an international movement that would make it absolutely clear that we stand with the people of the world in opposition to the madness that we see. This madness that says that war and aggression is inevitable, that says that collective humanity has to live with the scourge of war. And at this moment where we see that this position has been normalized and reflected in this madness that we saw coming out of Europe in the last week or so, around this discussion of the creation of a European army. And the very fact that that proposal did not meet with the kind of rejection and disgust that one would normally expect for a proposal like that to be met. So we have a task to confront and to defeat this normalization of war, this acceptance that war and aggression is inevitable. And we're going to meet that challenge. This gathering this weekend is a gathering that's going to prepare us for this fight. We are not only looking at the activities of empire, the U.S. empire, and this obscene proliferation of militarism in the form of U.S. bases, but we have connected that to our concerns with NATO. NATO being, in essence, along with the U.S. empire, the military arm, the military wing of this 500+ year Western colonial capitalist project. And we identify that military arm as, in fact, the enemy of peace. And we do that because it is absolutely necessary for us to stand in solidarity with the populations of the planet who find themselves in the crosshairs of this military wing. Those of us who live and reside in the West, in the U.S., in Western Europe in particular, have a responsibility to the people of the world to, in fact, do that. That's our responsibility, my friends. So I'm not going to belabor much longer with my comments. I'm here to basically just moderate this session and to bring to you our very special guests. We have with us this morning a very important friend to the movement, comrade who's been part of this struggle for freedom, liberation, social justice here on this planet for many, many years. Alea Guevara March is the daughter of Che Guevara and Alea March. She is a pediatrician at Williams Solar Children's Hospital in Havana and teaches at the Escuela Latinoamericana de Medicine and at a primary school for children with disabilities. She is the author of several scientific papers published in specialized magazines in Cuba and has presented at various conferences on issues of Public Health in Cuba and on other Cuban issues in Germany, Argentina, Brazil, Cyprus, Ecuador, Spain, France, Greece, India, Italy, and Portugal, among other countries. She is the author of a book titled Chavez, Venezuela, and the New Latin America. We are indeed honored to have her. Please join me in welcoming Alea Rivera to the podium.
Buenos días.
Good morning to you all. As you may see, I speak Spanish. For me, it is a great privilege to be here today with you and to get to know and meet in person men and women that have devoted most of their lives to the fight in pro of the most beautiful cause of humankind, which is to fight for life. For me, it's really a great privilege to be here with you and spend time with you all. There are so many things I would like to tell you. There are so many things I would like to share with you. And sometimes the ideas go round and round in my head, and they're not very well organized. But you know very well that I come from an island which unfortunately has borders, an island with borders. Islands normally should have only borders, frontiers with the sea. That's why we are islands. The natural border would be the sea, and that's it. However, there are many islands around the world that unfortunately have borders because they have been invaded. They have been damaged as people. In my case, in the case of my people, we have a border with a military base, a North American base, army base, imposed against the will of the people, but thanks to a puppet government which allowed such a thing to happen. And we still today suffer the presence, I have to put out with the presence of this military base in our national territory. During all the time that we have had the Cuban Revolution, we have fought in all international fora to denounce the naval base in Guantanamo. And the Cuban government, which is the one representing the Cuban people, doesn't want to have the base there. And it's something that you can see. It's a difference. We don't have the same thing with other army bases around the world. Unfortunately, the governments in many countries are happy to have their country, these bases, but this is not the case. My government, the Cuban government, doesn't want to have the base there, so it has been imposed not only against the will of the people, but against the will of our government. For many years, we have spoken, we have argued, we have assessed the situation. The Cuban government closed all possibility of cooperation with the base. No water supply, no electricity supply. The American government has to pay a lot of millions of dollars in order to be able to stay there in that region. However, they are still there, they stay. First, because Cuba is like a thorn that they have in their hearts, and they're trying to injure the dignity of the Cuban people having the base there. And they do really hurt us. They are trying to hurt, and they do, because from this base, mercenary attacks have been launched against other fraternal peoples like Santo Domingo or Puerto Rico. And for Cubans, this is something very painful because these peoples are our brothers and sisters. And from our national territory, these strikes have been launched against these peoples. And in the last few years, you are well aware of it, that the base have become in a detention center, in a jail, with no legal jurisdiction, where people detained there are treated like animals. They are subject to torture, and the Cuban people doesn't want that. They are totally against such a situation. However, we cannot do what we would really want to do, which is get rid of the base, of this army base in our land. And we cannot do it because it's the perfect excuse that the American government is waiting to have to attack our people. And we are not afraid of them. We are not afraid. But Cuba needs peace in order to keep developing, in order to be able to be useful towards other peoples, brotherly peoples. So we have only one way, which is diplomacy, discuss, argue, trying to have the international support to show to the whole world that this piece of land is being taken from us, has been stolen from us, has been stolen from our people, and it has to be given back to our people. This is what the United States is expecting. That's what they're waiting for. They want the Cubans to take initiative that could help them justify an invasion. The objective of having army bases, in theory, has been allegedly defend the American citizens that live in those regions. In principle, allegedly, that was the main reason to have the bases. But if we think properly about this claim, we should think, how many army bases should the Mexicans be entitled to have in the United States of America? How many bases should the Mexicans have there? Because there are 24 million Mexicans living in these states. So if this is the goal of the army bases, how many should they be entitled to have? This is ridiculous. It's absurd. But it's even worse when we know that many men and women in the United States send their children to these military bases, so they're going to go and get to know the world, because it's the only way for them to travel and to know the world. And very often they're not aware of the facts. They don't know what their children are going to be facing and what are they going to become, their children. It's amazing, just the cold stats. How many people have been attacked by American military personnel, women that have been suffering rape, children that have been abused. But even worse, the way they abuse of our land. Our land becomes in toxic reservoirs, what cannot be stored in their country, because the American laws wouldn't allow for the things within their own national territory. All these things are moved to our countries. They don't care about that. They don't care about the collateral damage, because unfortunately the North American people is educated in the feeling that they are superior. And that's very negative for any people. And I had to live that myself personally. I suffered in my skin. I worked for a year in Nicaragua as a physician, and I remember that there was a group of doctors from the United States, physicians. They went to Nicaragua to teach the doctors from Nicaragua, and that was something really embarrassing. And they were nice people, and they had goodwill, but they didn't know who we were. They didn't have a clue who the Nicaraguan doctors were. Many of the doctors, they were 10 times better than any doctor from the United States, but they didn't have a clue because for them we are just like Indians, with half naked or Indian half naked. And yeah, we are Indians. Yeah, we are native. Very proud of it because we have to learn from all these people. We have to learn the resistance, the courage they have to survive for years and years and centuries, survive all the exploitation. And they're still there, standing up. They are still there. We should learn from these peoples. We should learn many things from them. As I was saying, the islands normally should have only one border, and that would be a border with the sea. That would be the natural thing. However, we have many islands that are not like that. We are in one of these islands. You have borders within its own land because another government, another country has part of this land under occupation. We could talk about Cyprus. Third part of the country has been occupied by the Turks. But within the non-occupied part, there are British army bases. And what is the goal? Why are they there? Until when are they going to be there? Thousands and thousands of military bases are spread all over the world, some with very specific targets. For instance, preserve the main treasury of humankind for the next years, which is water, drinking water. However, we do not mobilize. Let's do something very simple. Let's do a very simple exercise. How many of the people here is under 30? How many of you are under 30? Well, some under 30. Well, not too bad. Well, that's good. Good news that we have some young people here. This is really good having young people because you are going to take the relay from us. You are the relay, and we have to work with the youth. We have to work with the young people because they are the guarantee that all these things that we have been fighting for all our lives is not going to be useless, but it'll be still alive. The constant struggle, the constant fight of many more men and women all around the world. We are facing a serious problem, and it's the lack of information of our current world. There's a manipulation of information constantly, and this is very damaging. The education that most of the people in this part of the world sets up a divide from the rest of the world. The first thing that we have to achieve is awareness. Awareness that a part of the world is not going to survive with the other part of the world. Very simple examples. Something that many people in Europe eat. What is it that we have every day in Europe? Potatoes. Isn't that right? We all have potatoes every day. And where does the potato come from? It came from South America. It's ours. So we satisfied your hunger in the 15th and 16th century. So we have to start to give back what you took, what you received from centuries. You have to give back. So we have to build real solidarity bridges. Our peoples, unfortunately, have a very poor memory. They forget that these are migrant peoples, most of them. They migrated for centuries because they were suffering famines, wars, fears, desperation. This is what happening exactly today with other peoples around the world. No one is going to leave the country for pleasure. Most of people that are obliged to migrate is because they have no hope, because they're hungry, because they are poor, because they're suffering the war. So we have to rescue, we have to bring back our historical memory. We have to show more solidarity. And we have to learn to cherish what we have in order to share what we have with others, with other peoples. We still need to grow a lot as human beings. For this reason, it is very important to have the proper information. Last night, I was ashamed because how often I've been to Italy through the Italian solidarity movement with Cuba. I've been to Italy many times, many times. I visited Italy, and I wasn't aware of the amount of bases that are there. There's no reaction against that. You don't feel it. Why? We cannot say that Italians are asleep. No, it is not true. The Italians have a history of revolt, struggle, fight, so they have to be there. They have to be there. That force as a people has to be there, but it has to be awakened. We have to shake them. We have to touch them. We don't do enough in these type of gatherings. These are the first steps. This is true, but it's not enough. This has to be multiplied. The information has to be spread to thousands and thousands of men and women. Only all together will be strong enough. This has been seen in a very small island in the Caribbean, how we are still there. We are still standing up with our social revolution, 90 miles away from the most powerful economic and military force of the planet. Because we are all united, because our people is all united, because our people is strong. This is the strength we have to find all together. We need it. We need to have information. We need to have unity. And in order to have unity, we need respect, mutual respect among all of us. But we need to have common goals. We have to leave behind the small differences from that entity, that organization, this one over there. We need to have common goals for our fight, and that's the way we have to work. What's the goal today? We don't want any more wars, no military bases. So we have to be united in our fight to achieve these goals. We need to work together, all the peoples together. We need to reach the human fiber, and in order to do that, we need to be in contact with our people. A farmer, a peasant doesn't understand about a project that is very sophisticated. A peasant, a farmer understands about his or her land, and we show them that the military bases are damaging their land, are poisoning, are intoxicating the land, so they cannot grow crops that are going to be food for men and women. That peasant, that farmer is going to join the fight, is going to join the combat. But we need to reach them. We need to reach them. In order to do that, we need to show a lot of respect. These are just a few words that sometimes we forget, and that we need to claim them back in order to achieve unity, which we highly need in order to be strong, to keep walking. There's a long way in front of us. But we are there. We are in the path. We have devoted the best years of our lives to do so. I had the privilege, when I was very young, to go to Nicaragua as a doctor, and then I went to Angola.
I lived there for 2 years, and I learned a lot during those 2 years. I learned to reject anything linked to racism. Everything. Human being cannot be judged on the color of their skin. They have to be judged on their ability to help others. Rejection. I reject everything related to colonization. Everything. It is not right. We cannot exploit others. We cannot impose our culture. We cannot attack the identity and the reality of other people. We haven't got the right to do that, and we have to fight for that. We must realize that we can. Yes, we can. We've proven it. The world does not need weapons. The world needs medicines. The world does not need weapons. The world needs food. The world does not need weapons. The world needs solidarity, understanding, unity, and strength in order to create a better world, a more just world that we all need. When I was very young, a singer-songwriter arrived to Cuba from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is still a colony of the United States of America. It is shameful, shameful what they have to suffer. Remember the last storm, the last cyclone in the Caribbean. Cuba was left with no electricity, most of the island. In 72 hours, we reestablished all the electricity. Puerto Rico, they were affected like us. There still are people there with no electricity. Today, we could go and help them, and we would do it with all the love in the world because they are our brothers and sisters. The government of the United States did not allow us to help the Puerto Rican people. What right have they? What right? They are the things that still hit us hard. That young Puerto Rican songwriter, when he arrived in Cuba, left a verse of his songs that I still repeat. Let us hope that the interpreters can do it. He said, Yankee, Mandinga. Mandinga is a word from Africa. It's an African culture. But in Latin America, Mandinga has become a disrespectful word. Yankee, Mandinga. Yankee, arsehole. Go back home. Leave my country.
Yankee Mandinga, Yankee cabrón, vete pa' tu casa, deja mi nación.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's how you open up a conference like this. Thank you so much. We have been given our charge. We are energized. We are even more clear now than before. We want to thank you for your words of wisdom. Thank you for your service to humanity. Thank you for the contributions of the Cuban people to freedom and liberation around the world. Viva Cuba. We are making the connections. We have a moral responsibility to resist, to fight for peace. But we have to also make a link between the absence of peace and the reality of imperialism. We understand that the driving force of war and aggression has a material basis, and that material basis is imperialism. We make those connections so that we can be absolutely clear what the ultimate objective has to be, and that is to remove from this planet the scourge of imperialism. So, my friends, we are going to take a 5-minute break as we bring up the panel that's going to be starting in 5 minutes. And as Bauman is trying to signal me, 15. Okay, that's going to put us back behind again, but I will take my instructions from my leader. So a 15-minute break, and then we will start with the first plenary. Let's again thank our honored guests once again. Thank you.
they are
I
so
am
happy.
the Cuban ambassador
Oh,
here.
hello, I'm delighted.
Nice to meet you.
I missed you in the Parliament the other day, you know, so the girls are so happy for the camera. Okay, yes, this is good, like, right, let's go. All of us.
You have to be near Alenita. You have to be near
Oh, do we, we leave the girls. Yeah. I have to give you my phone to do it. Here, sorry. I want it on my phone. Here. Do you mind? Lads, are you letting me do my phone now?
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think I have the followers. I don't. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I said I know Maureen O'Sullivan was here last night, so she's not here today. So Maureen,
Just a little bit.
she was, yeah.
No, I didn't. No, I
She
didn't.
was here last night. Yeah. She was sitting quietly in the corner. But did you see her in the? Did you see her in the car? Yeah. We went to the parliament. Thank you. Take another picture. That's lovely. No, she was fantastic. Thank you. Really nice meeting you. Yes.
Can you do me a favor and take a picture?
Okay, I've done my bit now.
Thank you, Rob.
And now you'll have to say many pictures. Thank you so much.
He started it.
Oh, I know everyone will do it now. Poor woman, she'll be going. She's worn out there. She's doing pictures. I know. I'd say now you'll be able to. As well. She's going down now. You see now.
Sorry, the photo no is.
Ya quiere hacerse otra.
Yeah. Could you just take a photo for me as a thank you from South Africa for all the work that you've done for us? Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it.
I'll take it. I'm a good. Can I get
Yeah, long conversation.
we can talk more about the children's hospital during the day when she has time. Okay?
Agora, é que eu não sou muito buena profissional.
Hace poco en Brasil fui a la cárcel, digamos.
Sí. Agora tira então. Tudo bem. Vamos tirar uma. Claro, cadê?
Oh, that you used to have conference line with.
Aqui na cola. La cola.
Soy siriana. Uno más. ¿Nos van a votar? No hay problema. Haremos un protesta.
Thank you so much. That would be great. Thank you.
Are you in a good camera? Not going to get a chance.
Going up in social life.
Linda wants to get in there. Get in there. Yeah, where's Nola?
I know.
No, wait.
Hold on, one more.
What? Come on up.
No, I got it in the background. No. Take your time now, make sure it's good. Is it okay?
Took one there. I took two of them there.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Sophia moderating. Proud place. So,
It makes us beautiful.
So I assume we're going to go up there and speak.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Someone's going to introduce me. I'm going to make a few comments, then I'll introduce, starting with Dave. And then after Dave, I'll introduce you, and then I'll introduce unless it makes sense to introduce everybody at once.
No, you should
No, I think
probably
I'll
do
go
it.
up and down.
Yeah. So it would be very interesting to have a conference in Moscow.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, the Bruce has already been over for a preliminary kind of visit and check a few things out. He seems to have made quite a few contacts. So.
Yeah. Yeah, people are very willing to talk to us.
Begin the next session, please. Can you ask the gentlemen and the ladies from the other room to come back?
I know. 'Cause here's
Ed, is everybody in?
there's more people here. It's not all the room right now. Yeah, no, it wasn't. We were worried.
We shared
It's not only the time difference. That's a thing which affects.
Well, hello. My name is Michael Hulton. I'm a member of the Peace and Neutrality Alliance and chairperson of the Irish Anti-War Movement. I'm delighted we're having a wonderful conference with very good speakers, visitors from all over the world. And my little job, very short job today, is to introduce Margaret Flunders there, who is going to chair the session, the next session on militarization and military bases. She has recently organized a very nice peace conference and demonstrations and organization in Washington against militarization. She's also a member of the Green Party, the American Green Party, which cooperates with the Irish Green Party here, which is part of the organization of this conference as well. So, and a very, very distinguished group of speakers who will follow Margaret. So, we can start, yeah?
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? Awesome. Great. So before we get started, I just wanted to make a few comments to try to put things into a little bit of context. This panel is on militarism, nuclear weapons, and military bases. So the United States, this won't be a surprise to you, is a fading empire. And in fact, even our own Pentagon in the US recognizes this, as it put out in the post-primacy report in 2017. A recent report that just came out from our Congress, it was from a group chaired by Eric Edelman, found that the US's new national defense strategy, which is to take on great powers, Russia and China, is something that the US does not have the capacity to realize. To quote Eric Edelman, he said, "The US military superiority is no longer assured." It's a good thing, right? But another report found that the United States does not have the industrial capacity or the resources to take on a war with the great powers. But what is the response of our Pentagon? They ask for three things exactly: more money, more weapons, and more ability to gather intelligence. The Pentagon was actually audited recently, an audit that it failed, but it found that it is a $2.7 trillion organization. $2.7 trillion. And we're spending, well, it takes up now 62% of our federal discretionary spending. So that means very tiny amounts for energy, education, healthcare, housing, these important necessities. So we ask, how much more can the United States spend on the military when our infrastructure is failing, when our social safety net is crumbling? How much more can the United States spend to try to hang on to these last vestiges of power at a time when what we need most in this world is cooperation? But every year, the United States Congress continues to appropriate tens of billions of dollars more to the Pentagon, more than they even ask for it to give to them. And this is not surprising, because we have two parties in the United States which are war parties. And in the most recent election, the group that won is war. More of the new candidates that are coming into Congress are veterans of the military or members of our security state. And that was a coordinated effort to bring more military members to run for Congress. So we see that this is a very dangerous time. The United States is headed in a dangerous direction as the empire starts to fade. And the world recognizes this. The call for a European army to protect Europe from China, Russia, and the United States is concerning. We are entering another accelerated arms race. The United States has committed $1 trillion to our nuclear weapons program. And we are isolating ourselves. The United States is being isolated as we impose economic sanctions on other countries, sanctions that hurt the people in those countries, but that are causing other countries around the world to look for ways to work around those sanctions. So I want to put this into context as we listen to our speakers today and think about the importance of these gatherings that we have right now to talk about these issues, but also of developing international solidarity so that we can try to perhaps somehow navigate our way through this very dangerous time in a way that doesn't hurt too many people. So we're going to start with our first speaker, Dave Webb. And Dave is the chair of the UK Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. He's an emeritus professor of engineering who switched subjects and departments to become professor of peace and conflict studies at Leeds Beckett University in the UK. He's now retired, and he focuses on peace campaigning. Let's welcome Dave to the stage.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, I'm chair of CND, so I'm going to focus mainly on nuclear issues, nuclear disarmament, nuclear bases. This year was our 60th anniversary at the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, so we've had quite a few years of experience of campaigning and fighting against these horrific weapons. And mainly we've started at the beginning of the campaign, or the beginning of the 60 years, we started by focusing on British nuclear weapons. That was the main aim of CND, was to get rid of British nuclear weapons. And we've really kept that focus going. To those of you who aren't familiar with British nuclear weapons, we have focused also on the installations, the bases that are responsible for the nuclear weapon system. So that's Aldermaston in the south of England and Burfield. Aldermaston is where the research for new weapons, warheads, takes place. Burfield is where they're assembled. And then right up in Scotland, in Faslane, there was a fantastic international demonstration there in September, which was organised by Scottish CND to draw attention again to the fact that the majority, the vast majority of people in Scotland do not want nuclear weapons on their territory. They want to get rid of them. And that's been one of the big basis, fundamental issues of the Scottish independence campaign too, that they have reawakened the people that they have a right to say, they should have a right to say what happens in their country. So those are the bases that we've been focusing. Those are the, well, apart from there's also where submarines are outfitted, where they're reconditioned down in the south of England as well. So there are a few places which we've been focusing on. But in more recent years, I think, well, ever since the beginning really, but in more recent years we've realized this is an international struggle. This is something that involves the whole world, and we've got to join together with other groups elsewhere in other countries campaigning on similar issues. So, of course, the highlight of this has been the eventual success in obtaining a treaty for the prevention, for the prohibition of nuclear weapons in the United Nations, and this gives us a tool to work on, certainly for our government. So we need to focus on that. And the other issues that have come up during our 60 years is the campaigns against the nuclear weapons that are held in Europe. And of course, I'm sure I'm right in saying that the United States is the only country which has nuclear weapons, its nuclear weapons outside of its own territory. And they've been based in Britain, of course, at the height of the Cold War. We had, some of you may have heard of Greenham Common, where they had cruise missiles, and the women of Greenham Common, the women's campaign there, was so successful in drawing attention to the stupidity, the waste, the humanitarian consequences of the use of those weapons, that eventually it ended, as we mentioned yesterday, with the treaty, the INF Treaty, which would actually get rid of a whole range of nuclear weapons, including those short and intermediate range ones. And now there is a danger that that treaty will be, basically the United States will walk out of that treaty. It's a treaty between the United States and now Russia, was the Soviet Union. And this is a very dangerous kind of step backwards, because we also know that the United States is developing new nuclear weapon systems. It's spending $1 trillion on weapons that can actually be used, nuclear weapons that can be used, they say. They have to be usable. And if they're starting to station them, they will be starting to station them in Europe. So the countries like Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, and Turkey, which already have these weapons on their territory, they will be upgraded, updated to be even more dangerous than they are at the moment. So we have to work together. We have to work together within Europe to oppose any new nuclear weapons, the existing nuclear weapons, but certainly any new ones as well. And this means we have to work internationally together and bring another campaign like we saw in the 80s, that was a massive campaign throughout Europe moving against nuclear weapons. The other aspect of nuclear weapons that isn't mentioned so much is missile defense. Missile defense is the shield that goes with the sword of nuclear weapons. So I'm sure as you know, many people know, the idea of a missile defense system is to protect from any retaliation against the first strike issued by, in this case, the United States. So the United States would issue a first strike on the missile silos of an opposing nation. It might not get all of those missile silos, put all of them out of action. There will be some form of retaliation, and that retaliation has to be mopped up, according to the US military, by the missile defense system. And these missile defense bases are being installed all over the world, throughout Europe, in Eastern Europe, along the borders of Russia, and also in South Korea and Japan. They consist of radars, very powerful radars, which will peer into the territories of other countries, and also a range of different kinds of anti-missile systems. So, for example, THAAD, T-H-A-A-D, the Theater High Altitude Area Defense System, which is being installed in South Korea, and there are some components in Japan, and also some of those components too in Eastern Europe. We have countries like Romania and Poland who are willing to house some of these systems, and there's a radar in Turkey as well, which is part of that. So this missile defense, we should not forget that the missile defense bases that are being installed in Europe and in the Asia region, and also on ships, which are patrolling around anywhere, basically, but in the Mediterranean in particular. There are some stationed in Spain. So all of these things are part of the nuclear weapon system, the first strike nuclear weapon system. We shouldn't forget that. There's a link, which we must not forget. Near where I live in Britain, in the north of Britain, we have two bases, two American bases, although they're called RAF. RAF Fylingdales, which is a ballistic missile early warning radar system, and now is an integral part of US national missile defense. It's a huge radar, a pyramid with three faces that can cover 360 degrees. The radar beams stretch out to something like 3,000 nautical miles, and it tracks satellites, it tracks missiles if there are any, and is continually on the lookout on behalf of the American missile defense system. The other base near where I live is called Menwith Hill. It's a huge spy base. They link into and intercept communications of all electronic forms, mainly from satellites, but also now they're plugged straight into fiber optic cables. Fiber optic cables are the new mechanism for transmitting electronic communications. And bases like Menwith Hill around the world are plugging into these to intercept messages, gain intelligence information, help with the targeting of drone strikes and so on throughout the globe. So we know what it's like to live near two American bases. We know the propaganda that goes with that, how they're there for our safety, how they're there as part of our defense system. But we know also, by looking into it, that they're not. We've actually been into Fylingdales when they have open days. You go inside and you see pictures of US Space Command on the walls. There's no doubt it's a United States installation, even though many of the people there are that run it, help to run it, are from the RAF. Menwith Hill, on the other hand, is almost entirely run by NSA, with some GCHQ presence. So these bases are all interlinked. They're all part of a nuclear system which we must oppose very strongly, extremely strongly. We've been trying to do that for many years. Now we need to build an even stronger movement. We need to bring down these bases. We need to get them out of countries where they don't want them, especially, and even if they do think they want them, they still must realize that militarism is not the answer. Military bases are not the answer. So thanks for listening. I think I've had my time now, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And we will have time for questions at the end of our three speakers. I do need 2 volunteers who will help to pass the microphones around, so think about whether you might be willing to do that. Next, I would like to introduce Joe Lombardo. In July of 2010, Joe helped to convene the United National Anti-War Coalition. And it was a very exciting time because when he put the call out, 800 people showed up at that convening, and he continues to do very important work in the United States to bring the peace and justice groups together. Welcome, Joe.
Hello. So the coalition that was mentioned is called United National Anti-War Coalition, or UNAC, which is a coalition of peace and justice organizations in the United States. And choosing to work in a coalition was important because we understand that really to succeed, we need unity. And that's also the basis of why we came together in this conference. We need to broaden that unity, not just within the United States, we understand as a U.S. anti-war movement, but also internationally. And so the fact that we have something like 35 countries represented here is a really incredible, great start for all of us. I'm glad to be here. It's interesting to be in Dublin. It's my first time, and to be in this hall and to see the post office, which has a history. I come from a place in New York State called upstate New York. And besides an anti-war activist, I've been a lifelong labor activist, and I represent my union at the Troy Area Labor Council, which is labor councils are coalitions of unions, labor unions in local areas across the country. Now, Troy has a unique relationship with Ireland. I'm not sure if people know anything about that relationship, but besides having a large Irish expat community, Irish Americans, it was the place where Connolly lived when he was in the United States, and he organized there in the labor movement and as a socialist. That is known and understood. In the center of Troy, there is a statue of James Connolly. And we up in Troy, sponsored by my local anti-war group and also sponsored by the Troy Area Labor Council, we hold a monthly forum called the James Connolly Forum on political issues. And so as we were meeting here last night, the James Connolly Forum was holding a forum on problems of veterans' health care. As you all know, veterans, besides the physical wounds that they experience, also experience PTSD. And PTSD has had an incredible impact on the population in the United States because there are so many veterans, and it's felt in all areas. And in the United States, we have a terrible healthcare system. It's a privatized healthcare system. In the United States, nothing means anything if it doesn't give profit to the already rich. So there's a movement besides the anti-war movement and the other movements that we all know about in the United States to fight for a universal healthcare system leader of that fight, by the way, is Margaret Flowers, who introduced us here today. She's the leader of the fight for single-payer health care, Medicare for all, we call it. And that's been a very important fight. The main thing I wanted to talk about is a little bit about some of the U.S. bases and some of the history of U.S. bases around the world. It's generally considered that the first foreign U.S. military base is in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and Cuba has been trying to get their territory back ever since, and that's also been a central demand of the anti-war movement in the United States. And that's true in some sense that that was the first base. But in another sense, there were other bases that existed in the United States outside of the U.S. borders before that, including in the western part of the United States before it was part of the United States, and a lot of that was to control the native population. But it was also there to steal the land from Mexico. About 1/3 of the land of Mexico is now considered the United States Southwest. The names of the states out there are really Spanish names. We mispronounce them. Texas isn't Texas, it's Tejas. Texas seceded from Mexico, and there's a lot of folklore in the United States around that secession. There was leaders of the United States like Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett, and they fought in a place called the Alamo to try to steal that country, that piece of that country from Mexico. And why did they want to do that? They wanted to do that because Mexico passed a law against slavery, and the United States still had slavery, and the wealthy people in Texas wanted to maintain slavery. That's the reason that took place. And racism and the legacy of slavery and white supremacy in the United States have been a big part of all politics in the United States. A lot of it is the basis behind the campaigns of Donald Trump that I'm sure you all know about, as he announced himself as a nationalist in a recent meeting with his supporters. And in that meeting, it's very clear what that meant. That meant a white nationalist. There were roads named after Confederate figures in the United States. There are statues of Confederate figures. A black person going in the South into a courthouse might have to pass a statue of a Confederate leader that thought he shouldn't have any legal rights or justice at all. In fact, didn't even think he was a human being. That's the reality in the United States. And it's also that racism which has helped stoke all the wars that the United States has fought. They had to dehumanize the people that the U.S. saw as their enemies to get support in the United States from the soldiers, and to say you're not really killing someone and so forth. But we all know that when people do kill other human beings, they suffer from PTSD, because we're not meant to kill other human beings. And it causes these mental disorders when we do that. But they develop names for the U.S. enemies. They're gooks or ragheads or other kinds of racist names to help people say these are not human beings that you're fighting, and you can do this. So the first real bases were in the Southwest and the western part of the United States that were not part of the United States. But the real growth of U.S. bases happened after World War II. After World War I, they demobilized the military in the United States, and they closed up the bases, most of the bases. There was not a move towards military bases. But after World War II, they did exactly the opposite. They never demobilized the military. We've had a large standing army in the United States, and they didn't close up the bases, especially in Europe and Asia and Africa. And they are the bases, that's the basis of the large number of U.S. bases that exist today. And the reason for that was not because they were still going to fight World War II. They can't fight a world war anymore. If you fight a world war, the humanity dies. The wars have been these small wars against countries to deny them their right to self-determination, to deny them the right to control their own country, and to make sure they follow the dictates of Washington and Wall Street. But you know, they haven't even been able to win these wars, because people want to have self-determination. They want to control their own affairs. They do not want another country with another culture, another language, another religion to take them over. So they continually fight back. They continually resist, as we see of the Palestinian people, and we've always seen of the Palestinian people. So in one of the poorest countries in the world, Afghanistan, the United States has never been able to win. It's 17 years we've been fighting in that country, and there is more territory controlled by the Taliban in Afghanistan today than there was when the United States first invaded in 2001. They don't seem to be able to win that. But the real basis for keeping these bases together and for keeping the military mobilized and for dropping the bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which hopefully will be the last nuclear weapons ever used, was to start the Cold War. And we've been fighting that Cold War in various manifestations ever since, even after the fall of the Soviet Union. You think about what NATO was for. NATO was for, by the way, after World War II, it took some doing to convince the American people and the soldiers that they should not be demobilized and that we should keep these bases. And there was a huge movement in the US military called the Going Home movement. They held demonstrations on bases and in countries around the world demanding the right to be demobilized and to go home. It took a kind of leap, intellectual leap to get to that point, and now we accept it. Nobody asks in the United States, why do we have so many bases around the world? Why do we need bases? If you do ask, they say we need it to protect ourselves. But why do we need bases in 172 countries around the world, which is what the United States has right now to protect ourselves? Are they going to invade the United States? Of course this is not needed. The United States has 20 times the number of military bases as all other countries in the world combined. When the Soviet Union fell, we made a pledge to them that we would never move NATO bases into the Warsaw Pact countries or the former Soviet republics. They are now in 12 of them. The United States never keeps its promises and treaties. They only keep them when they are to the advantage of the United States, and so when they're not, they go against them, like we just saw what happened in Iraq. And Iraq is another place where they're moving towards war. The United States is 172 countries and has 20 times the number of bases. The second largest country with the number of foreign military bases is Britain. The third is France, US allies. So when we fight, we have to be clear who the enemy is and who the focus is. It's the United States of America and it's NATO. When people tell you you must fight against bases in other countries, especially when there are countries that are being attacked by the United States and NATO, you say no. You know where your focus is, because that's what we need to do, and that's the kind of no bases movement that we need to build right now. So I think I'm coming to the end of my time, and I'm going to just jump in and say one last thing. Someone who I have great respect for says whenever you give a talk, make sure you write down one sentence that you really want to get out. So what I really want to get out is the knowledge, and it was said here yesterday, that NATO is coming to DC in around April 4th. And that was mentioned. And we have to mobilize as we have against NATO at other times around the world. And we encourage and welcome people. I know there's a big ocean between a number of us to come to Washington, D.C. And there'll be about a week of activity, including a mass demonstration on the weekend before. There's a sign-up sheet on the tables. If your organization can sign to support that, do that. If you can't come to the United States, organize actions in your own country. But I want to mention something about April 4th, which makes this a little different especially in the context of the United States, than other NATO actions. April 4th is the day that Martin Luther King was assassinated, and it is almost a year to the date after he gave his famous talk at Riverside Church, where he came out against the Vietnam War. He was discouraged from doing that from leaders of the Democratic Party and other civil rights movements. But he famously made the statement that the greatest purveyor of violence in the world is the United States of America. And we have to remember that. Those of us in the United States understand, as Che Guevara told us, that we are in the belly of the beast, and we understand our responsibility to the rest of the world to continue that fight. So I want to urge you to come, and we together have the opportunity to bring together the anti-war movement and the black rights and civil rights movement in the United States because of that day, and build a kind of movement that we need. We in the anti-war movement in the United States talk about fighting against the wars at home and abroad. And this is a way we can draw that connection, and together we can make a stronger movement for all of us. Please join us. Thank you.
Great. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our third panelist, Iraklis Savdaridis, and he is the Executive Secretary of the World Peace Council. Welcome.
Thank you, Margaret. Dear friends, fellow fighters for a world of peace and social justice, I'm conveying on behalf of the World Peace Council militant peace greetings to all of you. Many thanks goes to the host, PANA, for its hard work, as well as to the U.S. Coalition Against U.S. Foreign Military Bases, who made this important conference possible. And we are proud, as World Peace Council, for having contributed to the level of our forces to this project. With Dublin and Ireland, we could not have found a better place to hold this conference, taking into account the long-standing sentiments of the Irish people from the struggle for its independence, its anti-imperialist and anti-colonial struggles, but also the current firm and principled positions of the peace movement in Ireland, expressed through PANA, which is strongly fighting against the further militarization of the European Union, the EU battle groups and PESCO, but also the struggle of PANA against NATO, which is the armed wing of imperialism worldwide. We particularly hail and support the struggle of PANA against the use of Shannon Airport by the US Air Force, with thousands of flights landing in a de facto US base in Ireland on their way for the imperialist crimes around the world. We salute the Irish peace fighters from this Liberty Hall of Dublin. Dear friends and comrades, our conference takes place in crucial moments for humanity and for peace and stability in the world. The aggressiveness of imperialism is increasing almost everywhere in the world. The aggravation of the capitalist crisis in previous years has intensified imperialist aggressiveness against the peoples. In a world where 0.7% of the population owns 46% of the wealth, and where the poorest 70% of the population owns a mere 2.7%, the inequalities are widening. Almost 3.5 billion people, the half of world population, live in poverty. 821 million live in hunger, and 758 million do not have access to clean drinking water. At the same time, according to the Stockholm Institute, SIPRI, world military expenditures rose to $1.7 trillion in 2017, which is a 1.1% increase compared to the previous year. The US alone had spent then $610 billion, and NATO member states together more than $900 billion. A small percentage of the above huge figures would be enough to combat and eliminate hunger and curable diseases in Africa and elsewhere in the world. The US, NATO, and the European Union, in their drive for world domination, are the greatest threat against peace and the peoples of the world. They are responsible for the exponential increase in military expenditure and the race for new, more sophisticated and destructive weapons, namely nuclear weapons. The escalation of interference, threats, provocations, destabilization operations intensify the danger of unleashing an an escalation of conflicts that would lead to great and unimaginable consequences for humanity, including with the use of nuclear weapons that can and must be prevented. Foreign military bases in the world are a useful, so to say, and necessary tool for the imperialist plans, wars, and aggressions. They constitute an instrument of domination of the powerful states, which we can witness for decades long in all corners of the world. The fact that about 90% of the foreign military bases belong to the US and/or NATO speaks for itself and explains the title and the theme of our conference here in Dublin. While we oppose as World Peace Council, by principle, all foreign military bases in the world, we cannot close our eyes in front of the reality and the tendencies, in front of the historical aggressive character of NATO, which is expanding since 1991 to the east, to the south, and to Asia and Latin America. Despite the severe competition between NATO states, the USA remains the leading force, which is confronting its main competitors on economic and geopolitical level, namely Russia and China, with military encirclement, missile defense shields, so-called, and troops along their borders. Coming from Greece, a relatively small country, but with an important geostrategical location, we underline the extremely negative developments of the last few years, where our country is being transformed into a huge US and NATO military base with 15 old and new military installations, NATO and EU strategic headquarters, bases for drones, helicopters, and even the possibility for hosting, again, US nuclear warheads on our soil, additionally to the famous Souda air base in Crete, from where all the previous years many military operations and aggressions have been carried out against the peoples of the Middle East. At the same time, Greece spends 2.4% of its GDP for the needs, military needs, which actually the needs of NATO, which is ranking Greece as number 2 in the NATO after the US. It is a pity, but it is also a fact that Greece is being converted into a huge military NATO and US base for our small territory, and therefore the peace-loving forces and the anti-imperialist forces in Greece, along with the World Peace Council, are confronting, denouncing, and demonstrating in front of the US Embassy, for example, against the current political tendencies, denouncing the reactionary and dangerous plans and demanding the disengagement of Greece from the imperialist organisms, which is NATO and European Union in this case, and their plans. The powerful military presence of the US in the world is being enhanced by its fleets, such as, for example, the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean Sea, the 7th Fleet in the Pacific Ocean, the 4th Fleet in the South America, the Black Sea Armada, and others, along with its command structure of the US military forces in all corners. The US is using the so-called bilateral military agreement or mutual military agreements, this is euphemistically called mutual, with dozens of countries by which it is using airspace, ports, airports for its army and joint military exercises with those countries. NATO, the biggest war machinery in history, is heading towards its 70th anniversary next year, as Joe Lombardo from UNAC said just before. A history full of crimes against humanity. Just in the last 20 years, this is proved by the military aggressions of NATO in Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Yemen, and others. NATO has never been anything else than an offensive military structure in the service of the capital and of the multinational corporations. NATO was and is the armed tool of imperialism, decided, for example, in the last Brussels summit in July, to build till and by 2020, 30 mechanized battalions, 30 air squadrons, and 30 combat vessels ready to deploy within 30 days or less. These are the 4 30s. They are very practical and symbolical so that everybody remembers and recalls their ability to act. NATO is modernizing and increasing its arsenal, aiming for a nuclear first strike capacity against its opponents. Therefore, we demand as World Peace Council and we struggle for the dissolution of NATO while we support the struggle of the peoples in each member state to disengage from it. The World Peace Council strongly opposes the further militarization of the European Union as an instrument for the interests of the big capital and the monopolies, and denounces the plans for the Permanent Structural Cooperation PESCO, the battle groups and the European Intervention Initiative that constitute dangerous tools for foreign intervention and imperialist aggression in many parts of the world. We observe with deep concern the plans for the implementation of the building of an EU army, as expressed by Merkel and Macron just recently, although this is a long plan for a long time already, alongside and under the doctrine of the pool and share together with NATO. The European Union alone and or with NATO is acting against its own peoples as well. Therefore, it is imperative to condemn the criminal role of NATO as the armed wing of European Atlantic imperialism in connection with the revelation and condemnation of the role of the EU and the policy of the common policy of security and defense. The imperialist interstate union, European Union, and its tools are enemy of the peoples, and the views presenting the EU as a force of peace or for peace are groundless and harmful. A crucial front of struggle constitutes for the World Peace Council the struggle for the complete abolition of all nuclear weapons and our opposition to the testing of any nuclear armaments. You would recall, in this hall I think many people know, that the historical initiators of the Stockholm Appeal in 1953 was the World Peace Council then, with 400 million signatures collected from all over the world. And we consider this appeal valid more than ever today. The World Peace Council denounces the recent announcement made by Donald Trump about the US withdrawal from the 1987 Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, INF, which bans ground-launched nuclear missiles with a range of 500 to 5,500 kilometers. And this constitutes, in our opinion, a further escalation of imperialist aggressiveness and its plans for the militarization of outer space, as correctly presented and expressed by our friend Dave Webb. The World Peace Council supports the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons as a step towards the total elimination, but allow me to say that what we are doing in the World Peace Council, we are not just counting states which will ratify and sign. We want that as well. But at the same time, we fight against the aggressions of imperialism, whether with conventional or nuclear or new mini nukes or other issues. We are not getting lost by one part or one segment of our struggle only. Dear friends, without underestimating any other region or hotspot today, I would like to draw your attention to the situation in the Middle East. The area is known for its rich mineral resources and the geostrategical importance for powerful states. The imperialists have never hesitated and do not hesitate to use all kinds of mechanisms, including armed fundamentalist mercenaries from more than 80 countries, as it has been seen in the case of Syria, in order to bring countries and governments under their control. The defeat of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, despite its significance, does not mean the end of the crisis. Very recently, the World Peace Council carried out an international solidarity mission to Syria in order to express our solidarity with the people of Syria, which has been through huge suffering and losses the last 7 years due to the imperialist interventions and military operations. Still big number of troops, such as from Turkey in the north, from the US in the northeast, and smaller contingents from various NATO countries are present in Syria, threatening the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and unity of the country. We especially express our solidarity and our deep concern for the suffering people of Yemen, who are under heavy attack from the Saudi-led coalition with the full support of the USA, a criminal act which we strongly condemn. But friends and fellow fighters for peace, the core obstacle to peace in the Middle East continues to be the Palestinian core issue. We strongly denounce and condemn the murderous actions of the Israeli regime and its army in the Gaza and in the occupied West Bank, which in the past few months have resulted in hundreds of Palestinian victims, most of whom were brutally killed or injured during peaceful protests against Israeli actions and policies. The World Peace Council strongly opposes and condemns the US administration's irresponsible and illegal decision to move its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, a city with clearly defined multi-ethnic, multi-religious character and status, as specified in the UN Resolution 181. The efforts for the Judaization of Jerusalem and the basic law Israel, the nation state of the Jewish people, adopted by the Israeli parliament, constitute an attempt to establish a de jure apartheid state with the oppression of all non-Jewish citizens. The World Peace Council reiterates our solidarity with the Palestinian people for the inalienable right to an independent state within the borders of pre-June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We demand an end of the occupation of the Palestinian territory by the settlements on the West Bank and in Jerusalem, as well as on the Syrian Golan Heights and the Lebanese Sheba farms. We further demand the release of all Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jail and the right of the return of refugees to their homes according to the UN Resolution 194. And we demand the recognition of Palestine as a full member state by the UN and its respective recognition by all states. Allow me to say that in the European Union, only Sweden has done so. We salute the struggle of our friends from the peace-loving forces inside Israel. We are very pleased to have Aida here with us, she will speak later, who face the reactionary regime and its policies while struggling side by side with the Palestinian people to end the occupation and for social, political, and people's rights in Israel. And one more thing not written in the speech. We regret very much that our Palestinian comrade and brother, Dr. Akel Tax, coordinator of the Middle East for the World Peace Council and Palestinian peace activist, has not been given visa by the Irish government, along Syrians, along Nepalese, along Serbia, along Filipinos. If you count all of them together, it makes sense. And this proves that the Irish government, of course, is not a progressive government, it's anything else than that. But a member of the European Union with a common foreign policy and commitment, and with Shannon Airport, it doesn't make a surprise. It doesn't make a surprise. And it's clear that the government actually posed obstacles to the success of the conference, and that makes the conference even more successful. Last but not least, we would like to underline the importance of one particular case of the US military bases, the one of the Cuba, which is on Cuban soil in the Guantanamo. It has to be said clearly that while all foreign military bases are actually not welcomed by the peoples, the case of Guantanamo is special because in Cuba, both people and government, since the triumph of the revolution on 1st of January 1959, demand the closure of the US base and its return to Cuba. This is even more important when we know that the USA is operating there a concentration camp of torture. We would like to highlight the important international seminar being held in the Cuban province of Guantanamo next May, as presented here by Silvio, the president of MOVPAS. This is the 6th edition organized by the Cuban Peace Movement together and jointly with the World Peace Council. Dear friends, for all the above, and based on our historical mandate of the World Peace Council 70 years ago, next year we are turning 70, we carry on with the history and legacy of bravery and dedication by peace fighters and militants who 7 decades ago sought to rebuild the world with democracy, national sovereignty, social progress, and peace following the catastrophe of World War II and the devastation and the unprecedented suffering imposed on so many peoples. The strengthening of our struggle against imperialist wars and against militarism, for peace and disarmament, for solidarity with the peoples victimized by foreign interference and aggression by imperialism, presents itself as one of the most urgent tasks of our time. It is to this struggle that the World Peace Council remains deeply committed with all those who defend the cause of peace and the solidarity with the peoples in a broad anti-imperialist movement. Thank you very much.
Great. So I know that we're running a little bit behind time with the conference, but perhaps Bauman will allow us to have a few questions. Okay, great. So if you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. And do we have volunteers that can help with the microphones? They're right up here. Okay, great. Here's one.
Could I make a small statement, please? So greetings from my group from European Parliament. I am Czech communist in United left group in Parliament, Nordic Green Left. We are all fighting in European Parliament in favor of peace because of our joint program is peace, disarmament, and social affairs in the broadest sense. So it's number one. Number two, I shall cite three figures, 130, 70, and 20. Do you know why? 130 years ago, there was a Bible of peace movement edited by Berta Suttner-Kinsky, who was the first bearer of Nobel Prize for Peace, 1905. Her work has the title Stop Armament. I think this is the most important title of any peace conference. Second figure, 70. 70 years ago, NATO has been established, as well as Peace World Council. And 20 years ago, aggression against Yugoslavia, with the result, biggest NATO and US base in Europe in stolen territory in Kosovo. Third remark, I think we need not only conferences, but also practical movement. In Czech Republic, several years ago, our military generals wanted to establish NATO radar base in the central Bohemia. We were fighting against strongly, and we succeeded. There is no NATO troop base in the central Bohemia.
Great. Thank you very much.
And that's why every year we are helping to our German friends during Ostermarsch für Frieden in Ansbach, where all the forces, all the local forces from left to right, united themselves against American base, helicopter base in Katterbach. So next year, keep in mind, again in Ansbach. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we have someone with a question?
Yes. This is a question I wanted to ask Iraklis. I have this memory that Greece actually refused to allow the Americans to use their base to bomb the Middle East at the early stages of the bombing of Afghanistan and Iraq. And I have a sort of suspicion, really, that this is actually why Greece was later brought to its knees financially, and so much money was spent, you know, in stoking up the fear of Turkey. Am I just a conspiracy theorist, or is this a possibility because of the Greek independent spirit that you were sort of undermined like that?
So, thank you for this interesting question. It is, I have to clarify that she's not my friend, and I didn't ask her to ask this question because it's such a, how to say, nice and interesting question. You will understand what I mean. First of all, the reasons why it's a long discussion, why Greece has been brought to its knees, and it's for sure has not been brought to its knees only because of the capitalist crisis which has affected all over the world. Neither is it the bad Germans or IMF and the World Bank and the European Central Bank. It is also due to the Greek governments which have hand in hand cooperated, legislated all the attacks and the social on social rights, allowances, pensions, and so on, and this for more than 10 years with 3 different governments. Now, probably the question refers to the current government, which is 3.5 years in power, which supposedly is a left government and which has incorporated all the negative and reactionary legislation of before and has added many more cuts and so on and so on and so on. So, but in regards to our issues, peace, security, military bases, and aggressions, we had never before in Greece a more loyal and cooperative regime towards the US, then we have to do it. No, in the 50s, it was more loyal because the US embassies installed the governments then. After the 50s, this is the most loyal. I know that it sounds exaggerated to you because that government is called a left wing and so on. But go to the facts. Read our booklet of the Greek Peace Committee, which is here on the table outside. If you see, really, it is amazing. And there was never a pro-imperialist and more friendly to Israel government in Greece in the last how many years? It is incredible, even for us, which we are fully aware of this. And to the first part of the question, Greece has prevented the use of Suda base, which is a US air and naval base in Crete, in a very, very strategical point. Crete, if you look at the map, if you know where it is located, constitutes, together with the Incirlik base in Turkey and with the so-called sovereign bases of Britain in Cyprus, now with the revelation that there are also American bases inside the sovereign British bases, the triangle, the diabolic triangle from where they operate, plus the NATO headquarters in Naples, all this, and the Fourth Fleet, the Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean Sea. So Greece, no government has ever prevented, objected, or stopped the use of Suda base. On the contrary, every year it's being used more and more. And now we will host drones, and now we'll have helicopter bases in some parts, and now we are doing military exercises with Israel, assimilating, preparations for a possible attack on Iran in the future, and so on and so on. There is nothing true on this part of the question that Greece has, so that's why it cannot be that it has been punished for something it has never done. Greece has never objected, no Greek government never objected. In the past, in the 80s, dear friends, when Papandreou, the famous social democratic leader, deceased today, when he was doing business, political business with the European Union and NATO, there was a Greek expression. He was going to the summit, signing everything, and where he disagreed, supposedly, he put an asterisk. Yeah? So these governments has not put even asterisks. And I can tell you, to be the number 2 after the US in military spending within NATO, with 2.4%, all the others are protesting at home, saying we should not reach the 2%. In Germany, it would reach 70, 80 billion euros more. But in Greece, this poor country, which has been kneed down to his knees, is spending it already. And the first 6 months of this government, let me say this last sentence, the first 6 months in 2015, there was a promise to give $2 billion for the poorest of the poor. That was a promise, a pre-electoral. When they came to power, they said, there is no money, we will give only 200 million, 10% of it. Okay, let it be 200 million to the poor of the poorest, no problem. A week later, they fulfilled the promise of the previous government, but they fulfilled it, to give 500 million to Lockheed, the US company, Lockheed, for modernization of our F-16s. And people said, and bourgeois politicians all over the parliament said, but we didn't have money last week to give to the poorest. But that's a Lockheed, and that was signed by the previous governments. We are carrying on. Not even freeze or postpone for next year. Lockheed has to be paid. So this is the truth about the Greek government, unfortunately. Thank you very much.
Right. We have a question in the back. Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Heinrich Bücker from Berlin. I'm the owner of the Anti-War Cafe in downtown Berlin, member of the German peace movement, and thank you very much to the panel. I would just like to ask the panel and the audience whether they're aware of a new German movement that is around the left politician Sarah Wagenknecht and some other anti-war activists who are like forming a movement that is called Aufstehen, and they try rise up, stand up. They're trying to reach out to the international peace community and to the movement around Corbyn, Mélenchon, and other movements around the world. And I would very much appreciate if you could take up that issue maybe later on and talk about it, because I think it has a very big potential to bring the position of Germany into the game, because we are very much against the NATO, and we very much appreciate this conference to take place here. Thank you.
Did any of you want to respond to that? Okay. Do we have a question on this side? Right there.
Thank you. Fulvio Grimaldi. I'd like to ask Heracles, being from the country that is nearest to the area of concern, given that, as I understood, the Irish government didn't grant a visa to the Serbian representative, what he can tell us about the very powerful infiltration and contamination, penetration, invasion of NATO in the countries near to the north of Greece. I'm talking about Macedonia, which recently had a referendum that rejected the new name of Macedonia of North that was supposed to allow Macedonia to enter NATO and the European Union. I'm talking about Kosovo, which is a country artificially created during the war in '99, recognized by very few countries and not by the United Nations, but a gigantic US base and a center for narcotic traffic from Afghanistan to Europe. I'm talking about Albania, which plans to become the greater Albania, reuniting all these countries under its pro-Western, pro-NATO leadership. I'm talking about Montenegro. This area of the Balkans, which is has been assigned to the supervision of the Italian government, the Italian army, which is present in Kosovo, is of great importance, and nobody speaks about it. So perhaps Heracles can tell us something about what this means to the expansion of NATO and to Europe in general. Thank you.
So, thank you, Fulvio. I'm not so much expert as our Italian brother and comrade is in Balkans, but since we are on the Balkans, my country where I live, he's right that this is a very complicated area which reflects a lot of antagonisms and rivalries which exist also in other parts of the world, but in the Balkans they are maybe more visible. First of all, I appreciate also what our comrade Kolicek from Czech Republic said. It is an omission. I should have said it in my speech about Camp Bondsteel, also Fulvio is mentioned. Camp Bondsteel is the biggest US base out of US territory in the world. It's a city, it's a huge area, and that proves that the whole war, the aggression, 78 days of bombing to Yugoslavia, and the existence of the protectorate, that's a definition of a protectorate. Kosovo and Metohija is the protectorate is the definition of what is a protectorate. That war did not happen by chance. It happened because they want to put their feet, their boots there, and they install the bases not for temporary use, but to stay there, if possible, forever, if the peoples will allow. The whole Western Balkans, there is a plan to incorporate them to NATO. That goes also in antagonism and in, let's say, in opposition to Russia's role historically, but also economically and in other terms in the region. It is sometimes tragic to observe the political developments in Serbia. It is a provocation, I repeat, and Fulvio said it to underline, not to give visa in Ireland to a Serbian representative. That's revenge for their resistance and for that they did not concede and they did not agree then, under the leadership then of the Slobodan Milosevic, to the NATO's ultimatum in Rambouillet out of Paris, with the proximity talks and the mediation of Madame Albright then. This is the revenge. I don't know why Ireland feels, the Irish government feels the need to take part in this revenge 20 years later. Probably they have their good reasons. The Western Balkans are not protectorates, but nevertheless they are competing who will be more pro-US. And you know, as in all Eastern Europe, Comrade Kolicek knows, nobody in these countries wanted to be NATO member. They were all used by the following trick, let's say. They wanted to be a member of the European Union. They had illusions. They think that if Czech Republic or Poland or Hungary will be in the European Union, they will become like Austria, like a first-class country. But the European Union is not a club of equals. Anyway, all of them were used with the carrot of the European Union. First, you enter NATO. In Hungary, on 9th of March, they entered NATO by a referendum, and on 24th of March, 1999, they found themselves in a war with their neighbor country, Yugoslavia. And the Hungarians said, but we didn't want to make war, we wanted to get to the European Union. So if you want to go to the European Union, you have to enter NATO. And this is the same they do with Montenegro, with Albania, with former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, which is more complicated, Fulvio and comrades and friends. The problem is never the name of a country. There could be a name which describes the geographic location, which is Macedonia, the ancient Macedonia of Alexander the Great, which is today by 50% in Greece, by a smaller percentage in Yugoslav Macedonia, by a small percentage in Bulgaria, and a very slight percentage in Albania. The problem is the imperialist plans in the region. This is the plan, the broader plan, like it is the broader plan in the Middle East, where border changes and the spheres of influence. And it is unfortunate that governments, willing, submissive, like including the Greek government or the government today in Serbia, is negotiating shift of territories in violation of the international law of the UN Resolution 1244 in order to find solutions in the Kosovo by de facto or de jure later recognition of the facts on the ground of the bombing, the murderous imperialist bombing of NATO, which was the beginning of the crimes which followed later. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to our excellent panel. We have one very quick announcement, and sadly we've run out of time for questions. I apologize. We have one quick announcement, and then we're going to break for 10 minutes, and please come back at 11:30 for our next panel. Oh, I'm sorry, 11:40.
Just a brief announcement, and to bring us back to the reality of US military bases at Shannon Airport in Ireland. I've just been informed by our monitor of Shannon Airport, today so far, up to 1,200 US troops have passed through Shannon Airport on 4 contract planes to the US military. So this is part of our reality. On Monday, we will have a bus hopefully leaving for Shannon Airport to bring people who want to travel, if we have enough people interested. It'll give some of you an opportunity to see the west of Ireland and possibly do a little bit of sightseeing as well. I will leave a list down at the reception, and we would ask people who want to travel to sign up. It will be leaving here at about 9:15 in the morning. That's on Monday morning for anybody who is available. It's important that we have enough people signed up. Very clearly, what's happening at Shannon Airport is happening around the world in various places. So please, if you want a trip to Shannon Airport, it will cost about €20 each. So it's a good opportunity to see the west of Ireland, but also to see a US military base in Ireland. Thank you very much.
10 minutes, please, to recover some of the time we lost this.
Going to start the next session. So, firstly, I would like to start by thanking you all for coming to Ireland, to Dublin, to participate in the conference. And as you know, this is the first international conference against US and NATO military bases. So it's a great opportunity to start the networking and collaboration. We have some great speakers here today, which I'm delighted to introduce to you in a moment. My own name is Grace O'Sullivan. I'm a Green Party senator, and I was a member of Greenpeace in 1985 when we scaled the US military base in a place called Kwajalein Atoll in the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean. So I have a long history in the peace and justice movement, and I think more than ever today we have to consolidate, we have to have solidarity to do our utmost to oppose nuclear and military bases. So this morning's session is on we're getting going now on the environmental and health impacts of military bases. And our first speaker, I will start with Dr. Zuhal Okuyan. And Dr. Zuhal is the chairwoman of the Peace Committee of Turkey, which was formerly named the Peace Association. And Dr. Zuhal is a medical doctor and a public health specialist. So I think no one better to talk about the environmental and health impact of military bases. So Dr. Zuhal will speak for about 15 minutes. Then I will introduce your next speaker and then the third speaker. And because we are assembled here today, and because many of you have traveled from really far away, I think we should have a question and answer at the end to give people the opportunity to make a very short statement and raise questions. So we will start firstly with Dr. Zuhal. Thank you very much.
Sorry, this is not hello, friends and comrades. I'm very glad to be here and with this in this country with lots of historical struggles. Yes, I'm the spokeswoman or chairwoman of the Turkish Peace Committee, but it used to be Peace Association of Turkey, affiliated to World Peace Council, but unfortunately the government banned the association, and we are on the court, constitutional court, but nothing has done since 3 years. So we continue to be the Committee of Peace. Well, today, because we are behind the program, I will be quick, and some other friends will continue maybe in details. I will talk about environment and health issues of the bases. And first of all, I want to emphasize that I'm not a scientist, even though I'm a public health specialist and teacher of medical school. I'm more an activist and a teacher. So if you ask some specialty questions, I may not answer about chemicals or such things. Thank you for your attention also. Well, military bases harm the ecosystem, biodiversity and health of humans and animals. First of all, we must define what is health. Everybody knows the definition of health. It is the state of being physically, mentally, and socially well-being. But is it enough? We say, no, it is not enough, because we need to talk about the health of the planet also. We need to talk about the biodiversity. We need to talk about ecological things, which are not very far away from this, because this hall is full of activists of all kinds. But especially in my country, maybe everywhere, environmentalist activities are separated from anti-imperialistic and anti-capitalistic activities sometimes. Sometimes we forget what we are fighting for. If only we fight for the food, only for the clean air, it's not so. And it is very fashionable to say individuals are responsible for the environment. Yes, this is true. I'm responsible, you are responsible, but I'm not responsible for the global warming. In the past, they said the damage in the ozone layer, we must not use our deodorants. Okay, I will not use it. But what about aircrafts, the military crafts, using that special jet engine fuels? So they want us to forget the big side of the story and don't eat this, don't do that, and make it individual, all these things. So in our definition of health, this is not that. This is a very new subject, and thank you for calling me here in that subject. I promise the audience I will be more and more go in deeper in my future life, because before coming here, when I wanted to search some academic papers also, I didn't know the subject was so deep and so new also. And it is very interesting. The nation, the powers who pollute the world by the military bases, mainly is the United States. We were talking since 2 days what they have done. They have the big army bases everywhere in the world. But it is very interesting. Scientific researchers also, most of the scientific researchers were done in United States bases. So we learned many things about chemical compounds, how they go to the water and also to the soil by them. I think my friend will continue to talk about this. And so we can say that it is not only wartime that the environment and health is affected. Military acts in so-called peace times also damage the world. Military activities damage the ecosystem everywhere. And how do they do it? How they change air, water, soil, and natural resources, the flora, the fauna of the system, everything is affected. Because when the installation of the bases, they harm the nature. They cut the trees, they change the nature totally. Sometimes people have to migrate to other places to resettle down. And military activities use lots of energy, mostly from the fossil energy sources. So I'm not responsible for global warming. These people are responsible. And on the other hand, these bases need infrastructures, barracks, and other settlements for their employees. And for doing that, they have to use the local resources. And I'm not talking about how they harm socially and other things like crimes, raping, other things. I'm only talking about environmental matters, mostly the chemical compounds. Also, testing and manufacturing weapons, especially nuclear weapons. We know a classical example is Bikini Islands in the Pacific, how they harmed. And it's many places. I'm not going to give examples. It will take so long. And also from Antarctica to tropical forests, we know that there is an exposure of nuclear weapons. This can be measured. And also something very important, it seems very minor, but it is not. Heavy vehicle exercises like big tanks have long-term effects to the lands. They can cause the cratering or erosions, soil sliding, and they destroy the fauna and the flora of the lands. So the farmers are very much affected by this. And military aviation. Aircrafts give away particles and gases which contribute to the global warming, as I say, and birds die. What happens when birds die? I'm not going to talk about these things. And noise is very important also. Sometimes we neglect it. They cause noise pollution. And sometimes the authorities say that, okay, this is beyond, it's under the limits of causing deafness or something. But we know as public health people, continuous noise is also a damage to hearing and also psychological effects. This is also neglected most of the time. And the world's military forces are responsible for the release of more than 2/3 of CFC, this carbon fluorocompounds, into the ozone layer. 2/3, not the industry only, most the military. And just I will mention, not in details, fire training leads to accumulation of chemical substances. And these stay in the soil and water for decades and decades, causing cancer and birth defects. Military cases cause many environmental problems when during the operations, when they are being established in the beginning, and in non-operational period with their employees and with their equipment. And this is very important, disasters. In natural disaster zones, these chemical compounds are extremely important. Sometimes they just leave the site and leaving all this rubbish behind them. Natural disasters and disasters created by them. These are all important. Another thing is the abolishment of the base. When they leave it. There is, and also pollution due to the oil and oil side products is very important. So water, wastes in the soil, noise pollution, cultural conflicts, and we can go on. These are all issues regarding, related to health. Some examples I will give because we don't have time. For example, this fire I said, it is, Teflon, non-sticky. It's a compound like non-sticky kitchenwares we use. It is banned in many countries, and we threw away these utensils. But we are still using the firefighter instruments. And some important cases are really mostly about this is in the United States, where they are, and most important cases also on trial now. One is only an example in North Carolina in Camp Lejeune. A good research has been done and officially done also. And another very important and popular example is Camp Century in Greenland. It's no more there. They closed it in 1960s, but because of the global warming, the ices melted, and all this disaster you can find in internet. It's a disaster story. Many may say, what is it to us? It is so remote under the ices. It is not, because it is the pollution is in the water, and this water will go with the streams everywhere. So it is a big, big disaster, and they say, the authorities say, in 100 years, when the ices melt more, we will have a big disaster. But they didn't think, when they built this Greenland base, they said it is under the ice, a tunnel, and nobody will find it. But nature found it. So it is a disaster now. And another one, yesterday it was told, because it is many investigations were done there. Sardinia Island is a very sad story also, about the toxic contamination, and some suspicious mortalities among the shepherds and other farmers. And scientifically, it was proved, and it was under trial. Our comrade from Italy knows better than me, but it is a classic example now about public health and the basis. And I can close my speak that Pentagon generates 5 times more toxins than 5 major US chemical companies. This 5 major US chemical companies are polluting the world, but they do more than that harm, military activities. And many people know that, Kyoto Treaty, military activities have been excluded from the scope of the Kyoto Treaty. It is very interesting. And also in Rio Summit, we know that there was something about military activities. There are some Principle 24 and 25 about UN conference about environment and development in Rio, about military and that, but nobody is obeying. So I thank you for your listening, and I finish that as an activist and a teacher, I think I will continue to give examples and continue to talk with young people. Environment is not only environment, and why it is so much polluted, why global warming is going on. We must not forget who are doing this, because sometimes we don't see the picture, as I said in the beginning. This is a very important issue for more cancers, more birth defects, more other children's issues also. So the world is ours, but this is only with struggle, anti-imperialistic struggle. So I thank you all and salute you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuel. And that was absolutely a superb overview of the impact, the environmental and health impact of US and NATO military bases on communities all over the world. And you talked to I suppose, the point of climate change and the acceleration that nuclear and military bases are having on the whole development of climate change. I just read that the US Department of Defense is the largest institutional consumer of oil, spending $17 billion per year, and is the largest landholder with some 800 bases in 70 countries. So that just the spending of monies on oils and gas leading to the acceleration of climate change, and in addition, the impacts you talked about in terms of land use, which is really, really shocking. So for those of you who came in late, we are now on the session of the environmental and health impacts of military bases. Our next speaker is Milan Krajček, who is chairman of the Czech Peace Movement. And Milan is going to tell us now about his work and his view in terms of the health and environmental impacts of the military bases. And I think we really do have such an eclectic group of people from all over the world here in Dublin, in Liberty Hall today. And I think it's really important that there's a short space of time, a short weekend. So I would very much encourage you to get out and network as much as you can, because we need a really strong peace and justice movement globally to really put the charge against military bases. So I very much welcome now to the podium Milan. Thank you very much.
Dear comrades and friends, first of all, I would like to express our thanks to the organizers of this conference, to the Irish Peace and Neutrality Alliance, and to our US friends from the Coalition Against US Foreign Bases. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of our organization, the Czech Peace Movement from the Czech Republic, and I'm glad that I'm here together with my other friends from the Czech Peace Movement, from the NATO Bases Initiative from our country, and also with our Member of European Parliament, Jaromír Kolíček. So coming from the Czech Republic, it means we are coming from the region of the Central and Eastern Europe, the region which is strongly connected with the issue of our conference, the struggle against foreign military bases and against the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. The struggle against US foreign military bases is one of the most important issues of the peace movement today. Foreign bases are a military instrument of imperialism. They are a tool to control natural resources and trade, and they are a threat of aggression and interference against peoples and nations. Seeking to assure its dominance over the world, the US maintains almost 1,000 military bases where it stations hundreds of thousands of soldiers equipped with sophisticated weaponry, warplanes, missiles, and warships. This represents 95% of all foreign military bases in the world, and it includes US bases in every continent and region. It's important to add that besides maintaining military bases across the world, the US imperialism seeks to dominate seas and oceans through the 7 naval fleets, and control also the outer and cybernetic space through the infinity of satellites, spycrafts, radar stations, and communications networks. The NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is the largest military organization in the world. It is imperialism's key military instrument. NATO is an extension of US military power and acts according to its interests. It was founded in 1949, 4 years after the Second World War, and 6 years before the creation of Warsaw Pact. At the beginning of the last decade of the 20th century, the charade about proclaimed defensive character of NATO became even clearer. The disappearance of the Warsaw Pact was not followed by the dissolution of the NATO, but rather by its reinforcement. It is now a superstructure on a planetary scale. It is a powerful military organization under the US domain, gathers 29 member states in North America and Europe, and maintains diverse partnership with dozens of countries in all continents. There is also a need to mark a deep link between NATO and other imperialist international institutions, the European Union. The European Union that declares in the Lisbon Treaty, famous in Ireland, of course, its status as the European pillar of NATO. So, from its founding days, almost 70 years ago, is NATO an offensive military alliance, always ready to intervene. NATO's expansion and provocations are directly responsible for destabilization, tensions, violence, and war. Of course, also in our region. Our country, the Czech Republic, joined NATO almost 20 years ago, in 1999. It happened despite several promises of that time country representatives, without general people's referendum, and against the will of a majority of Czech people. What happened after this NATO enlargement is well known. Just a few days after the Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary joined NATO, the criminal NATO bombing of Yugoslavia started. The Czech Republic, as new NATO member state, was on the side of this barbarian aggression we will commemorate in a few months. During the last 2 decades, Yugoslavia was followed by several other countries, victims of imperialist aggressiveness, supported also by our country as a NATO member state. For instance, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria. We, the Czech Peace Movement, together with other peace, anti-war, and anti-imperialist forces, strongly oppose this policy of war and aggression connected to the NATO, and our struggle still goes on. In our struggle, there was one really important victory I would like to share with you. In 2006, were published first information about secret negotiations between US and Czech governments about the possibility of construction of US military missile base in the Czech Republic, a part of the so-called missile defense system of the USA. It means the system that is being developed by the United States to detect and intercept any type of missile launched from anywhere in the world, includes a network of sensors, space satellites, land and sea radars, land and sea interceptors, interceptor missiles, and communications, command and control network. By being able to intercept any missile, the system ensures, in practice, a monopoly of this type of weaponry to the United States. With this system, US could launch an attack, including nuclear one, against any country in the world, remaining safe from a possible response. So, immediately after the information about secret negotiation between our and US government was published, a huge people's campaign was started against the attempt to build this so-called anti-missile base in our country, consisted mainly a military radar. Our organization, the Czech Peace Movement, was established at that time, as well as our friendly broader NATO Basis Initiative and several other structures. In this campaign, we demanded publication of all the documents of the secret negotiations about the plan to construct this US base. Resolutely, we opposed this plan and asked for a people's referendum on this crucial issue concerning the whole country and all its inhabitants. There have been also demands to organize local referendums on the issue of this base in the municipalities which were potential neighbors of this US military base. Such referendums were organized in some municipalities close to the area of the planning base, where a huge majority of its inhabitants opposed the US military base plan. We organized hundreds of public protests, demonstrations, debates with citizens, and also very successful petition under which hundreds of thousands signatures have been gathered so far. A strong opposition mobilized public opinion in the Czech Republic, where circa 80% of the people refused military base in our country. There were hundreds of reasons for that. Among others, also possible impact of the planned military radar base on environment and health of citizens. For instance, a published report by leading Czech scientists suggested that the rays emitted by the radar base could pose a threat to those traveling in airplanes overhead. In this context, it's important to mention that this base was planned to build just dozens of kilometers from our capital, Prague, in a birdy forest, which nature was already significantly affected by preparatory works of the base construction. Finally, after 3 years of the daily mass struggle against the installation of this US military radar base, we succeed. In 2009, the US administration decided to cancel the plan to build a stationary radar in the Czech Republic as a part of the so-called missile defense system. One of official reasons for this decision was the existence of strong popular anti-base movement supported by overwhelming majority of the population, which created significant pressure on Czech political representation, demanding people's referendum and to stop the building of this base. This was a really important victory of all peace-loving people of the Czech Republic, which were able to refuse imperialist military plans in its country and to save our country till now from any permanent foreign military base. This experience of our successful struggle against attempt to install this US military base is so relevant today. What we reflect now is very dangerous, is a significant increase of the presence of NATO in our region of Central and Eastern Europe. There is today mainly debate about possible construction of huge US military base in Poland, famous Fort Trump, but there already exist many of US bases in our region. And it's not a secret that for increase of its permanent and semi-permanent presence in the former socialist states of Central and Eastern Europe, NATO uses also various military exercises with the presence of dozens of thousands soldiers serving as well as military demonstrations and provocations. There were several military exams, drills during this year, like Sabre Strike or Trident Juncture, which was mentioned yesterday. Most recently, last days in Poland, a huge military drill called Anaconda 2018, also with the presence of thousands of US soldiers. The US propaganda declares that enlarge of the US military presence in our region is to secure our so-called independence, democracy, and freedom. But the reality is very clear. They are there to save mainly its dominance and to prepare new war, a war that we have to stop. We, as a proud member organization of the World Peace Council, we take part in its international campaign, Yes to Peace, No to NATO, and we demand the Czech Republic without foreign military troops to stop the participation of Czech army abroad in various imperialist military missions, for instance in Afghanistan, in Baltics. We oppose the pressure of US imperialism to increase the military budget to 2% of GDP. And generally, we struggle against our country membership in NATO. So our goal is to change Czech foreign policy to be based on independence and peace. Finally, comrades and friends, to conclude, there are two important military tools of imperialism network of foreign military bases, and North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. In our region of former socialist states of the Central and Eastern Europe, we unfortunately have experience with both of them. But on the other hand, we in the Czech Republic have also experienced from our struggle against the attempt to build a US military base in our country, when we were able to confront concretely imperialist plans, and we succeed. This experience is very important today, when we have to fight a new increase of US NATO military presence in our region, and I'm proud I had an opportunity to share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Milan. That was fascinating to hear how the people of the Czech Republic, communities, rose up and the direct action had effect. But a lot more of that has to happen globally. So our next and our last speaker is Mr. Pat Elder from Washington, D.C. And Pat is the coordinating, on the coordinating committee of World Beyond War and director of the National Coalition on Student Privacy. So Pat's going to speak for about 10 minutes. But I just want to say before you come up, Pat, I read a statement this morning. If we are serious about sustainability and peace, we must demilitarize. So Pat, if you'd like to take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I ran for Congress, this last election cycle, and I ran as a Green, representing an area in southern Maryland, south of Washington, D.C., and I garnered 1.3% of the vote. I ran against Steny Hoyer, who is the second in line in the Democratic Party. Steny Hoyer received 71% of the vote. But I was very fortunate to raise $100 a day for 6 months. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. My opponent, Steny Hoyer, raised $100,000 a day for 6 months. Okay? And I mentioned that because, well, in America, we have extremely high levels in which you can contribute to the political process. Okay? So in his career, Steny Hoyer has raised nearly $80 million. Okay? But most of the money that he receives from, well, chemical companies and military companies like Lockheed Martin, for instance, or Raytheon or Northrop Grumman. So that's what we're up against. But hey, I got 1.3%, and I'm going to run again. My God, yeah! So what happened to my PowerPoint here? Am I able to open this? Can you see that? No. I may need some help then here. You got it? Okay. I got it. It's open. Yeah. What? What are you saying?
You must make it enlarged.
Go ahead. So, I'm going to pronounce chemicals. It's a tough thing for me. I'm a political activist, but I've been researching this thoroughly for several years. Perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, are used by the military in flame retardants. PFAS chemicals include PFOA and PFOS. So from now on, I'll just refer to them as PFOA and PFOS. It's no laughing matter. They're killing us. There was a study that was actually produced by the Pentagon earlier this year after tremendous pressure over years and years. They were forced to show their cards. They were forced to show their hand. Now, there are several thousand military bases that are polluted by these compounds. They actually published a report showing 401 and the levels of these compounds in parts per trillion in 401 bases, including 9 overseas and 1 in Belgium. Ludo, did you hear that? Just read that, please. It's a different part of your brain, you know. Instead of talking to death, just look at it. So the stuff is deadly. And it mostly affects women. and it mostly affects women's reproductive health all around the world. These idiots are spraying this stuff on fires that they light, and then they put out the fires with this flame retardant that includes these chemicals. Breaking news. Well, no one connected the dots until the Pentagon report came out. And people began to publish things on Facebook. Well, I had a miscarriage. I had a miscarriage. I had a miscarriage. 300 women on one Facebook page with miscarriages, all having served at, one Navy base or one Air Force base in California, and then Minnesota, and then Florida, and then Michigan, and then Rhode Island, and then New Hampshire, all throughout the United States. Kate Kelly. Kate Kelly was approached by the press after posting something on Facebook. And she said, yeah, you can quote me. Women are rising up. Here's Kate. Kate drank the water. And that last line is a killer. I mean, you wouldn't expect toxic chemical poisoning in the continental United States. I mean, overseas. Now, Kate put two and two together. She figured it was when she was at George Air Base. George Air Base is in Victoryville, California. It's been closed down now for nearly 25 years. But the water's still poisoned in the community. So the people are still drinking the water. So she asked for her medical records. This is all new. This is all within the last few months. This is the United States military at work. They don't want her to know something. Lisa's child was delivered stillborn after full term. Same base. She asked for her medical records and they were expunged. But the key here is not so much that these women were poisoned 25, 30 years ago, but that people are still being poisoned today. Because the limit for human health is set by the EPA at 70 per trillion, 70 parts per trillion. Recent water samples, just in the last couple months, show 5,396 parts per million. Women who drink that water are going to miscarry, they're going to develop uterine cancer, they're going to be to have poisonous breast milk. But the military wasn't counting on Facebook. Now, I got a beef with Facebook with their algorithms, and it's not worth a damn for organizing. I've gotten to that point. But it worked here because people wouldn't have linked up otherwise, right? Look at this woman. She came out of nowhere. She posted something on Facebook, and she went public. They told her, don't get pregnant. She got pregnant. She miscarried. They purged everything, she says. Another woman. She never miscarried. She had 2 children, but her children are having complications, including chromosomal damage to their children. So this is generational stuff. Tracy, 3 miscarriages, full hysterectomy by 28. Her little brother dies of a massive heart attack. 2 kids in their 20s on their street die of a massive heart attack. They drank well water. Well, you can't see the rest of the screen. Maybe we, no. But right now, in this air base, right outside that community, we have 3,300 parts per trillion. It's poisonous water. People are drinking poisonous water. Doesn't it look like a jigsaw puzzle piece, you know, like where you get the top for the, yeah. But this will give you a sense. Once the Pentagon published the report, people started getting blood tests. Jeanne Shaheen is a United States Senator. They tested 1,500 people in New Hampshire, in Portsmouth. And they all had elevated blood lead levels for these deadly chemicals. So she introduced legislation that would simply create a registry to keep track of the women or everybody that's been poisoned. Just in America, mind you. You know, 6 senators had the guts to step forward and advocate for a registry. These guys are beyond contempt. So Trump nominates this guy, Michael Durson. And Durson is an analyst, a researcher with the chemical industry. So he is on record as saying, don't worry about PFOS, come on, relax. And so he is nominated by President Trump to be in charge of the United States government's program to protect the health of people contaminated by PFOS. We're in trouble. They're bastards. Now, these are the bases outside of the United States, and I mentioned that there are 401. And you'll see, for instance, in Diego Garcia, what is it? 5,849 parts per trillion. Women drink that, and they're going to have serious reproductive chromosomal damage today. The water is unsafe to drink in Belgium. It's the only country that we know anything about. The agreements that are struck between the United States government, the United States Department of Defense, and individual European countries and throughout the world don't allow us to have access to this data. You know, all you got to do is test the water. Belgium. Town of Dayton, Ohio has poison water. So they went to the Air Force. Hey, you guys, could you clean it up for us, please? And the Air Force said, no. We don't admit that it's our problem. The deer is poisoned. So, and this is outside of a base that was closed 30 years ago, and deer meat is poisonous. Peterson Air Base outside of, you have to understand that the groundwater they're like little baby rivers under the ground. So when you poison one place, the water travels. And so you could be in a community with well water and you drink the water and you're poisoning yourself. So you have places, for instance, here in Colorado, where the military doesn't even admit it. They're not going to help these folks clean up their water. They basically say it's your problem. Prove it. Prove it that we did it. So there is activism. It's just starting. But here is a Facebook page that explains, some activism where these children had their blood levels checked, and they're in danger. And so remember it. It's an alphabet soup, but just remember PFOS, PFOA, go home, Google it, and see what you can find in your own neighborhood. See if you can, maybe advocate for some water testing adjacent to United States military bases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. It just shows that when the evidence comes to the surface, the story is shocking when it comes to environmental and public health of the military bases around the world. There's a lack of accountability, a lack of responsibility. It really is a very shocking prospect. Thank you to our three speakers. I would like to now open to the floor for some questions. If you are making a statement, if you could make it short and sweet, followed by your question. We have about 10 minutes before lunch. Thank you. And if whoever is asking a question or making a statement, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Piotr. I'm coming from Poland. And I wanted to say great thank you to Milan, who, his work and his comrades gives hope, really, that what can be done, what can be achieved. And, to me, it's really, I feel ashamed because, there is no such thing like is happening in Czech Republic, in Poland, where we are about to open a permanent military base, where we're building the anti-ballistic missile installation. And there is no one really protesting against that. So, I want to say thank you, and hope we could, perhaps start some sort of cooperation and work together to make, create such movement in Poland as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I suppose just one of the purposes of the conference is the networking. So as you see, Milan has presented a very good case. Maybe you can get together afterwards and discuss a strategy that you can bring back to Poland. But I can't encourage you enough to use the short opportunity you have in Liberty Hall to network with each other and get good strategies. Next question.
Hello, excuse me. My name is Elsa Rosbach. I'm American, but living in Germany for over 20 years and representing German organizations here, War Resisters International and ATTACK, and a member also, I am of the Ramstein Committee. I wanted to say this is a brilliant panel because on the one hand, it shows through the environmental a way that we could people could become aware around bases all around the world why they have to rise up against these bases. But also your comment, Milan, or your talk, brought me back. I was in Prague for the founding of the No Bases movement in 2006, and it reminds me of something we have to think very seriously about. The big movements around bases, no bases movements that have been successful or nearly successful have primarily been to stop something that hasn't happened yet. And that was true in Czech, that's also true in Japan, it's true in Korea. We've not seen in Germany any rise up against the existing bases despite all the pollution and all that, and years, I've been involved for years in the German no bases movement. This did not move people. Actually, in the case of Ramstein, though, what moved them was still a chance we could change something. The idea that Ramstein was used as a drone base was new information. It was being discussed in the parliament. The U.S. whistleblowers were being brought in for long things, and that led, at least, maybe it won't keep on, to 2 very large demos. But we have to figure out how to strategize around this. We can't only use as examples the successful or very active movements that are trying to stop something from happening. How can we address the bases where it's been there for years and decades, and how we can mobilize people around that? That's just a strategic question for this movement, I think.
Thank you. Would anyone on the panel like to address that? Pat?
It's a toughie. We need to network. I mean, we need to talk to each other. We need to trade cards. We need to get emails. It would be wonderful to have a master list of email addresses with everybody's name and affiliation. That would be helpful. I've seen conferences sometime where they actually publish the names of the people and their addresses with their consent, so that you go home and you go, who was that lady? My God, she was sharp.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the gentleman here with the orange tie.
Just one sentence. Polychloric and polyfluoric compounds are forbidden worldwide.
Thank you very much. We have a question. Yeah, green shirt, check.
Hi, Lucas Wörl of Berlin, Lawyers Against Nuclear Arms and No to War, No to NATO network. I'm interested in the scientific facts of health and environmental damage around around military bases. So do you have any, or are there, Pat, in your case, are there any scientific studies done that one can promote and that can one rely on in addressing other stakeholders in the area? And then also to all of you, the question, which experience or what experiences do you have in addressing local communities on environmental and health issues around military air bases? Is there input or is there openness by local community governments or community political parliaments and so on, environmental groups? What are your experiences?
Well, for scientific findings, we have to use longitudinal studies, as you know, and compare with the local normal so-called populations. I'm ashamed, I'm sorry, for example, in that aspect, military bases, we have big military bases also, we don't have any research, as far as I know, because I search a lot. But these United States cases are very important for us to use in the community, because this is proven, it is not only claim. Because we know that if there's chemical compounds, that can be cancer or birth defects or something else. But you have to prove it. And Department of Defense of United States and also National Health Institute declares, you can find in academic journals and in internet maybe, you can reach all these findings, and this is for sure. So we can use U.S. own findings all over the world, I think. I'm not sure about Okinawa. Maybe they have done some research. I don't know. Yes, I know the France comrades here. Maybe they would like to tell something. In Sardinia case, it is complicated as far as I know, because there's the military bases, and afterwards the mining companies and industry came to this island. So it is a complex case, but still there is scientific findings about this. It is important also, we can use. I think if we have a network on health and military bases, we need it, and we can inform each other. On the other hand, about the forbidden chemical things, in developing countries, still they are using it. It is like the case of DDT. It was forbidden many decades ago, but you can still find it. It's something like that. Pardon? US is not developing country. No, in US, okay. But but we don't know in our countries what they are using. It is only the firefighting materials we are talking now. It is found, but there are many, many, many other chemicals also.
Okay, we're going to have two more questions. We have a lady here and gentleman there, and then I'm going to have to close the session to allow you to go and have some sustenance, some food.
My name is Sigyn Meder, and I come from Sweden together with 3 other Swedish friends, representing a group for No to NATO and Iraq Solidarity Association, which you can find a page in the program with our address. And we are very happy to be here and find it's a historical meeting. It's really important and such a lot of knowledge. And the question of environment is very important. It's a very important question for us, one of the important questions in Iraq Association. We have Iraq Solidarity Association. So I want to add to the terrible destruction of environment, at least to mention the burn pits. The US bases burnt all kind of chemicals, all kind of waste, medicines and so on, really poisonous, toxic things in Afghanistan and Iraq, all through the occupation. And it has also been dealt with. And when I think about these things, I want to say one word. We cannot accept impunity. We must do a lot of things against this impunity. They have to be the war accused as the war criminals they are. And then I want to talk about uranium weapons, and if you have anything to say, because if we take Iraq, Fallujah, Basra, Baghdad, but especially Fallujah, attacked in 2004 twice and destroyed to 70%, and the US used uranium weapons. And the babies are born with birth defects, the most horrible birth defects. The doctors are saying to women, you shouldn't have, I cannot continue. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, well, I cannot continue. It's more to say, but please, if you have interesting facts, or you have our address in the program here.
Thank you. The last question is here. This gentleman with here just. This is our last question. Once again, there's the question of sharing knowledge, sharing information is coming up every single time. So really important to network. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Now, it's been a revelation for me coming here today to an extent. I was pretty much aware of the problems, but I wasn't aware of the extent of the problems that we're facing. But one of the things I can't understand, what makes people so evil that they would bring out, that they would develop weapons, chemicals, that would are destroying the planet and destroying the human race, and not just the human race. And that's I want to get to that question, because there's an elephant in this room that's not being addressed. And that elephant is called capitalism. If there wasn't bloody profit in all this, they wouldn't be developing. You wouldn't have wars. Now, I want to ask my distinguished people here, answer the question, why are you not addressing that bloody question? You're talking about everything else but the cause, which is capitalism.
Okay. Can I just say this session is specifically on environmental and health issues, and I totally take your point. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But if we just put it to the panel, if anyone would like to answer that, and then we take the break.
You want to give it a shot? Yeah, we agree. We agree. I would like to make one more point, though. In terms of the science here, and in terms of the extent of what you might expect in your own backyard, you know, we have these status of force agreements, and so we don't know, you know, what's going on in Germany, for instance, Ramstein Air Base. You can only imagine how horrible it really is. But there's an article I wrote with David Swanson, and it's called How War Pollutes the Potomac River. How War Pollutes the Potomac River. And we have an environmental protection agency in the United States of America, and they have documented all of the pollutants that are in the Potomac River. I think there are 80. Several of them are absolutely deadly poison. We buried depleted uranium 20 miles south of Washington along the Potomac River. And if we do that there, you can only imagine what it's like. So look at that article. You can see the links to the EPA sites. Some of them have been taken down by the Trump administration, but some have been saved on other sites. So check that out.
I'll finish with the last statement by Martin Luther King Jr. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. So I would ask you to network, to communicate, to get as much and use this opportunity to share information. And then, without a doubt, you will all go back to your countries, and we here in Ireland will work with you to try to create an environment where we demilitarized and we create a healthy and a better environment for humanity and all species on this planet. Thank you very much. And thank you to the panel. Thank you.
We are waiting for our other speakers, Paula, Miriam. Okay, before we start, we have a number of announcements here. The first one, Margaret.
Thank you. Just quickly, there are quite a few people from the Green Party here, and if you are able to, we'd like to congregate up here during the next break and just get a quick photo in front of the conference banner.
Go ahead.
Thank you for giving me a few moments, the word. There was no time enough to announce what I have to say during the last session on the environment. So I'll be very short. On the 8th of November 2018, quite recent, a new resolution was adopted by 140 countries within the first committee of the UN General Assembly on the effects of the use of armament and ammunition containing depleted uranium, which is strongly linked to the environment and the human health, of course. Only 4 states, US, UK, France, and Israel, still remain the only states to oppose this resolution. So affected states, in the resolution is noted that affected states face barriers, so well technical and financial, to implement post-conflict remediation measures to meet international standards for radioactive waste management for locations, infrastructure, and material contaminated by arms and ammunition containing depleted uranium. The resolution invites member states that have used armament and ammunition containing depleted uranium in armed conflicts to provide the relevant authorities of affected states upon request with information as detailed as possible about the location of the area of use and amounts of use, within the objective of facilitating the assessment and clearance of such areas, which is very important for the local population. Very important in the resolution is that was adopted by 140 countries that UNEP, the UN Environmental Programme, says in a report to the Secretary General on the subject of depleted uranium weapons that the major scientific uncertainties persist regarding the long-term environmental impact of depleted uranium, particularly within respect to the long-term groundwater contamination. And UNEP calls for precautionary approach to the use of these weapons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick thing, after this afternoon session, people can go and have a meal afterwards, but I just want to remind you that the bar will be open afterwards, and there will be Irish traditional music here as well. So it'll be a good night's crack, and anybody is more than welcome to come along and enjoy themselves. Secondly, there's 2 documents produced by PANA. Many of you have got already, but if you haven't, please try and do so. And the last point, which is aimed to anybody here from Ireland, the PANA AGM is on the 1st of December, and if anybody would like to attend, please contact me.
Thank you, Roger. Before we start the panel, just one other exception. Our friend Mara from Sebra, Brazil, gave up her time because the time was so packed last night. So I'm giving her a few minutes to say the words that she wanted to say last night in a brief way. Thank you.
Thank you, Barman, for that. And I'll just say just a few words of what I had prepared before, just to to say how much we appreciate the effort that everybody put on the organization of this conference, and to express my honor to be representing the Brazilian Center for Solidarity with the Peoples and Struggle for Peace here. As members of the World Peace Council, we have been dedicated to many activities and campaigns against the military bases, foreign military bases, and we are honored to be joining this initiative also of a global campaign against US and NATO military bases. These bases are threatening peoples all over the world, and they are presented as part of a policy of deterrence that is so cynically promoted by the main imperialist powers as components of their defense and security policies. NATO member states, and especially the US, are themselves putting humankind and the world at the brink of a disaster by militarizing the planet and international relations per se. So I just want to remind you, and as my comrades from Latin America will certainly do, that these threats are felt all over the planet, and in Latin America we have been denouncing how these military bases are spread and historically have been part of this strategy of trying to control the region and to install regimes that are subservient to the United States, especially. Just to emphasize also the challenges that we've been facing in Brazil right now, as you may have accompanied the elections, and before that the coup d'état in 2016 that overthrew a legitimate president. We had been part for some years already of an attempt of a new regional policy that would build a region that could call itself the zone of peace, as we've been remembering that only in 2014, only 4 years ago, the community of Latin American and Caribbean states declared Latin America and the Caribbean a zone of peace, and this was a huge step for us. But now we have in Brazil and in other countries very reactionary and conservative governments, and in our case a neo-fascist character already being a very destructive force in the country. He's not even the president yet, and he's already showing what kind of government he's going to bring the country after all this period of hope that we had. So we know that this kind of regimes are in place for a reason, and that they are more than happy to serve the imperialist plans for regions such as Latin America and others, as we have been denouncing. So thank you again for the opportunity, and thank you for the effort of all of us to be here and to build this campaign together, and thank you again.
Two more brief things for our cultural evening tonight. We are lining up a few very good videos from Italy, Jeju Island, and Okinawa at the beginning after dinner. So please come. You will see a few interesting videos about what the struggles that are going on in those places. Secondly, I wanted to put a request to all of our speakers to please, if you have a written text of your speech, please give us a copy of it. So we want to collect all of them and, if possibly, publish them if we have enough material. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce to you now my dear friend and comrade, James Jordan. He is a co-coordinator of Alliance for Global Justice in the United States, and also a member of coordinating committee of the Coalition Against Foreign Military Bases. based in the United States. James.
It's appropriate we convene this panel here in Ireland, given the long history of solidarity with Latin American freedom struggles against empire given by the Irish people. William Lampert of Wexford was executed in 1659 because he fought for the abolition of slavery and the freedom of Mexico. A son of Ireland, Bernardo O'Higgins led the Chilean independence movement. And I must tip my hat to the St. Patrick's Battalion, who deserted the U.S. Army when they invaded Mexican territory to rob it in the 1840s, and joined with their Mexican comrades to fight the empire. And finally, I would be remiss not to mention Ireland's Colombian Three men who were jailed in a U.S.-funded prison in Bogota for the crime of studying Colombia's struggle for peace and liberation. There was a time in Latin America when the movement against foreign military bases was in the ascendancy, but now we're in a time of setbacks. The governments in Brazil, Argentina, Peru, and Honduras have all turned over territory for new U.S. bases. Colombia, 7 such bases, has officially become the very face of NATO in Latin America, and has even sent troops to Yemen, Afghanistan, and Western Africa. But permanent U.S. bases are not the only component of empire's infrastructure. Large exercises to deploy temporary mobile bases are justified as preparations for humanitarian disaster interventions, but we know what they're really for. They are rehearsals for regime change in Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Bolivia. The reactivation of a 4th naval fleet is yet another component. The militarized border is a new kind of base, imposing martial law and domestic occupation in my country of the United States, and clearly directed toward our southern neighbors. As we speak, there are 5,000 troops sent to allegedly defend against a caravan of desperate refugees displaced by neoliberal U.S. policies. But let me proclaim clearly, empire, your days are numbered. Choc fi arla, nuestro día vendrá, our day will come. I'd like now to introduce Silvio Platero, president of MOPAS, the Cuban Movement for Peace and Sovereignty, and part of the executive committee of the World Peace Council. Without doubt, he is the person here most experienced in this movement against foreign military bases, having organized many similar conferences in Cuba. In fact, it was at the 2015 conference where the seeds were planted for this effort. Silvio?
Muy buenas tardes.
To you all. What I'm going to say to you now is the position of the Movement for Peace and Sovereignty of the peoples in our country. And I'm going to share with you the assessment carried out in the continental meetings where we evaluate regularly the situation of the foreign military bases. The American forces have the highest amount of troops and military installations outside their borders. We have recent data from February this year, 2018, which show that the American troops in active military duty is of more than 1,400,000 army officers. We're talking about men and women that have been deployed abroad in around 150 countries. If we take as well into account the diplomatic personnel, military and combat personnel. Some are talking about 1,000 bases. Yesterday they were saying that there could be around 1,000 bases. Others mentioned 800. Pentagon talks about 884 military bases in 42 countries. Sorry, 150 countries, but most of the forces of wide range are in 42 countries. And in order to do things properly, and we think about it, if these figures that we have now are real figures or approximate figures, we have taken into account the following. They say that in Germany it has 191 bases, 122 in Japan, 100 in Italy, but they're talking about 113, and in South Korea, 83. So where are the rest of the army bases? Where is the bulk of the bases? We need to be clear in the military political circles of the United States. From the last few years, the language has been changed. Now, they call the military bases under different terms. So they have different names for their bases abroad, with the goal to decrease the social movement that are trying to reject them and the peace movements that are against them. Very often they don't feel that they are the target of their activism, but they're trying to change the opinions among the population, among the masses. The politicians and the military officers in America say that in South America and the Caribbean, they have only one military base, one large military base, which is Guantanamo, because it's so well known. It was created 115 years ago, and this military base has helped imposing dictatorships in Latin America. The attack of Playa Girón was linked to having Guantanamo base. They took the Dominican Republic. They have intervened in many different coups d'etat in Latin America and as well in the Caribbean. The 82 Division and Grenade or Panama, all these things came to a certain point, or the bulk of the troops came from Guantanamo. I would like to detail some information concerning the military presence of the region. We have here my colleague from Argentina and Colombia, and they are going to share with us their specific cases, because there are new things happening in Colombia, and we should be aware of them, which brings us back to the reality of these 7 alleged bases that, according to us, is 9 bases in Colombia. And what is happening, the politico-military situation that is being created around Venezuela and Cuba as well. Because once, as it is said in a document that has been leaked, once they get rid of the lefty political systems or progressive political systems in Latin America, like what happened in Argentina and Brazil, and this high treason of Ecuador, these are steps that are added to their gain, but they're not final. They're only partial gains. So then they say, after we finish with all that, we have to get rid of Cuba, the revolutionary Cuba, the socialist Cuba. 60 years resisting the blockade, resisting invasions, leaks, infiltrations, and many other mechanisms used by the intelligentsia systems. And we are still there. 60 years this year. We have been there, still there. I know this has to do with the general guidelines clearly reflected in a very recent document which has been declassified from the South Commander, which is called a Strategy of the Operation Theater, Military Operations 2017-2021, in which report it is said that the United States and the region share a whole wide of common interests. In 2016, the American trade with the Central and South of America was beyond $200 million. And 18% of the Latin American citizens have Hispanic roots, and they live in the United States. So currently, there's 27.3 million Latin American people, which is a clear vote for those that vote to defend them. So these are kind of political gains, political purposes. All these demographic data are giving shape to the future of the United States. These economic, cultural, and strategic factors reinforce the deep links of these states and the rest of the region. Very often, political analysts, people from the academy, the internationalists, so-called internationalists, say that the United States, at a certain moment in time, didn't pay attention to the backyard, Latin America and the Caribbean. This is not true. The United States has always had an interest on its backyard. In the same report, it is said as a principle that they have to be ready with the illicit networks, if required. This is the camouflage around all the information when they talk about illicit transregional and transnational networks, the natural disasters, and the outbreak of infectious diseases, which become worse due to poverty and the lack of possibility to rule due to instability. So this is the problem of the countries, but who's creating that? Look at Haiti after hurricanes and huge earthquakes, had no housing, no dwelling, nothing. So they went to Haiti and they planted a huge hospital with a lot of propaganda, a lot of publicity, and CNN, the TV channel, was there supporting all that propaganda. And you could see the Marines, crafts attending the citizens from Haiti. Cuba had 250 physicians and added 100 more. They're still there. These are the doctors that are still in Haiti. The American ship was there for a week and they left. This is the reality of what is happening there. It is said in the report, these challenges will be tackled through a network of networks operated by the South Commando, together with the United States agencies and the allies in different operations, combining diplomacy, defense development, and other modes of intervention. In this network, we'll have agencies and a network from all the governments of the United States, the network of allied nations, and as well members of the civil society, between inverted commas, from the academia, from the private sector, and from the think tanks, which are the ones that do political analysis. The effort of the campaign, the plans, this kind of the military operation theater, will be focused, among other things, in developing a higher capability to face different contingencies. So in 72 hours, any situation can be under control. And if it's required, we need to be ready to carry out on our own, without political cooperation, our initiatives, without waiting for the cooperation support. And then here we have NATO through Colombia, in the first country of South America where we see how NATO is starting to emerge. What does it mean, Comrades, I don't want to linger much more. I'm going to give you the document so it can be published. It has a lot of maps and digital support covering many issues. But what happens is the following. We have this coalition now that and many things are going to be very clear. From yesterday, we have heard things that are very powerful, things that catch our attention, because we know that there were some military bases in Italy, but we didn't know the reality, the extent of it, not even in the council. We didn't know the amount of bases that they have in Italy. In Latin America, officially there are 76 military bases. But some members of the academia, some researchers from left position like Attilio Baron, which say it could be from 90 to 100. In May next year, we are going to hold a 6th seminar, and our comrade here was mentioning it before, against the foreign military bases, against Guantanamo. We are going to devote 2.5 days to analyze an in-depth analysis of all the information that the different delegations can share. We have one experience with our comrades from Okinawa. They took part in the last seminar. Our comrades from Okinawa are bitterly suffering a very high amount of military bases. They have no land now to grow their crops and to produce food. So they came with images, with pictures, with evidence of what military bases mean. So please, comrades, friends, we are delighted to be here to take a part in this meeting, the setting up of the World Coalition Against Military Bases. So we have to give it life and permanence and studies, as the panel we had before on this, from the scientific evidence. In our humble opinion, this is the way to work against the military bases. Thank you very much.
Nuestra próxima presentadora va a estar Miriam Parada Avila. Ella es la dirigente y fundador de la Fundación Escuela de Paz Colombia, y más es una sindicalista en el país más peligroso en el mundo ser una sindicalista. Bienvenido.
It's the place where it's most dangerous to be a trade unionist. So welcome, Miriam.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I want to begin by saying that it's an honor to be here. It is a learning curve. As Silvio and other colleagues said, there are things we still don't know the scope of. We don't know how many military bases are there in the world, for example. I will start by talking about the peace in Colombia. During 2006, after a great 4-year-long effort and dialogues between the FARC and the Colombian government, the peace agreement was signed. The Colombian people were full of hope. We were really happy with this achievement, in spite of all the difficulties, in spite of all the sabotage. But we were really surprised when the year after President Santos put it to the people of Colombia, the approval of the agreement. And here we have to talk about the role of the media. They satanized and vilified the agreements. I must also mention the role of the Christian churches, which vilified this agreement. They made the people feel shameful and embarrassed and angry towards those agreements. They managed, for those who were not at the center of the war, to vote no for the agreement, to vote against the agreement. Those who were in the middle of the war did want the agreement. It's a paradox. But our country continues building peace. We take all the opportunities we can. We scream no more war and yes to life. We do not want more selective murders. We do not want these murders which have happened, 365 of them after the peace agreement. But we know there are many more, but the media will not talk about them. We demand the right to life, the respect towards human rights. Colombian people continues to be mobilized for the right to education, to health. They want solutions for the problems that we have in the country. The government has not been listening to us. They have not been providing the services. They have not been paying attention to their obligations, to their duties. The Colombian government does not want to accept that there is paramilitary people in our country. There are paramilitaries and they will not admit it. They will not acknowledge it. We do not understand how we can sign a peace agreement and at the same time we try to negotiate with NATO behind everyone's backs. The road ahead is very uncertain, but maybe not as certain, because in the middle of all this difficult situation, the Colombian people are mobilizing students, trade unionists, social organizations. Even though their leaders are persecuted and murdered, they continue to fight for peace. So we want to denounce that here, the systematic murder of social leaders. And I want all the peace organizations to pronounce themselves against that, so that we can build true peace with social justice and equality in our country.
Ahora voy a tratar de...
I will now try to contextualize and give you the background to the 7, quote-unquote, as our colleagues said, there are 9 military bases in our country. It all starts with Plan Colombia in 2009. It is supposed to be humanitarian aid for the country, for eradicating drugs, and it was signed by Álvaro Uribe's government with President Barack Obama in 2009. And they have planted 7 military bases as a result in our land, in our country. We had a PowerPoint presentation, but we leave it with the organizers. I'm going to talk about each one of those bases. Palanqueros, for example, is an air base in Caldas. It has a land strip of 3,500 meters and is the biggest stronghold, military stronghold in Latin America. It is important because it has a rapid deployment approach. Acai, in the department of Meta, another one. It has ramps, land strips similar to those of Palanquero, has great strategic value. It is there for controlling the area of the Amazon and the Orinoco basins. Barranquilla, in the Department of the Atlantic, has hangares to protect combat planes. Bahia Malaga in the Pacific coast, Cartagena, a naval base in the Caribbean coast. Third parties and intelligence agents from Israel are based there, for example. In Sangar, a training base, and along with Paranquero and Apiay, they have a protective circle around Bogota, the capital of the country. Tres Esquinas in the Amazon region between Caquetá and Putumayo has avant-garde technology for collecting intelligence with satellites. C-27 Arion P3 are some of the last generation planes. There's a school for special rural forces in Barrancon, in Guambiare, where command groups of special forces of Yankees elites operate. They're connected to Fort Benning, where School of the Americas is based, or part of it, and also the long-distance patrols are also based there, and they work together with British and Israeli forces. A professor from the University of Bogota, who is part of the Historic Commission for Victims and the Conflict, describes Colombia as a protector of the United States, as a servant of the United States. In 2009, it was established that the United States would establish 7 bases through an agreement in the territory of Colombia. In a newspaper, I read the headline, "Military bases in Colombia point towards Venezuela." And that's the strategy, to corral the progressive governments who are in the way of the empire. Arauca, Tres Esquinas, Pueblita, Motelicia, and Florencia. They're all military bases of the United States in Colombia. And they are creating a strategic arc in the case of a possible intervention in the Venezuelan state, or Venezuelan territory. The objective will be to military intervene in Venezuela, overthrow Nicolás Maduro, and frustrate Bolivarian revolution with the social changes that come with it. They will have assault troops from North America based in Reina Sofía de Aruba, which is a base, and in Torrey de Curazao, and the operations center will be based in Palmerola in Honduras, the biggest foreign facility in that territory. The intervention plan against Venezuela is contained in a long document of South Command of the United States. Is called Operation Venezuela Freedom 2. It is subscribed by the Almirante Curti.
Volviendo un poco atrás para entrar en el tema de la OTAN.
In order to talk about NATO, we must remember that in 2013, the former President Santos initiated the dialogue to become a member of NATO. It is said that it is only to exchange information, but it's not specified. What type of information is not specified? The Congress of the Republic supports that in 2014, but the General Prosecutor asks for the General Court to clarify what kind of information is going to be exchanged. In 2015, the Constitutional Court stops it. In spite of that, the 31st of May this year, it is signed in Brussels, an agreement that makes Colombia a global member of the NATO. So very well-designed plans and very cleverly executed behind the people of Colombia, of course, behind the backs of the people of Colombia. I have to point out the importance of the role of the media. All those things are not talked about in the media. In trade unions, social organizations, we do talk about it. They are the people who try to follow what's happening in the country, to monitor it. We live in a country which is invaded. It's under invasion, a country full of military bases, scattered all around the base with a high number of North American military and civil North American people. During the development of Plan Colombia and since the bases are there, our people, our women, our children have been victims of the most abhorrent rapes, attacks, child prostitution. What's going to happen to our country? Now it is considered the Israel of South America. Embarrassing, shameful. But I love my country because I know there are brave people in it, because I know there are people who are thinking of building peace, not only for us as a country, but for the whole world. Thank you very much.
Decimos muchas veces que Colombia.
We say very often that Colombia is so important. It's so important that the peace in Colombia means peace in the world. There's another very important country now, which is Argentina. Recently has gone back to the right. But it's good to have fighters like Paola Renata Gallo Peláez. She's here, and she is going to fight this trend, and she's going to keep fighting for peace, justice, and freedom. Paola, she's a leader of the Movement for Peace, Serenity, and Solidarity of the People, Mumpazo, in Argentina. So we are very interested in hearing what she has to say to us. Dear brothers and sisters, fighters for the peace in the world, thank you for inviting Mopasol to be here and represent the southern cone of South America in this first conference against UNAIDS and NATO military bases. To start with, we would like to thank the Irish people for their solidarity towards our peoples that are striving to have freedom, sovereignty, decolonization, and peace. I want to remind you all today, especially, I want to remember those Irish people, men and women from Ireland, that took part in the independence process in our America, together with Bolivar and San Martin. I would like to remember today Tom O'Ryan, who was the Dean of San Martin, and he helping liberate Chile and Peru. Francis Burden O'Connor, he was high officer in the Bolivar campaigns in Peru and Bolivia. And I would like to remember them, the well-known and thousands of invisible but essential Irish men and women, as the Cuban poet says, Silvia Rodriguez, that embraced our cause, our revolutionary cause. Thank you. Our eternal thanks to all of them. These histories of solidarity are witnesses of the deep ties between our peoples in order to achieve a better world without colonialism that we still are trying to achieve in the conference. Thank you, and count with us. We are living interesting times and difficult times as well. There's a new world order now in motion. The world is under transformation, very rapid transformation, and is becoming a place that we do not know. It's a world in which the water is going to be depleted and the non-renewable natural resources, a world which is in conflict for its hegemony, as we see the trade war that the United States is waging with China. These are the two main actors of this kind of trade war. And facing this conflict, the United States is openly reivindicating towards Latin America, the Monroe Doctrine. And we have seen that in official declarations of the last two Secretaries of State, Rex Tillerson and Mike Pompeo. The first one, he is a member of the Epson Petro Company from 2006 to 2016. And the second, he's ex-CIA director. The 21st century saw Latin America in 2002 as a result of liberalism from the 90s, with 220 million poor people. That's what we saw in the 21st century. But in the first decade of the 21st century, according data from the World Bank, in 2013, Latin America, with the governments, which were supposed to be populist and corrupt, they made it possible to have 100 million people moving out of poverty. But these popular governments try to do more. They built spaces for Latin American unity in which sovereignty and peace would be the leitmotif of the unity. After the heroic scream of no to the free trade agreement, the Alliance for the Free Trade in the Americas, in the fourth summit in Mar del Plata in Argentina in 2005, the empire deployed all the counter-offensive, intensifying the psychological warfare, mediatic warfare, judicial warfare, trying to delegitimize the men and women that were leaders in Latin America. The coup d'etat, new type, they're called soft coup d'etat, trying to put an end to the experiences of these popular governments for good. Coup d'etat in Honduras, in Paraguay, in Brazil. At the same time, there has been a deployment of military bases from the United States in the whole of the continent, using humanitarian, scientific research, and cooperation and support against drug trafficking as an excuse for the setting up of the bases. The occupation force of NATO, with the United States leading them, have deployed a terror force never seen before in the history of humankind in order to guarantee their supremacy over all these things that are necessary or required for this security of the United States and their allies. Their influence is not only military. They control and they try to achieve a dominion of a global spectrum, trying to sow not only in our territory, but also in our minds, in our hearts, in our bodies. They're trying to infiltrate the most lethal weapon known to mankind. It's the atomic bomb in human minds, the cultural neo-colonialism. And this is making our people voting against their interests with a collective suicide when they're electing right-wing fascist governments and giving legitimacy to the NATO military occupation and the occupation of the United States in our territories. There's a war that is being fought in our minds under the control of American military people. So we hear their voices. The Admiral Curti, he is the current commander of the South Command. In February this year, he said in front of the Congress of the United States the scenarios planned for the continent, the goals and the strategies. And he said, unquote, in terms of geographic promiscuity, trade, migration, and culture, there's no other part in the world that has a higher impact on the life of the United States than Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. This is a war declaration, a declaration of war. Stefan Banasch, army officer and analyst from the United States, said recently when he was explaining the strategy of the moral coup that the empire wants to give to the popular processes in Latin America, and quote, in order to achieve a mobilization from the population in trying to achieve the goals that we want, we have to be able to communicate successfully what is right and what is wrong. What is right and what is wrong. We have to be able to generate imbalance, individual imbalance and social imbalance. We need to try to bias the minds of the adversary through the spreading ambiguity to attack and to mislead people, which will create a massive distraction. And this distraction will be physical and non-physical. The goal of virtual war is nothing else but the social control. We have to conquer the enemy without having to wage a war. Charles Dunlap, North American General, Pentagon advisor. The concept of lawfare was generated by Charles Dunlap, which is a tactic to use the law as a means to achieve a military goal. It means transforming legal codes, turning them into bullets. The lawfare is less lethal, is more economical, but very often, in many instances, is more efficient than just planned military actions. The principles come from trying to give legality to what is exceptional, to what is harassment and prosecution. Is alien to a democratic system because it's used as a substitute of the democratic system. This system chooses who is going to take part in the system and who is not, who is going to be excluded and who's going to be inside. It's promoting media character assassination through legal means. A legal sentence is not important. What does matter is the path that has been taken. It may seem innocent. Maybe that person is going to be innocent. But the investigation, the pressing charges have to be on the media, has to be the highlight of all the mass media in order to delegitimize someone. And the link of the leader with the more disadvantaged social movements. This is where we have to invest the most. This is where we have to invest the most. We have to communicate more, and we have to invest in communications and in social media. I would like to highlight something concerning what I have just said, because what we want to promote and propose to you all, the MOPASOL, is trying to work in this field, in the field of communications and social media. Argentina has subscribed military agreements signed since Mauricio Macri and the alliance government reached power. And these agreements have been signed with the United States, Israel, and United Kingdom. These three agreements are very serious. But no doubt, the one that we are more ashamed of is the agreement signed with the United Kingdom. It cannot be even acknowledged because it's an agreement which coordinates military alliances with the occupying force, because Argentina has a territory in the Malvin Islands and the South Sandwich and Georgia Islands, which have been occupied since the Falkland Islands. You want to know the agreements, the terms of the agreement with the United States, with Israel, and the detailed agreement of the United Kingdom, I can leave them here. We wrote a report in my movement, so I can move on to other subjects. I won't be taking more time, so you can have a read at the agreements. In Argentina, since Mauricio Macri arrived in government, we had only the NATO military base in the Falkland Islands in the South Atlantic. But now we have 2 more bases, which has been acknowledged by the government itself. So we are talking about 76 military bases, and our colleague, our comrade Telma Lusani from Opasol has mentioned in a book called Territories Under Surveillance, and you can find it in ebook. So there are 2 more. These 2 more bases can be added to that long list that was already published. The first base is in the province of Misiones. Misiones has the Guarani water supply. It's the water reservoir. It's one of the most important water reservoirs of the world. 3rd place, thanks to its ability to recharge. There's a task force there to tackle drug trafficking. But we know very well, we in America, that when someone says fight against drug trafficking in the United States, what it brings is violence, killings, and massive violations of human rights. And now, at the gates of the United States, it has brought thousands and thousands of immigrants that are desperate, and they're trying to find a better place that they can call home. The other base is in the province of Neuquén. Neuquén, only recently, in that provincia was found gas and oil resources in a place called Vaca Muerta. So now Argentina has become very important in terms of a geopolitical interest because of this gas and oil found there. And it's not by chance that at the same time as the base was established, and in the social media, the province government in Neuquén was showing pictures of the officers of the South Commander talking about the great investment. This base is very close by Vaca Muerta, and as well is very close to the airport in Neuquén. It has no landing strip. They don't need a landing strip anymore because they have governments that are supporting them. Yeah, and I'll finish now. So we have bases on the sea, world reserve, and on the water. So we have bases when we have water supply, which are world supplies, and oil and gas, world supplies as well. And then we have another base on the south, which is very important. In South Atlantic is the ocean where there's more food and energy, because the other oceans have already been depleted, which means that it's highly important for humankind. It's essential. The occupiers of our islands are selling licenses to have pirate ships that will be robbing our resources. We have to protect humankind. This sea is a reservoir of food and energy, and it has to be maintained properly. We have to consume the resources in a proper way, because the future of the food supply worldwide is in the South Atlantic. And that's what is important, the future of the Antarctica. We could be spending days and days talking about it, because it's very important. It's the Pandora's box of the future of humankind. I would like to finish, and I'm not going to read my presentation because you can read it yourselves. It's going to be at your disposal. I would like to finish with a thought, and it's our big concern as activists trying to achieve peace. What we are trying to do here now is defending the world that we are going to leave to our children. And most of the time, our children are spending all their time in the internet. Internet is changing our mind, and we don't know to what extent the debates trying to achieve a better world should be in the internet. We need to be there. We need to be in the social media, and we need to debate there. We need to fight our cultural battle in the internet, in the web. We, I mean, world's population that are still dreaming and wakes up every day trying to fight for a better world to make it possible. We have not entered in the web spaces. We should be there, and it's urgent to be in the web world. So we want to propose to help us. We want to ask you to help us with two initiatives. First one, to create a school for peace. We need to train the trainers that are going to be train the minds of people, the teachers. The teachers want to talk about peace, but they don't know how. They need to have tools. This is a very important concept, but it's not very clear. Our civilization has never spoken about peace. We need to teach our teachers. We need to teach them how to talk about peace. Secondly, we need to set up a communications commando. That's urgent. That's a very pressing need. And we are the ones that are dreaming with the peace for the world. And we are the ones that have to get working with our hands, our minds, and our hands. Thank you very much. Something else before leaving. In our movement for peace, sovereignty, and solidarity among peoples in Argentina, we are carrying out a campaign to make the 9th of August the International Day of the Crimes committed by United States against humankind. We have chosen that date, 9th of August, to remember this horrible day in which, in Japan, the atomic bomb was dropped. We want you to take part in the campaign. The T-shirt has the color of the T-shirts that inmates in Guantanamo, people in jail there. So please join us in our campaign. Help us set up this day as a day for the fighters for peace. Thank you very much.
Okay, antes de empezar las preguntas.
Before we move on to the questions, I want to invite the representative of the Movement for Peace in the region of the Caribbean to give us a solidarity message.
Oh, okay, gracias.
Greetings, comrades. Greetings, conference. It's good to be back in Liberty Hall. I was here some years ago with my trade union, the RMT, from London. I was asked by the Caribbean comrades to read out a solidarity message as they were unable to attend. And you'll have to forgive me. I'm not normally a reader of speech. I speak from the heart, and I hope I do this justice. It is an honor for me to represent the Caribbean Peace Movement at this very important conference aimed at building a global movement to close all US and NATO bases worldwide. The organization was formed in October 2017 in Bridgetown, Barbados, when the first Caribbean Peace Conference was held, involving participants from several organizations in the region. Our members in Barbados were the conveners and Landmark Conference, and the Landmark Conference, which was a brainchild of the World Peace Council. The Bridgetown Declaration, which emerged, expressed our unequivocal denouncement of foreign military base and nuclear weapons while addressing other specters and concern within our region. We are deeply concerned about the ominous proliferation of military base globally. As Senor Platola of the Cuban Peace Council indicated in 2017, there are now 1,000 foreign military bases worldwide, with 850 belonging to the US. We take special note of the growth of AFRICOM. Under the former President Barack Obama, the first black president of the USA. We also take note of the fascist posturing of President Trump as he proclaimed his idea of US nationalism, which has been rejected, I hope, by the world community. We also take note of the fact that the surrounding Latin America and the Caribbean alone, there are 74, and I know there is probably some discrepancy about how many exactly, but there are 74 military bases, 13 of which encircle the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela, a sovereign nation which has been threatened with regime change by both Obama and Trump. Guatemala base in Cuba is illegally occupied by US military base against the will of the Cuban people. 3 military bases are a threat to the self-determination of a nation they surround, as they facilitate destabilization, and we've heard about that, of targeted country, speedy intervention in their internal affair, and provide covert for the infiltration of covert intelligence agency under various guise. We have many examples of how this US militarization and covert activity in the region has historically been used to penetrate intervention in countries in the region, namely Cuba, Haiti, Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Grenada. And in addition to overt and covert intervention from the military base, various political and economic destabilization strategy to undermine progressive and revolutionary government. The blockade against Cuba and the economic sanction against Venezuela are examples of this strategy. We must continue to denounce them as active aggression against sovereign states that have the right and to self-determination. We must demand a lifting of the blockade against Cuba, in keeping with the sentiment expressed recently by 189 countries with 2 against, and I don't think I need to give credence to the 2 against, in a vote at the United Nations Assembly. We must be watchful as the refreshing IMF program sneaks in its stronghold around the economies of countries in our region, masquerading as a benevolent and innocuous friend and surveyor, which no longer dictates condition. Who would believe that? We fully support the call for a complete withdrawal of all foreign military bases worldwide. We also fully support the declaration of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States of our region as a peace zone. We share in the anxiety of all nations as conflict between nuclear powers governments have the world constantly teetering on the brink of nuclear war. Nuclear disarmament is an urgent priority if we are to save the planet and shape the new peaceful world that is possible. The billions of dollars which are being spent on warfare must be directed to care of the planet, the peaceful development of humanity, and the protection of our environment. We look forward to a successful conference and to play our part in achievement of the plan and objective that we have agreed on. Comrade, if I might add, on behalf of my trade union, the RMT, we bring you solidarity greeting also, and a success to this conference. And things that I've heard today, especially about Plan Colombia and how it is being developed, are things that my union will be very interested in, and we will be trying to make sure that we give as much support and a part to this. Viva the resistance against nuclear weapon, military base, and NATO. Success, comrade. Viva!
Thank you. Yes, the 2 of you. Bauman, where are you? Well, I'm just going. I think we're a little over time. So maybe how many minutes for questions? We have allowed 30 minutes, but 30? How many did we have? 30 minutes. Oh wow! Great. I thought we were going to have to cut it shorter than that. Great. Okay, well, let's begin. Let's open the floor now to questions. Who's going to be first? Okay. And then, go ahead. Cassia over there is raising her hand.
Thank you. I'm Sean Edwards. I'm a member of the Venezuela Ireland Network. I would like to ask you, how do you assess the political, economical, and media onslaught on Venezuela perpetrated by the United States, and let's not forget, by the European Union as well?
Okay. And directing the question to the panel?
Yes,
okay.
Please. Yeah.
Would you like to, all of you, including yourself, who would like to take the question, or would you like to respond?
So I can speak a little bit more about Venezuela. I was there during a few years. Since the electoral victory of Chavez, North American imperialism has disagreed with his way of thinking. He was trying to take his people forward, away from poverty and from backwardness. Hugo Chavez died, as you know. His illness killed him very quickly. And under very suspicious circumstances, according to some Venezuelans. The doctors who looked after him were from our country, and they did all they could, but it was impossible to keep him alive. He died. Hugo Chávez's thinking is the thinking of a patriot, Bolivarian military person. Of course, he was influenced by the need that his people had. A need to overcome loads of problems like extreme poverty, the lack of respect for human rights, and all the different issues that were very clear to him. He was the son of rural teachers, impoverished teachers, and he managed to move on in the world by joining the armed forces. He was a prominent pupil of Bolivar. He was a Bolivarian. Different measures were deepening into the process in benefit of the population. As this happened, the oligarchy obviously was hurt, and it became a collaborator of the United States, the Venezuelan oligarchy. Hugo Chavez won 16 consecutive elections. Imperialism and the media accused Venezuela of a lack of democracy. They say it's a dictatorship, but it's the country that has the most elections in its lifetime in the area. They have 22 elections have taken place in that country. Governors, presidents, presidents of the National Assembly. They've only lost the elections twice. One, it was a referendum, and one in the National Assembly. All the other ones, they won. Those 22 elections won. But that army of which Hugo Chavez was part was being transformed. Armies have problems and they have traitors. But the army that defends the Bolivarian process, the Chavista process, is an army which is aware of its people, is close to its people. That kind of support that the government have from the population is not something the United States like. So they started a media war years ago, practically since the presidency of Hugo Chavez started. They told him he was a communist. He was not a communist. He was saying that he was under Fidel's wing. He wasn't. They said that he was... Most people accused him of being a populist. He was a populist insofar as he consulted everything with the people. Is that populism? I wish all democracies, at least in Latin America, did that. The media war against Venezuela has been generalized. There are countries in Asia, Middle East, Europe, who do not know what a democratic government is. They don't know what Venezuela is. Everything is selected, everything is consulted, everyone participates. People take part in all decision making in the country. And for them, for the empire, that's a dictatorship. So the governments of the United States fight this. The person who hurt Venezuela most was not Trump, actually, it was Obama. But Obama never shouted about it. He didn't say all these things. 3 ambassadors. We had 3 ambassadors during the time of Obama because they were conspiring. 2 of them had to be sacked because they conspired. And then the petrol prices went down, they plummeted, and Venezuela extracted 3,500,000 barrels per day. Venezuela is at the center of all discord. It has the biggest oil reserves in the world. It is not Saudi Arabia, it's Venezuela who has them. United States companies say that in the Orinoco petrol belt had no petrol. This before Chavez, the previous governments. During those previous governments, the state said that there was no petrol there. But Hugo Chavez researched, and it turned out to be a great deposit, huge deposit of oil. And it has huge gas deposits. It has huge mineral deposits, very sophisticated minerals useful for new technologies. It has 1 million square kilometers, 335 municipalities and 23 states, and 27 million inhabitants. Colombia is a little bit larger than Venezuela. It has over 1 million square kilometers, but the army of Colombia has 500,000 people. Venezuela has 125,000 people in the army. Venezuela has to get ready for Colombia because they don't have the experience that we have in Cuba as regards having to face the United States. If there's any war, it's never going to be the United States who put the manpower. It's always going to be the allies. If there's an invasion, it will be other people. And it is very probable that there might be an invasion because they've tried everything. They tried to paralyze the country. They boycott the petrol export, the oil wells. They tried everything in Venezuela. The commodities for the population has been diverted as well. So they've tried everything with the great transnationals to subject and subdue Venezuela. Venezuela has not done agricultural reform, but what they've done is the areas that were not in use or the land of people who left the country have been used, shared, and they set up communal socialist farms. There are thousands of them in Venezuela. That's the Venezuela that no one knows abroad because it's never spoken about. They never talk about those successes. There were 3.5 million illiterate people in Venezuela. There are none now. There were no medical health services, primary health services. Cuba has helped Venezuela, providing them with 23,000 doctors, helped them graduate. Cuba had 35,000 doctors giving services to the people, health services to the people of Venezuela. Not now, because now Venezuela has its own doctors. They have their own teachers, they have their own professors, they have the necessary professionals, they have their leaders in the communities. There are a number of things that are never spoken about abroad. Why do the media not show that? Because they're not interested. It's not in their interest to do so. That's a bad example for the media. And it's like Cuba. Cuba's a bad example for the imperialist powers. So it's the same. The situation is different, but very similar in Venezuela in that regard. 1st of January 1959, revolution in Cuba. The big landowners left Cuba because they were all under the wing of the dictator who left on the 21st of December at midnight. And the great oligarchy and the high classes left. Not so in Venezuela. They're still there. They live there. They're bothering the revolution, and they're the enemy. The enemy of the Bolivarian revolution. I don't know if I've answered to your question there.
Dos cosas importantes.
Two important things still on Venezuela. There is something that it will be never forgiven to Venezuela, and they will have to pay. And if it's required, they will have to pay with an invasion. And it is the following. Back in 2005, something happened. It was the most important thing that happened after the independence. After our independence 200 years ago, the most important event for our America. In Argentina, Mar del Plata, 2005, it was said no to the free trade alliances. And who were the three people organized that? Of course, with Fidel always supporting it and guiding. Chavez, Nestor, and Lula. Chavez paid it with his life. Nestor paid it with his life. Lula paid it with his freedom. He lost his freedom. Someone that was in government in America, I was talking to her recently, and she was criticizing Venezuela, and she was saying, how come you still defend Venezuela? They are corrupt, they are useless. Look at Uruguay. No one's criticizing Pepe there. He's coherent with what we are defending. And I said the following, do not forget that Uruguay is not Venezuela. And when I say Uruguay is not Venezuela, is that it hasn't got the most important oil fields in the world. Uruguay is not the one that said to the empire, free trade alliance, we don't want it, and go, because this is ours, and we are going to live the way we want to live, and we are going to fight for our own interests. And this only happened in Venezuela, in Argentina, Lula, Nestor, and Chavez, and they all paid it with their lives and their freedom. Help us defend Venezuela. Venezuela needs us. If Venezuela falls, we are all fucked up. All of us, all the Americans that are here, we are all fucked up if Venezuela falls. It's the buffer to prevent the empire to enter. We are going to defend Venezuela despite their mistakes, and they do make mistakes every day, despite their flaws, but we are there. We are their brothers and sisters saying, you are wrong, you are making a mistake, you are doing this right, thank you for your solidarity. We are going to be with you. We are going to support you till the end. Victory forever.
To add really quickly that if you want to If you go to AFGJ, AllianceForGlobalJustice.org, you'll find one of the best sources of information about Venezuela in the English language. And another good source comes out of Vancouver. It's called The Fire This Time, and very much recommended if you want to get a contradiction to the lies coming out of the corporate media in English. Okay.
Hello. My name is Cassia. I'm from Miami, Florida. And before I start, I just wanted to say, mi español no es muy bueno, pero estoy tan
Very
feliz
good.
para...
But I'm so happy to be here today in the event with all of you. And you are my brothers and sisters in the fight, in arms. So thank you. Thank you and solidarity. And now I'm going to move on to English because my Spanish is not very good.
My name is Cassia. Like I said, I'm with POWER, that's People's Opposition to War, Imperialism, and Racism. I'm based in Miami. I'm also with UNAC, United National Anti-War Coalition, and I'm also a member of Freedom Road Socialist Organization. As I said, I'm based in Miami, and those of you who know anything about Miami will know it is not the most conducive place to be organizing against war and imperialism and racism. Mainly because that's the hub for the most right-wing reactionary elements of the world, and in particular of Latin America. But I wanted to point out our organization has been able to, for the last 6 years, organize in Doral, which, by the way, Doral is a city in Miami, which is known as Little Venezuela, and those are the people who were all celebrating in the night when they heard that Chavez had died. So we're able to organize in Doral, which is where U.S. Southern Command is, also known as Southcom. We're able to organize the largest protest against the U.S. base in Guantanamo every year. Every year we've gotten, upwards of 150 to 250 people out to U.S. Southcom, which is quite literally in the middle of nowhere in Doral, Florida. And it's been quite an honor to have some of the people who are here. Actually, people have come from London, people have come from California, people have come from Chicago to come to this protest every year. And I want to sort of extend an invitation to anybody who's here for our next protest that we will have in the coming year, and that goes to the panelists as well and anybody who's involved in Cuba solidarity activism in the United States and elsewhere. Southcom, those of you who know anything about Southcom, which is every single person in this room, knows that this is the place, this is the capital, this is the hub where the United States engineers a lot of the destabilization campaigns and military actions throughout South America. So it's a very sort of important and symbolic place, and when we talk about organizing in the belly of the beast, Southcom is very much the heart of the beast when it comes to U.S. intervention in Latin America. So for anybody interested in organizing at Southcom and putting on events or panels, I encourage you to perhaps come seek us out over here. And I also wanted to say Southcom is the reason for the refugee crisis going on right now in Central America, the caravan that's making its way towards the United States, which are calling for asylum. I also encourage people, not only in the United States, but throughout the world, to call for President Trump to remove the troops from the border, to grant asylum for all of those seeking asylum, and to get his obnoxiously militarized hands off of South America for good. So for any groups who are interested in organizing such things, maybe we can all come together, since, as has been said, this conference is here for all of us to meet and mingle and talk, so perhaps we can all get together and try to organize things around Southcom and call for the final closure of the bases. Thanks.
Okay, more questions or comments?
Mi pregunta a los representantes de América.
My question is addressed to the representative of Latin America. We are living in Brazil, and we have witnessed a very important role played by the evangelical churches. I guess this happened not only in Brazil, I guess this happens in Cuba and in other countries. Is this a fact? Thank you.
More questions, comments? Oh, okay.
The issue of churches is not all the churches. It is so-called evangelical churches, which are breaking the wrapping, the theoretical wrapping, according to which church didn't get involved in politics. This is not new, though. The evangelical churches, Christian evangelical Pentecostal churches, for the last 25 years, more or less. I'm not an expert on the issue, but I know something about it. Just by chance, I've been studying, I've been doing some research. So about 25 years ago, they started to increase their fundamentalism approach in Latin America. But this is deeply linked to a tour back in the 60s, 64, 65, a tour of a leader of the summit from the United States, worried about the influx of the liberation theology, especially in Brazil and in the southern part, southern tip. The liberation theology was given the chance and the umbrella of the church to have the church for the poor. And the land was going to be worked by the poorest of the poor. The land was going to be given to the poor. The terms land reform didn't exist. It was called the pastoral of the land. And then there was this movement, which was the MLCT, the Movimiento Sin Tierra, the movement for those that have no land, the movement for the ones that have no land, and this theological practice within the Catholic Church was very worrying for the North American. And this theological practice was transferred well among some of the Protestant churches. So we have the Protestant churches, which are very different from the evangelical ones. We are not talking about Martin Luther, we are talking about something else. And this type of church was the one that started changing and was following the rules of the North American special services. There was a pastor from a North American church, or in case that the pastor goes abroad, he has to brief the intelligence services. They have to be told about what he's doing, how are things. That's a political assessment. Not even in North America they know that. People living in the United States are not aware of that. And this exists, this type of mechanisms, which has changed the honest, what every human being chooses as a church, and it has become fundamentalism, fundamentalistic church. The North American Methodist Church in 2012 drafted a report, which was the 12 fundamental goals of a church. Is the fundamental documental paper. And these are the Republican ideology. today's Republican ideology. And this is what we see in the fundamentalism. Fundamentalism is not the Arabs. I'm talking about social science research. I'm not making this up. Yeah, because we have to take into account that what really happens, that fundamentalism has deeply infiltrated these churches. In Brazil, for instance, there's a church founded by someone, by an individual, that has missions abroad. From Brazil, this type of church is exported from Brazil. By the way, the current president in Brazil, recently elected, very poorly elected recently, he's member of this church, a fundamentalist church. And this fundamentalism is politicized because we have fundamentalism that is closed, that doesn't open to politics. This one is different. It said we have to change things. And I like the liberation theology that we had in the 60s. They have programmed something different, the theology of prosperity, the so-called theology of prosperity, which is the one that shapes the vision of progress. You can become rich, the propaganda, you can have a car, BMW, you can have a TV where you want. This is the theology of prosperity. And the religious growth is happening in Latin America, in Cuba as well. We have as well this type of fundamentalism in Cuba. And this is the one that has generated this kind of being ill at ease in the society. And do you think this happens just by chance because it was just kind of something from the Holy Spirit? No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't the Holy Spirit intervention. That was done intentionally. But ourselves, Cubans, very often, we go beyond that. We have received from all sides. Everything has been tried against us, everything to destroy us. And sometimes we may see things beyond what there is. Or maybe they're not that bad. But in this case, concerning the evangelical churches, I must say that this is what's happening. A few years ago, in 2005, there was a research carried out. There were 42 members of the parliament that were members of the evangelical church. We had as well Pentecostal evangelical governors, and then we had the avalanche. We had someone that was going to be a candidate for the presidency in Costa Rica, someone that was trying to become president, and he was Pentecostalist. So we see how it has become political. The religious creeds are becoming more and more political. And this is prevailing among the poorest of the populations. And this is what is happening in Latin America. The only way to fight against that is working with the population and serving the needs of the population. So I don't know whether I have answered your comments. Fluvio?
Well, thank you. Gracias a todas y todos. Thank you to everyone. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this fine panel, and we'll take a break. About how many minutes? Let's give it 10 minutes. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll see y'all back here in just a little bit. Thank you.
going to go Hiroshi first, and then
This is
Tarak.
not Hiroshi, actually.
No,
It's Inaba. Please come in. Hello. Let's start the panel. Dear friends, we are 45 minutes behind schedule. Okay, we are starting our Pivot to Asia, Asia Pacific panel. An unexpected change in our schedule happened. Hiroji Yamashiro, which we very much expected to be here and excited to have him here, unfortunately, due to some medical problem that developed prior to his flight, was banned from flying by his doctor. So Hiroshi Inaba, who is also working with our friend Hiroji, who was also planning to come with Hiroji, is in fact replacing him and reading his speech for us here today. At the same time, the text, actually, he is speaking in Japanese, and our friend Rachel will be translating it to English, and the booth will translate the English into Spanish. So that's the complication we have. So bear with us if something is not going smoothly, but I'm sure it will. So I would like to introduce to you Annette Brownlee, who is the chairperson of the Independent and Peaceful Australia Network, IPAN, and she has agreed to chair our meeting. I don't think you need any additional explanation or definition because it's all in your book about Annette. Thank you, Annette.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, an honour to be here amongst some of the world's most active peace and anti-war activists. How special it is. So we've heard much about the activities of Europe, America, South America, and in this panel we'll be turning a focus on the Pacific that America thinks that it has the right to continue to rule, but other people and other peoples from different countries have different ideas about that, including Australia, the country that I come from. So we are about to hear from Hiroshi Inaba. Hiroshi joined the Okinawan Peace Movement 4 years ago, he tells me. He is the director of the Okinawa Peace Support in Japan, and he has been very active in the protests in Okinawa, in fact, in sharing some of the police harassment and charges being laid against him by the Japanese police with Hiroji. So I'll welcome him to the podium.
Is this one?
Hello. こんにちは。My name is Hiroshi, come from Okinawa, Henoko, in Japan. My English is not good enough to speak, so I speak in Japanese. Okay? 実は、私は英語で、スピーチしたかったんですが、というのは私もロンドンに4年ほどいまして、英語を勉強してたんですが、その後に中国、ドイツと長く働いたもんですから、すっかり、私の頭脳のキャパシティからですね、英語がすっかり抜けてましてですね、もう今は英語のスピーチは全く自信がありません。
Although I wanted to make speech today in English, because I was in London for 4 years studying English, but after that I had to go to China and Germany, so I'm not confident enough to make a speech in English today.
今日は本当はですね、プログラムにあるように、山城宏さん、我々のリーダーなんですが、来てですね、スピーチすることになってました。しかし、5日ほど前にですね、急に胸の具合が悪くなりまして、医者に行ったところ、ドクターストップがかかりました。
So actually, here we are supposed to have Hiroji Yamashiro, but about 5 days ago there was some kind of difficulty with his heart, so his doctor told him not to go.
それで山城さんから今日のスピーチの原稿を預かってますから、これを私が代読します。
So I'm going to read his speech on his behalf.
彼も英語が全くできません。はい。International Conference Against US NATO Military Base にご参加の皆様、こんにちは。
Hello, everyone.
沖縄の山城宏と申します。
My name is Hiroshi Yamashiro from Okinawa.
沖縄は日本の最先端に位置し、多くの島々からなる地域です。
Okinawa is in the southernmost area of Japan and consists of many islands.
第二次世界大戦末期の1945年に日米両軍の戦場となり、多くの人命が犠牲となった戦場の島として知られています。
It was the site of the bloodiest, most decisive battle for the Japanese and the U.S. military at the last stage of World War II, 1945, with heavy civilian casualties.
占領軍となった米軍はその後もずっと居座り続け、今なお広大な軍事基地を保持し続けています。
During the U.S. military occupation of Okinawa, they built huge bases and have never left.
極東最大の空軍基地と言われる嘉手納飛行場や弾薬庫をはじめ、海兵隊の普天間飛行場、また広大な実弾砲弾演習場などが沖縄本島を中心に張り巡らされています。
The main island of Okinawa is overwhelmed by major military facilities, such as the U.S. Air Force Kadena Air Base, which is called the largest base in the Far East, ammunition storage areas, Marine Corps Air Station Hutenma, and huge live fire shooting ranges.
しかもなお、海兵隊普天間基地が古く使い勝手が悪くなったということで、新たな飛行場建設を行おうとして、住民の大きな反対運動を引き起こしています。
Citing the deterioration of the Futenma Air Station facility, U.S. forces announced plans to build a new airfield despite the fierce opposition from the people of Okinawa.
この海兵隊の新基地建設に関して、地元の県知事として反対の声を上げ続けた尾長武氏は、基地建設を強引に進める日本政府との困難な交渉の矢面で病を発症して急逝しました。
Takeshi Onaga, the former governor of Okinawa, stood up against the new base plan, but became seriously ill in the midst of tough dispute with the central government, which is aggressively pushing the plan ahead. Unfortunately, he succumbed to his illness in August.
これは今年の8月です。住民は今、日本政府に対して堂々と物申しを続けた真に偉大な政治指導者を失った悲しみと、ひたすら米軍に追従し、全く住民意思を顧みない日本政府へ、激しい怒りで包まれています。
Due to the fact of his illness and death, the people of Okinawa agree stricken by the loss of their truly great political leader, who was never afraid of speaking up against the central government. At the same time, they are outraged that the government chooses to follow the U.S. rather than respecting Okinawans' decision.
しかしながら県民は尾長氏の意思を継ぐ新しいリーダーを新知事に選出しました。日本政府が全面的に支援する候補者に打ち勝っての当選でした。
Overcoming the loss, however, the people in Okinawa elected a new governor who inherited Mr. Onaga's will, defeating the opponent backed by the central government.
これから政府に追随しない新知事を選出した沖縄に、日本政府はこれまで以上に厳しい対応をしてくることが予想されます。
It is fully expected that the Japanese government will intensify oppression against Okinawa more than ever with a new governor who will never compromise with them.
県知事の要請には一切耳を貸さず、新基地建設現場となっている米海兵隊基地のゲート前で座り込みを続ける住民に対して、数百名規模の警察機動隊を送りつけて弾圧排除してくるでしょう。怪我人や逮捕者が続出しそうです。
I can imagine that the Japanese government won't listen to the request of the new governor at all. And against the sit-in protesters at the gate of U.S. Marine Corps Camp Schwab, the government could send hundreds of riot police to remove them. We must see a lot of them injured or arrested.
このように極度に緊張する沖縄から、本日世界中から米軍基地の存在と米国の戦争に反対する仲間が一堂に会し、国際的な連帯を強めるための国際組織を立ち上げ、その会議に出席することができて、また発言の機会も賜り、これほど嬉しく光栄に思うことはありません。
I am so honored to be invited from Okinawa, which is under extreme pressure, and to be given a chance to speak at this global conference where friends from all over the world gather with the intention of opposing the global presence of U.S. military bases and wars waged by the U.S. and the NATO allies, establishing a global coalition calling for international unity.
私たちにも声をかけていただいた関係者の皆様に心からお礼を申し上げます。
I express my sincere appreciation to the people who made our visit possible.
また私は一昨年2016年10月反対運動の最中に逮捕され、丸5ヶ月もの間、拘置所や留置所に勾留され続けました。
2 years ago, in October 2016, I was arrested during a non-violent protest action and was detained for a full 5 months. The district court found me guilty and gave a sentence of 2 years in prison with hard labor with 3 years suspended sentence.
裁判で2年の懲役刑3年の執行猶予を言い渡され、現在も現在控訴審で無罪を争って裁判を続けています。
Well, currently we are continuing to fight in the appeals court to overturn this decision, claiming that we are not guilty.
今回ダブリンに来た稲葉さんもその仲間です。 共に裁判を戦っている力強い同志です。
Hiroshi Inaba, who is himself, who is visiting Dublin with me, is my, actually he was not able to come, but is my co-defendant and a trustworthy comrade.
私たちが勾留中、また釈放され、裁判闘争に入ってからも、米国をはじめ、世界各地の皆様から温かい激励をいただき、本当にありがたく、感謝に絶えないところであります。
We thank you very much for the warm support extended to us during our detention and our legal fight after our release. The support from the US and all around the world encouraged and empowered us a lot.
そのお礼を申し上げる機会をいただき、本当に嬉しく思っています。皆様、本当にありがとうございました。
I am so fortunate to have a chance to express our appreciation directly. Thank you so much.
まだあります。米軍基地やあるいは日本の軍隊、自衛隊の基地拡張やその戦争策動に反対して、運動することは大変な困難を伴いますが、これからも皆様と連携を深めて、運動に励んでいく決意でいることを申し上げて、本日はこの会議に参加したことのお礼と沖縄現地からの報告とさせていただきました。
We faced extraordinary difficulties and challenges in our movement to oppose the expansion of the bases of the U.S. military, along with the self-defense forces of Japan's schemes for a potential war. However, we are determined to keep fighting in solidarity with you and to keep strengthening our connections. Thank you again for making my participation possible and giving me this opportunity to report from Okinawa.
軍事基地のない、戦争のない平和な世界の創造のために共に頑張っていきましょう。ありがとうございました。
Let's strive together to create a peaceful world without military bases and war. Thank you very much.
沖縄は今非常に大変な状況になっています。
I'd like to add something a little bit more. Currently, the situation in Okinawa is very serious.
沖縄の県知事の選挙があって、圧倒的な票差で、我々が支えた知事が誕生しました。
There was a gubernatorial election recently, and our supporting person won the election with a huge margin.
しかし、日本の安倍政権は沖縄の民意を全く無視し、先週から工事を再開しています。
However, against our collecting will, we Okinawans, the government of Japan, the Abe administration has resumed the construction again this past week.
基地ができる沖縄の大浦湾は世界でも有数な生物の多様性に富んだ海です。
The planned construction site, Oura Bay, is very well known for its beautiful, pristine water and a diverse marine biodiversity.
大浦湾には5400以上の生物が存在して、そのうちの262種類は絶滅危惧種です。この中にはジュゴンも含まれています。
Actually, there are more than 5,400 species there, including 262 endangered species. Among them is a dugong.
その海を埋め立てることに対して、いろいろな世界中のいろんな団体、自然保護の団体やらから反対する声明が多く出されています。
So in order to express their opposition against this land reclamation, we received so many supporting opinions and letters from various environmental protection groups across the world.
今月から埋め立てが始まる予定でしたが、先月起こった台風で港が少し壊れ、船で運ぶことができなくなりました。
Actually, we are supposed to have a restarting of the land reclamation from this month. Fortunately, there was a huge typhoon hit Okinawa, especially the port that they were supposed to use. So in order to reconstruct the port, we still haven't experiencing the resume of the land reclamation.
しかし来年からはおそらく埋め立てが始まると思います。
That being said, actual land filling will start from next year. That's what we guess.
ですから皆さんの支援が必要です。沖縄は遠いですからなかなか沖縄に行くことはできないかもしれませんけれども、今日はたくさん資料を準備してきました。ぜひそれをですね見ていただいて沖縄のことを少しでも知っていただきたいということで私ども来てます。
So we desperately need your support in order not to start the land reclamation. Although Okinawa is pretty far away from where you are, somehow please give us your support. And in order to raise awareness of Okinawan issues, we brought so many brochures and handouts over here. So please feel free to bring them back to your homeland and talk about our issues with your friends and comrades.
沖縄は日本の領土の 0.6% です。そこに、日本にある米軍基地の 70% が集中しています。
Okinawa is actually 0.6% of Japan's landmass, whereas they've been holding more than 70% of U.S. military bases in Japan.
まさに基地の島です。そのために、米軍軍用機の騒音だとか、先ほどのケミカルの問題もあります。それから米軍による殺人、レイプ、強盗、もうあらゆることが起こっています。
So you can say that Okinawa itself is already one huge fort that comes along with all the difficulties and issues that U.S. military bases can bring. For example, noises, chemical issues, those toxic chemicals being thrown out and released by U.S. military bases, as well as heinous crimes such as rapes and murders done by U.S. military personnel.
先週も米軍機が沖縄に落ちました。小さな島のすぐ近くに落ちました。これに対して日本の警察は何もできません。
Even last week, there was a crashing of a U.S. military aircraft for which Japanese police authority was not able to do anything.
私たちは沖縄の人はとにかく第二次世界大戦の時に4人に1人が戦争で亡くなりました。
One out of 4 Okinawans perished during the time of World War II when Okinawa became actual battlefield.
ですから米軍の新しい基地ができるということは本当に誰もが反対しています。
Because of this harsh history, Okinawan people are totally against building more new U.S. bases in their land.
しかし日本の安倍政権はそういう声も聞かずにですね、もう一方的に独裁的にですね、沖縄を潰しにかかっています。
However, the current Abe administration has been unilaterally doing their own well and pushing forward the construction of the U.S. military bases.
しかし私たちは負けません。今日ここに来てですね、多くの皆さんとお会いできて、世界中の人たちと連帯をすればですね、私は必ず基地は止められると思っています。
But we will never lose this fight. Together with your support and solidarity, I believe that we can definitely win this game.
世界のどこにも基地はいりません。頑張っていきましょう。
Nowhere in the world needs U.S. military bases. Let's get together, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's fantastic to hear from people who are so determined that they will tolerate and expect to get locked up for their protests. We in Australia have been very fortunate to have speakers come to our conferences from Okinawa and Japan and also from Jeju Island. So we see that it's very important to be showing solidarity with our regional peoples. So now, next up, we have Tarak Kof. I've lost my introduction over here. Tarak's a long-time member of the Veterans for Peace in the United States. How powerful an organisation is that? People who've had the experience of being at the battlefront and having to go through that horror to stand up for peace in the aftermath of it. He was discharged from the US Army in 1962, a member of the Veterans for Peace National Board, and he's also on the executive committee of the Coalition Against US Military Bases. After Tarak speaks, I will be giving a short presentation on the perspectives on the militarisation of the Southeast Asian and Pacific region from an Australian perspective. Welcome, Tarak.
Hello, brothers and sisters and comrades. I love that word, comrades, which we are. I'm thinking about something that our keynote speaker said, Sister Comrade Guevara, and she said, we have to listen to Indian voices. We have to listen to indigenous voices. And I found that to be so true. We are here not just representing ourselves, not just representing the organizations that we're part of, but we're representing a collective voice and a collective aspiration for humanity to rid itself of this oppressive force, this oppressive capitalist force. I hope that person notes that I said that, because we see that as the root cause of the problem. The greed and the capitalism, and this has been going on for a long time. This is not just new, but it's been going on for a long time and it's just started. So we're representing the people of this planet, we're representing the people, we're representing the life forms of this planet, the four-leggeds and the winged creatures who cannot speak, but we're speaking for them because they're disappearing so fast, and one of the main reasons that they're disappearing is because of the U.S. military. There is no such thing as global warming without the U.S. military. This is the major cause of U.S. military, of global warming. In many respects, you heard what Pat was saying and other people about the pollution, how much toxic substances they, leave on the earth and in the earth and destroying the water. But it's more than that. It's the wars. It's, well, you know something that hasn't been said today? We've talked about the 800 military bases all around the world. Well, it happens to be 400 military bases in the United States. The United States is an occupied country, and they have been occupied for many years. Been occupied for 400 or 500 years now. And those bases are polluting huge areas around them, constantly polluting and spewing toxic substances all over. And not to mention the live fire exercises that we have. But anyway, we're here, we're representing people from Jeju Island, people from Okinawa, the women from South Korea, the Candlelight Revolution, which was incredible, and not the least, the Native American population in my country, the country that drops bombs all over the place. I have had the good fortune to be in Okinawa with veterans delegations 4 times now. And we have been there in solidarity with the Okinawan people. We've been carried off by the Japanese police. You know, they don't use Okinawan police to carry the people off because the Okinawan police don't want to do that. So they import them from the mainland, and they carry the people off when the people are trying to block these trucks that are ruining the bay. And if you've ever been there and you've seen this bay, Hinoko Bay, it's pristine, it's beautiful. And besides everything else, you think to yourself, how can anyone think about destroying this? How is this possible? But this is the way they think, because the people that are in the global elite think of one thing first. They think of profit, and they think of power, and they think of global domination. And the United States thinks of dominating the entire world, and they're still trying to do that, even though it's a failed experiment, and it will fail, and it must fail, and it's up to all of us to make it fail. So we have gone to Okinawa to stand with the Okinawan people, and we've used our voices as U.S. military veterans who have turned against what we were once part of. And I think that's significant, because those of us who have gone there, and some of us who have gone there, I was a paratrooper, but we've gone with some Marines who were stationed there. And for them now to say, hey, this was wrong, what we did was wrong, and it is wrong, and we've got to stop it. We've got to stop it so that humanity can survive, because we don't have that much time left. We don't have that much time left to avert the specter of nuclear war and the specter of global warming. The clock is ticking, so to speak. So it's very important what we do, and that we also follow the lead of indigenous people. Kamara Kavera mentioned the the Indian people, indigenous people, because they have a wisdom and they have a connection with the earth that white European society especially has to a large degree lost. And when I went to Jeju Island, and when I went to Standing Rock, and when I went to Okinawa, I saw that connection was alive. There was a love for the earth. There was a love for the life of the earth. There was a respect for it. They understood that the earth was not something to be used and exploited as a commodity. They understood that it was the very source of life. And we have to understand this. They have a wisdom that we have to get. We all have to get, and if we don't get that wisdom, we are not going to make it. Regardless of how great our politics are, regardless of how revolutionary we are, we have to get that we have to get that wisdom of life. You know, I hope I'm making sense, because, that makes sense to me. But I'm supposed to talk about the Asia pivot, so I can't read that. I mean, it's great stuff, but I can't, it's a little beyond me. So I have a few notes. I don't like to read from notes. I'd rather just speak from my heart, but I think I should read a few notes here. So we talk about the Asia pivot. So what is it? First of all, what is it not? It is definitely has nothing to do with democracy, freedom, or security, as U.S. propaganda would claim. It's directly counter to those terms. Anything about defense or security, it's just a lie. What are you defending against? And how are you defending it? You're defending it with weapons that kill people, that kill children. And we have killed millions of children in the United States, all over. We've killed millions of people. We've displaced people. You have right now people coming up from Central America to the border because we have destabilized their governments, because we have corrupted the ruling powers in their country, and the people are suffering, and they have no food, and they're being killed, they're being oppressed, and the United States is responsible for this. So this is happening all over, and what's the answer? What's Trump's answer? That idiot. What is his answer? His answer is to send troops to the border. Send troops to the border. It's like, what are you protecting against? These are people who are marching 1,000 miles because they have no food, because their lives are being destroyed in their own country because of the United States, directly because of the United States. And you're going to send troops, and Trump says he hopes they won't have to shoot. So this is the answer. This is the only answer that the ruling oligarchs have to control things, is violence. And back to the Asia pivot, if you want a simple answer, it's big bucks. It's money for the Air Force and the Navy. and in terms of missile defense, aircraft carriers, submarines, fighter jets, new bombers, and that in itself translates into profits for Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, Boeing, all these big weapons manufacturers. It translates into profits. So it's money that's coming out of the pockets of the U.S. taxpayers and going directly into these big corporations. And the small percentage of people are just getting richer and richer, and we get poorer and poorer, and the world gets poorer and poorer. So this was also, it was also an effort to develop a doctrine for a possible military confrontation with China. Now, I don't think China is going to attack anyone, and the people in Okinawa, who are only 500 miles from China, do not want to be a target. Neither do the people in Jeju Island, who are only 300 miles from Okinawa. They do not want to be made a target, and that is exactly what's happening. As the previous speaker said, Okinawa has been occupied for 70 years now, 73 years it is. And that, I just want to tell you what that is. That's, right now it's 30 U.S. bases on an island half the size of Long Island. Long Island is not big. If you're not from the States, it's small anyway. I don't know how to describe it. But it's not a big place. And you have 25,000 troops. You have all these planes. It's basically totally occupied. It's totally, the whole thing is a military base of the U.S. And you have 70% of the Okinawan people who do not want the military there anymore. They've been there for 70 years. They have suffered rapes. They have suffered plane crashes. They have suffered the despoiling of their land. They have lost their land. Farmers have been driven off their land so they could make military bases. And of course, the pollution from the military bases, the toxic effects of the military bases. So that's what they're dealing with. And I think what I really want to get to is we need victories. We really need victories, and we've heard of a few victories that have happened in resisting U.S. imperialism and the bases. And we have a possibility for a victory in Okinawa. We have a real possibility there because the people have been resisting this base in Honoko every day. There are hundreds, sometimes thousands of people blocking the base, slowing up the construction. This is a real possibility. And when internationals go there and also lend their voices to this, it gives the people of Okinawa the inspiration to keep going. And we, in turn, get tremendous inspiration from their resistance. You know, this is daily resistance every day. They are there with putting their bodies on the line. And that's a lesson that we learned from them. And we saw the kind of solidarity they have. So when we go to places, when we take veterans peace teams to places like Jeju, Standing Rock, Okinawa, and other places, we start to form a bond of solidarity that we have to form around the world. And that's what we all have to do. We're here together. We're here in solidarity. We have to be in solidarity. We all have individual causes, but there is one major cause, and that is closing these bases, which is a step towards the demilitarization of the entire planet. So I don't know what else I have to say. I'm just really thrilled to be here. Some of the speakers have said it all, and we've been witness to some incredible emotion and some incredible information that's been conveyed to us. But I thank you all for being here, and let's continue to struggle. Let's continue the solidarity. Let's have the unity, the solidarity, and the struggle, and let's stop that base at Okinawa. Thank you.
As Tarak said, this is all about solidarity and building knowledge, but also building first-hand connections. I'm going to give you a little sort of overview, really, of the Australian peace movement and the work that's being done there. So we've got a PowerPoint coming up. Not yet. So the organisation that I represent is called the Independent and Peaceful Australia Network. We're a pretty young national peace network, only 7 years old. The impetus for setting up the National Peace Network was the decision that was made by President Obama, or agreement that was signed with Obama and the then Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard. It's not there. This one? I don't see it. Close it. Okay, where are we? There we go. No, that's not it. File. No, that's not it. It's the other one.
Somebody should have been up here doing this after the last break.
That's it, IPAN presentation. Okay, success. Okay, so yeah, just as I was explaining, that was the stimulus for setting up this National Peace Network, which has brought together a range of organisations across the country. IPAN intends to be a broad peace network aimed at establishing our independence, i.e. our separation from the United States military alliance. A previous Prime Minister, former Prime Minister who's now deceased, Malcolm Fraser, played a Conservative Prime Minister, I must add, played an important role in establishing an alternative dialogue in the country about our relationship with the United States with a book that he called Dangerous Allies, an amazing book to read. So that's the vision for IPAN. As others have said about the importance of the wisdom of Indigenous people, we also recognise that a truly independent and peaceful Australia cannot be achieved without resolving the past cruel and unjust takeover of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander lands, and in its activities to work to address these injustices. That is an ongoing issue, and IPAN is in there supporting our Indigenous friends. So as I said, Barack Obama made the announcement in 2011, and we've now seen a permanent military presence in the north of Australia, in Darwin. If you look at the map, you can see where Darwin is, just at the very top of Australia, for those that don't know. You can see that it's placed really very much in the Southeast Asian region. So Darwin has quite a mixed community, a lot of Chinese people, a lot of Filipino people, East Timorese, as well as a very transient Australian population. Less than 500,000 people living in Darwin, and a large Indigenous population as well. So just in the last couple of months, this event happened with one of the Air Force training exercises, Operation Black Hawk. A fuel tank was accidentally dropped on Darwin, luckily missing any population, but that's one of the risks of the American base there. So although it was set up as a marine base to start with 250 Marines building up to a total of 2,500, interesting to listen to what has been said about Okinawa and the potential for success there. The 2,500 Marines that are coming now to Darwin are actually on transfer from Okinawa. So one of our concerns is that, in fact, if there is success in getting rid of the Americans in Okinawa, that those troops will, a lot of them will be moved to Australia. Australia has never hosted a foreign military force before in our history other than during wartime. So it was a huge wake-up call. It's another bit of information about the Marines there. The alliance, the Australian-American alliance, which was signed around the time of the Korean War, which is used by our government to justify our paper-thin differences of support, of opinion from the two major parties supporting American activity. It was initially, in fact, the substance of the alliance says that we should consult in the event that there be an attack on either country, which is very different to just gung-ho support for American military actions around the world, which is what we have done. It sickens me to think that we have gone in and supported the horrendous wars that America has run in Korea, in Vietnam, in Afghanistan and Iraq. Australia has been there, just hanging on to the coattails. It's really quite shameful. So this is an indication of the American military presence in Australia. You can see that it's quite widespread, ranging from intelligence gathering to satellite tracking. Most of you will have heard of Pine Gap, just pivotal for American military activity anywhere in the world, really, and specifically in relation to drone activity in Afghanistan and Iraq and Pakistan. So it's quite a challenge for us to aim for independence from America and to see those bases closed. So in the context of that, the political climate in Australia, as I indicated, the Labor Party in Australia does not distance itself from the foreign policy of the Conservatives. What goes on when they visit the White House and have meetings with American officials, we don't know. But you have to think that there's either a degree of brainwashing or bribery or whatever to get them to toe the line, but that's exactly what they do. We've got a situation in Australia now with ICAN, the International Campaign Against Nuclear Weapons, and the treaty developing pledges from politicians. So we've got 85% of the Australian Labor Party members of Parliament who are very likely to be the next government in April or May next year, pledging that they will go ahead and sign the treaty. But in my books, I think it's highly unlikely, unfortunately, because it would challenge all of those bases that you've just seen, particularly the naval ones where it's almost certain that they're carrying nuclear weapons, and part of the treaty requires that there is no presence of those nuclear weapons on the territory of the country that signs. So what I wanted to just expand on was that there is there's a new Cold War in the Pacific as well. Along with the Pacific pivot, there's been a significant increase in armaments and hardware, military hardware, and a lot of money being spent on it. So Australia's been now up to the 2% of the GDP, which President Trump requires us all to spend. The price tag now being $95 million a day, which when we do mention that to people at stalls and in public situations, it does certainly make them think. So as in other places, those big defence contractors are the ones who profit from the arrangement. This map shows just how significant the containment, or surrounding at least, of China is with US bases. It's quite revelatory when you show this to people. It's just so obvious. The military spending, and SIPRI, the Stockholm Institute, is very instrumental, helpful in alerting us to just what's happening in terms of the amount of money that countries are now spending on military equipment and activity, instead of supporting their people with the taxes that come from the people. It's just a bit of an indication there. So Indonesia is not our nearest neighbour, but it is a country of over 300 million people. It's the most northerly large country to Australia. Indonesia is kind of hedging its bets, I think. It both plays into the Americans and to the Chinese. Interesting. And Australia is kind of always in a difficult position with the Indonesians. We don't want to upset them so that we don't secure those trade deals, but we have upset them just very recently. Our Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, made an announcement that Australia was planning to move its embassy to Jerusalem at the same time as we're negotiating a trade deal with Indonesia. So there's a lot of talking going on at the moment and trying to manage that situation. And I don't know whether you're aware, but the ASEAN conference is happening as we speak in Papua New Guinea. So Papua New Guinea is our closest neighbour. Was once a colony of Australia, and West Papua being the the rightful unified group that live on that island. We've taken it upon ourselves as a national peace network to support the independence claims of the West Papuans. In the Pacific, there's an indication also that they also see the importance of West Papuan situation. I'm sure many of you know just what's going on in West Papua. It's really horrendous. In our books, it is our Palestine, just what's happened in West Papua with the occupation and ethnic cleansing, really, of that country, and the horrific crimes have been committed. So one of the other developments in the region is that China has been very successful in supporting various Pacific countries financially and establishing a soft footprint in the Pacific. So the Australian government, and I'm sure with a little bit of prodding from the United States, has decided we're going to be a lot more active in the region. This has only happened in the last sort of 6 months. One of the weird situations is that the offshore detention system for refugees. How many of you are aware of that offshore detention system? Australia should be at the International Criminal Court, really, because of what we are doing to people coming and seeking refuge in our country and being treated like they are criminals. So a large number of men, in particular, have been locked up on an island of Papua New Guinea, Manus Island. They've now been moved out of the facilities that they were in. And there's a picture of where Manus Island is, probably strategically of significance to the north of New Guinea, in terms of the build-up of military forces. So the Lombrum Naval Base on Manus Island, recently the facility used to house the refugees, has now been turned into a naval base. which will be accessible for Australia and Papua New Guinea and quite likely American naval vessels as well. So that is the facility the refugees were housed in, which is now a naval base. So IPAN, as I said, is a national network. We've got about 50 organisations, trade unions, faith groups, peace groups and environment groups as well. Our two main campaigns that we're focusing on are about military spending. I mean, when we're looking at and we're talking about ways in which to build a mass movement, the problems that we have are many, but I guess key to what we're thinking is just, you know, how do we break through the malaise of consumerism that most people are just caught up in with their jobs, their long hours, and the drug that is consumerism. And one of the areas that we think there is potential to engage people more broadly outside of the movement is on the amount of money that's being spent on preparing for war, being involved in war, and spending on this massive program of military spending. So that's one of the campaigns that we are working on. And also the other campaign is, we've titled it Give 'em the Boot, and it's about putting an end to the force posture agreement that was signed by Barack Obama and Julia Gillard. So this is just some pictures of various activities that we have engaged in over the years. We've had 4 conferences we've had a conference in Alice Springs to mark the 50th anniversary of the signing of the agreement to host Pine Gap. We've been in Melbourne, in Brisbane, in Canberra, and next year we will be having our national conference in Darwin to shine a light on the role that, you know, Australia's allowed America to play in establishing a strong military, naval, air force presence on the tip of Australia, poised as a starting point for war, wherever they may decide they wish to take us. So it's really important that people in Australia, people internationally know about Darwin, and we'd like to invite any of you to come to that conference, August the 4th next year. We would welcome your presence and also your promotion of the conference through your own organisations. So I hope you'll go away from the conference knowing a little bit more about Australia, the land down under, and it's great to be here with you all, but particularly great to be here with the people from our region, from Japan, from Guam, from Jeju, from the Philippines. This is a region that we think should be live up to the name, the Pacific Ocean, the Peace Ocean, and that's what our aim is. Thank you. Okay, we've got 20 minutes for discussion, questions and discussion in general. First question, down here.
Yeah, just before we do that, I have a notice here as everybody's in the hall. One of our sisters has had her bag removed from where she left it. It's a black lady's handbag marked Calvin Klein. It's pretty full and there's a lot of important stuff to her in it. So if somebody picked it up in error or found it underneath the chair or anything like that at all, could you leave it out to our bar, please? We do hope we find it.
We could do with one more person to manage the microphone. So we've got one here and this gentleman in the second row.
Hello, my name is Rutger Tierney from the German online magazine Schattenblick, and I would like to ask a question about the importance of Okinawa. It would seem to me that it is due, unless I've understood something incorrectly, its relevance is its closeness to Taiwan, and the question of the one China policy, whether America accepts that or not, is prepared to defend Taiwan in the case of a Chinese invasion if they ever decide to do it, whatever. And what are the thoughts of the people involved in the anti-base movement in Okinawa about the whole Taiwan question? And have they ever established any contacts to a peace movement or anti-war movement in Taiwan? And is there one? Because I never heard.
Mm. 台湾との関係ということなんですけども、正直私はあまり深くは知りませんが、今私たちの辺野古の運動に一番多く来てくれる人は台湾の人たちです。
I'm not so familiar with the people and also the peace movement in Taiwan. That being said, actually we received so many visitors from Taiwan who want to support to our resistance at the Henoko.
ちょっと話それますけども、2003年に日本で大きな地震がありました。その時に一番義援金を寄せてくれたのが台湾の人たちです。
This may be a little bit sway from the main stream of your question, but anyway, let me tell you something. In 2003, there was a huge earthquake in Japan, and actually those people in Taiwan gave us a huge donation. They were the biggest donor at that time.
そういうことから台湾の人たちっていうのは非常に沖縄に親近感を持っていますし、今観光客で一番沖縄に来る人に外国人の中で一番多いのが台湾の人たちです。
Thus, it seems like Taiwanese people have such a closer feeling toward or compassionate to Okinawans, and actually we have so many tourists from Taiwan to Okinawa. I think Taiwanese tourists are the majority of visitors to Okinawa when it comes to tourism.
ですから沖縄の人たちと台湾の人たちっていうのは非常にお互いに親近感を持って、平和運動なんかでも一緒にやっています。
Thus, emotional proximity between Okinawans and Taiwanese is so close, and that's why I think we can work together for the peace movement as well. Did I answer your question?
Can you confirm that the reason why all those American troops are in Okinawa as opposed to Hokkaido is because it's right beside Taiwan in the case of an intervention or the necessity from the point of view of the Pentagon?
You mean from Taiwan? From Okinawa into Taiwan.
Hello, sorry to interrupt your conversation. I'm from Okinawa, living in Ireland. Eric Hopkinson is my name. And about Taiwan or China attacking Japan, I think it's unlikely scenario, but America really wants to, or Japan wants to have this for the reason to them, U.S. Army to stay in Okinawa. I just wanted to add this situation in Okinawa, the difficulty is Okinawa's independent country, Kingdom of Ryukyu, until 200 years ago. And Japan annexed it, and during the Second World War, we were sacrificed to protect mainland of Japan. Then America landed, Japanese army let American land, and then after that, with guns and bulldozers, they took our island, the land, as American army bases. And Japan also, they wanted to keep their emperor in the spot, and also other reasons. Japan gave away Okinawa, so I was born in Okinawa under American occupation. So America wanted to say, there's a lot of reasons, but I think the main reason is it's convenient. Okinawa is not really Japan in their deep, deep mind. So, loads of American bases in Japan. In the 50s, they moved to Okinawa. There were loads of protests in mainland. So it was easier to move to Okinawa. It was still American occupation. And still that mentality stays. It's far away from Japan. The Marine doesn't need to stay in Okinawa because the other facilities are in mainland Japan. So they have to move around. So the main reason is it's easier and it's already there, so they don't need to cause other problem to make another new army bases in Japan. So that's, I believe, what we have. Our struggle is not only American government. Our struggle is we have to fight with Japanese government. They don't listen to us. And our new governor is actually ex-Marine's son and Okinawan mother. And he has a father who was American Marine. So this is our new hope. You know, it's a great diversity in Okinawa. We were kingdom of peace. We didn't want to fight, so it was small islands, small country. We traded with China, Japan, all other countries to keep peaceful, you know, relationship with other countries. So it's, sorry, yeah, okay, sorry to talk to you so long. But anyway, so we're hoping we could unite with the people of the world. That's only our hope. Because it's hard to make the Japanese government to listen to us. So thank you very much for listening to my story.
事実としてですね、今沖縄本島に限らず沖縄の周辺の小さな島々にですね、日本の自衛隊の基地が今作られようとしています。
I'd like to give you a little bit more information. Not only main island of Okinawa, there are satellite small islands surrounding mainland Okinawa. In those small islands, actually the Japanese government is building bases for self-defense forces, which is an ongoing thing now.
これは台湾に対してでなくてですね、中国でもなくてですね、北朝鮮に対して、脅威があるということで、日本の安倍政権がですね、初めてです。これまでの政権はやってないんですけども、安倍政権になって初めて日本のいわば自衛隊をですね、沖縄の周囲の島々に配置することになります。
This is a really new thing started by the Abe administration. And those self-defense forces, new bases, are not meant to be against China nor Taiwan. Actually, it is meant to be against North Korea.
ご存知の通り、今アメリカと北朝鮮というのは平和に向けて対話してますね。それと全く逆行した動きを日本の安倍政権がやっているということです。
As you know, currently, the relationship between the United States and North Korea is more amicable. They did start a dialogue, whereas the Abe administration has been doing something going completely opposite.
ですからもちろん沖縄の人たちもその小さな人たち島々の人たちも反対しているんですが、何せお金で誘導してですね、その賛成させていると。お金を振りまい、安倍政権はお金を振りまいてですね、村民を賛成に回らせていると、そういう状況です。
Actually, many residents of those small islands are against the construction of new bases for self-defense forces. That being said, the government of Japan is buying out their votes. You know, that's the reality. And also, if may I add, self-defense forces themselves, they have a right to vote as a nation of Japan, right? So they transfer those personnel first to those islands. So when it comes to election, self-defense forces soldiers vote for the construction of new bases. You know, the same thing happens in Easter Islands and places like that too. The same strategy. Yeah.
Okay, that hurt. Sorry. I just want to say, I don't buy into this business of defense. I don't buy into the business of the United States to defend anything, Taiwan or any other place. I mean, the United States is the greatest perpetrator of violence in the world, period. China is not, I'm not pro-Chinese or anything like that, but China is not waging war all over the world. The United States is waging war. What business do we have surrounding China? This is a crock of shit, you know? So I'm not buying into that argument that they use, that the U.S. military and the U.S. government uses stuff like, well, we have to, what if China attacks Taiwan? Well, it's not your business if China attacks Taiwan. If it happens, then you'll deal with it. But get back to your own country. You know, we don't have to be all over the world surrounding China, surrounding Russia. The problem is we are afraid, the United States is afraid of China's economic power. So we want to strangle them as much as possible. We want to strangle those straits. So, because they import like 80% of their oil, you know, so we want to stop that. It's all a crock, you know, it's all gangsterism and big business is what it is. And I'm personally sick of it, and I don't buy into this need for military defense in any situation. And the Okinawans do not want us defending them. Does that mean anything? Are we talking about democracy? You have 70 to 80% of the Okinawan people who want us gone. And is that respected? Is that respected? Is that democracy? No, it's nothing to do with democracy. And the same thing happened in Jeju Island. And I've been in Palestine also with veterans team. And we've seen how the United States is supporting Israel. Israel is as bad as anything that you could possibly imagine. If you go there, you will see what it's like. And I'll tell you something. The people of Okinawa know about what the people in Palestine are doing. And the people in Standing Rock know what's going on in Okinawa and in Jeju Island and in Palestine. They all know. And there's a solidarity between all of them. And it is involved in resisting U.S. militarism. And it's got to stop. And thank God for Cuba.
Thank you very much. My name is June Kelly. I was born in Tasmania, that little rock down the other, the southern part of Australia, 70 years ago. But I've lived in Ireland now with my husband for 30 years. And I really appreciate, Anne, that you're bringing us up to date on the American military bases in Pine Gap in Australia, because you get a bit disconnected. It's really fantastic. Thank you. And I'd just like to mention that going back, you'd remember the era of the Prime Minister, the Labour Party Prime Minister Gough Whitlam, and he was great. He nationalised the medical system, education, and so on, gave the Aboriginal people back most of their land. But the end of Gough came when one day my husband was a broadcaster with the Australian Broadcasting Corporation for 35 years, and he had to read 7 o'clock news to the whole nation on the telly on this particular night, and he read that today Mr. Whitlam announced that he wants all American military bases out of Australia, and he named a particular date. This would have been kind of 1974-ish. Want all American military bases closed and out of Australia, to include Pine Gap, the big spy base that in those days people hardly even knew it existed there. And so within a very short time, the CIA had organized a coup with silly, scandalous things against Mr. Whitlam through cabinet ministers, having affairs with secretaries, ridiculous stuff. But nevertheless, Mr. Whitlam was gone. And so you'd probably remember that era. But Australia's always been roped into imperialist wars. First World War, I think we lost over 60,000. Second World War, over 30,000. Vietnam, 500. On the battlefield, thousands since, through being victims of the chemical weapons, Agent Orange, that the Americans were using. And it just seems to go on and on and on. My mother's mother lost 5 brothers in the space of 1 month in Gallipoli in the First World War. And I think that sort of started me off on the anti-war situation. But I'd just like to say thank you very much again, Annette. You're really doing a great job.
Thanks very much. I might just add that the manipulation of people in Australia through militarism and glorifying militarism is huge. Australia spent more money on the centenary of the First World War than any country in the world. So it's quite appalling. Yeah, thank you very much. Questions? Any further questions? Okay.
My name is Barbara Fuchs, and I am from the German Peace Council. And I have another question. We knew that the Vietnam War was stopped when the soldiers were active, and we had the peace movement had contacts with the soldiers. And I want to know if the veterans of war or the people in these countries can say if you have contact or influence of the soldiers by the basis. My English was not so good, but I think you understand.
I think what you're asking, you're referring to what happened during Vietnam when the soldiers, the American soldiers, were basically in revolt. There was a tremendous resistance among the military. And are you asking now if that kind of resistance is exists?
Do you have any contacts or information? How is the situation on the basis?
Well, we have Iraq and Afghanistan veterans who have turned against the war, who are against militarism. And we have, of course, Vietnam-era veterans who are also against the war. And we try to communicate with active duty soldiers. And in fact, we just did a brochure with a letter from Rory Fanning, who was an Army Ranger in Afghanistan and left the Rangers because he was disgusted with what was happening there, and he realized how wrong that was. And we did a brochure with a letter of his to active duty soldiers, and it's great. It starts out with, your commanding officer is lying to you. And it really is good. And we're distributing that at the border to the soldiers that Trump has sent down there. And many of them are feeling like, what are we doing here? They get it. You know, they're not all totally brainwashed. The people coming there are children. They're walking 1,000 miles to get to the border, to get to some type of safety, you know, and the soldiers are there with their guns, and they're questioning it. So yeah, we're giving out the flyers, and we're trying to reach out to them as much as possible, and to foment a resistance to U.S. militarism right within the ranks. And you're right, that's one of the things that has to happen. Right. It is different, and it's much more difficult now. That's why you don't have the kind of resistance that you had during Vietnam. It's one of the reasons you don't. Also, the military has become much more sophisticated in their propaganda, their internal propaganda, and what they're offering the soldiers. You know, and it's a poverty draft. And you know, you're a young kid, you're 17 or 18 years old, you can't get a decent job at all, if you can get any job, you know. And here's the Army, they're offering you money, they're offering you a uniform, pride, you know, food, all of that. Hey, it looks good until you get involved in it. And then you see it stinks, you know, so that's what happens. But you're right, that's why it's more difficult now.
Yes. One of the things I think that we probably need to do more of is to call it for what it is. I believe that the U.S. military carries out armed robbery around the world. It is no way in the world that countries that are like Democratic Republic of the Congo, $24 trillion worth of minerals, yet the UN defines the people of the Congo as being the poorest people in the world. Give me a break. I mean, obviously, U.S. is using its military power to coerce, to overthrow, and to stop any type of resistance to their ability of their multinationals to rob the rest of the world. I mean, and we in the peace movement, I think too often don't point that out. We do not explain what's the purpose of the military of the United States. It's used to promote capitalism. It is used to rob. And we are this US government is the largest armed robber in the world. Yes. And we need to call it for what it is.
Yes. They're gangsters.
There's no question about that, but too often we tiptoe around that issue. And we're talking all kinds of philosophies as to why they're doing this or why they're doing that. It's simple. They're stealing.
That's right.
That's how the United States has amassed such huge wealth since 2008. Obviously, the average working person in the United States' wealth has not quadrupled, has not gone up 5 times like the stock market. So where's the wealth coming from? How do we have a society that has London setting the price for raw gold? They don't have gold mines. Why are they setting the price for what the gold should be sold for in Ghana or someplace else? Because they set the price at 1/7 the value of refined gold. And as long as Africa is not refining its gold, they're being robbed.
Okay, we've run out of time for this session. I'd just like to thank Hiroshi and Tarak and Rachel for her wonderful translation. Thank you very much, everybody.
We are about 35 minutes behind the schedule. I want to ask you to make this break short for about 10 minutes. We start sharp at 5:30 to continue. Thank you.
PDF.
Yes, some of it you cannot get full screen because
There-
some of it even wider. I
there
think
is-
the picture
yeah,
is narrow
but
in
there-
the wide frame.
Well, no, there is a way to get it to go full screen.
You see this? This
Yeah.
is going all the way.
Yeah.
So in that sense, the file is like that.
No, well, no. You see, you've got 4 different pages there in a PDF. I'm not sure how
You
to.
know, I could share it with you, and then you could pull it up on the Wi-Fi.
No, there's no Wi-Fi here. This is
No, no.
very.
I've been on.
Analog system.
This
here.
is completely analog here.
This mine.
So that's yours, yeah. It's
Okay.
like.
No, you can
Can't
use
get-
this.
You can't get rid of this.
Well,
though?
I'm not
Rid of
sure
what?
how to go
Get rid of
full
what?
screen because
I want to
like.
get rid of that.
Yeah, well, I'm as
This
I said.
is as far as you can go up.
Just hang on a second. Just.
Can you just pull it down a little?
But that's in the image.
Can we go full screen?
That's it. It is full screen because it gives you now to.
It's not in the image.
Windows,
It's
Zoom,
the
favorites.
next slide that's showing. That's
Yeah.
coming up.
So
No,
probably-
you should have.
see,
You should have put each on
maybe-
one page. You know.
They
can
are
do that.
separate pages. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's a
they're
PDF.
on the same page.
No, they're not. They're 4 separate pages.
Yeah.
But it's a PDF. That's why.
But
you're
the
seeing
PDF has been cut to the size of the image.
No, it's basically there is a way of getting this to go into
Hold
a
on, hold on.
slideshow.
Go
I'm not-
to
No.
this arrow on the
No,
side.
that's just backwards and forwards.
It brings the pages up
No,
here.
it doesn't.
Try it. This one.
This one here.
No, the first one.
That one there.
No, the second one, the arrow.
That's
See
there.
if it opens the pages.
No, it won't. That's just
One of them
it's in the
opens the
PDF, it's
pages.
not gonna
This one
Yeah,
here.
one of them opens the pages of PDF. Maybe it's that one. No, that's not it.
No, I don't know. I mean, as I said,
Don't worry, it's
I'm
all
a
a-
Mac operator. I know.
No,
this is not my. This
it's
is all
not a
foreign
Mac
to me now.
PC problem. It's the way the file is set
Yeah,
up.
you see, there's a
You
separation.
don't have any.
There is, yeah, but there is some way, as I said, of making these go into individual slides. It's
understand why you can't pull it down a
it's
little bit
it's a software thing. Well, you probably have to zoom it a bit.
Oh yeah, maybe zoom it.
So
No,
if we
just get
go,
rid of a little more.
there you go.
Okay.
Okay.
That'll help.
There must be something. Don't touch, please. New window, find on page. There doesn't seem to be a.
I don't know
a
why
full
it doesn't
screen.
give you a separate page.
Anyway,
Then
the
what
thing
happens
about
when you go to the next page?
you'll need to you'll need to scroll down like oh fuck. Jesus.
Go down. If you can scroll it, doesn't let you scroll. On this side, on this band here.
Scroll down this way.
Oh, it works. And then you have to push the screen that way a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go up now, that will take care of it, I'm sure.
Yeah. That's the only way I think I can get
Yeah,
it.
that's a good one. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
but remember, it's Medea who has to operate this, not me. So
No, I know. She knows how to do it. This is the way. It's not a PowerPoint. We cannot do much about it.
yeah.
That's the way Acrobat is acting.
Well, it's not Acrobat. It's opening up in a. It's opening up as a Windows Explorer page. It's not opening up in Acrobat. If it was opening up in Acrobat, I'd be able to.
Yeah. Can we
I just-
open as command?
Let's see.
Hold the control and hit it. It might give you open with.
There's open with. Okay.
No, Acrobat.
I don't see Acrobat there.
If it's not there, then it's not a problem anymore. We
Google
can-
Chrome, Sumatra PDF. What's that all about?
Do it. Maximize it now, see what works.
What's that?
Go full screen. Go full screen up there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hey,
Now we got it.
now we're sucking diesel.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready? People? Ready? Ready.
See you later. Yo. Or give me whoever's at the bottom. You have my number still, do you? Right. You just call it out. 086 937.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, give us a second, Bob.
Okay, go. We are waiting for the signal from the video crew. Okay, we're starting our panel. We're behind, so we don't want to delay it anymore. A couple of things. One, I mentioned this morning that you can get the photos of the conference on a specific web page. It is written, and you can find it on the registration table. It gives you the link, so if you want to see the pictures. Secondly, we're going to have a few, as I mentioned, few videos and some music this evening after 7:30. So please make sure you can make it. Our panel, this one is on the Middle East. Again, we have had some changes. As some of you may know, and it has been announced, Dr. Agel Tags from Palestine has been denied visa, and he couldn't be present. It is very strange because he has been traveling throughout Europe all the time, and this is one exceptional situation here. Secondly, Dr. Issam Makul from Israel. He could not come because of some personal reasons. So now we have a panel that is separate, different. Two of them are different. Aida Tuma is the chair. Aida Tuma is the member of Israeli Knesset Parliament. She is also the president of the Peace and Solidarity Committee in Israel, and also a member of the WPC. So without taking more time of your limited space, I will ask Aida to start the process. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon. What Bahman said, forgot to say that I'm Palestinian member of the Israeli Knesset. So allow me first really to thank the organizers for having us, inviting us, and even pushing us to understand that it's about time to hold such an international conference that can lead maybe, and I hope it is going to lead to a more enthusiastic campaign all over the world, struggling against the military bases, the US military bases, the NATO bases, and any kind of militarization and wars that are happening and led by those armies and by the different countries that are most of the time hosting these bases, thinking that hosting a base is not actually being partner in launching wars. When you are hosting a base in your country, any government who is accepting that is a real partner in all the crimes that are committed in the different wars that are existing in the world. And they should be held responsible for that. To tell you the truth, when I was thinking about how to start the discussion in this panel, and I am not a speaker, I'm only chairing this panel, it happened that I went across the internet, checking what kind of bases, military bases, US military bases exist in Israel. You know, this is not an issue that is dealt inside Israel. Nobody speaks about it. And the ridiculous thing is, and the cynical thing is that officially the first military base, US base, was established in Israel, do you know when? In 2017. Only last year, they established a base in Israel. And it kept coming to my head, asking myself, how come? How come this is the first time that they establishing officially a military base, an American military base in Israel? For me, it was always understood that Israel looks like a big US military base in the Middle East. Maybe that's why they didn't had to officially establish anything. It is there, and the cooperation is so good that they don't need to put a flag in order to make it very clear. Everybody understands that. The other thing is that they think by this, they are conceiving the Arab world so that, you know, if they establish very clearly a military base, then the Arab world will be angry. But the Arab world has the most big bases for the United States of America. Maybe one of the biggest is existing in Qatar, for example. In Kuwait, there's also an American military base. In the Arab Emirates also. In around 10 Arab countries already have those bases. And I'm asking myself, do they ask themselves, when the aircrafts go out from those bases, what kind of crimes they are committing in the neighboring Arab countries that are supposed to be brothers and sisters of those countries, that are supposed to be part of the Arab nation as a whole? Of course, these questions are not asked by those who are ruling and those who are benefiting out of this situation. Maybe the major role that they want those military bases to do is to protect their rule in their countries, because they are oppressing their own people and they want to defend themselves more than anything else. Well, saying that, I have to also add that the Middle East has been always in a lot of interest all over the world, but mainly also by the United States of America. And we usually say that Israel is almost the backyard, and these days it looks like the front yard of the United States of America. And it is serving as a good police, American police in the region. Those days, I'm coming to participate in this conference, and I mentioned it before. In the flight between Istanbul and Dublin, the Minister of Defense, Avigdor Lieberman, the Minister of War, resigned from the Israeli government because he could not, or he was not authorized, that's what he says, to launch the war he wanted to launch against our people, the Palestinian people in Gaza. He wanted to start a war, but you know what is more even painful? Is the fact that after he resigned, there are now demonstrations in Israel not saying we are against the war. Demonstrations not saying we want a political agreement and we want to end the last occupation in the world, that is the Israeli occupation for the Palestinian people. The demands of those demonstrations is start a war. We want a war. Smash them. And I think with this kind of mentality, we are in a real danger, especially if we take into consideration that the only nuclear power in the Middle East is Israel. And that whoever is claiming that there might be a nuclear armament race in the Middle East should first and of all blame only the Israeli government who decided to have that kind of weapon in Israel. I was just only warming the atmosphere for you. I would like to start with our first speaker, Medea Benjamin. There is no way to introduce Medea except as a real fighter for peace, anti-war, for justice. And she's from the United States, and I learned a lot about what she's been doing in her very young years. I don't want to say long years, okay? Medea is also an author, but she was responsible and behind organizing the Freedom March to Gaza Freedom March. She has been active anti the war on Iraq and in many other areas, but today she will help us to understand what is the situation in the region these days. Please, Medea.
Yeah, yes, great, okay. Thank you, the mic is very hot now after that very, very fiery introduction. And yes, fabulous applause for our moderator here. So I think it's just wonderful that we've heard from so many people around the world. Unfortunate that in every single region we've heard about, it's US bases, US bases, US bases. And certainly in the Middle East, it is very much the same thing. I want to just call out the countries that are hosting U.S. bases, most of them willingly and exactly as Ida said, because that supports their repressive governments, and a couple of them because the U.S. has strong-armed them into it. And that is Egypt, Israel, Lebanon, Syria, where the U.S. also controls a lot of territory right now, Turkey, Jordan, Iraq, where the U.S. invasion led to the U.S. putting in all of these bases. And I don't know if you remember, at one time there was a big discussion because Congress has to authorize permanent bases, but the administration under Bush kept saying, they're not permanent bases, they're only enduring bases. So we have enduring bases there. And then there is Kuwait, very enduring bases, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain. And then let's add into it for extra is Djibouti, right across in northern Africa. Djibouti, by the way, is a country of less than 1 million people. And it not only has a U.S. base where the U.S. drones fly from, but it also has the first foreign base of China, the first foreign base of Japan. It was a French colony, so it's got a French base. Italy has a base there, and now they're in discussions with Russia, Turkey, and a couple of other places to see if they can have bases there too. Obviously, that is big business for this tiny government. In the meantime, 1/4 of the people in Djibouti live in absolute poverty, and it is a very, very repressive government, as you can imagine. In addition to these physical bases on land, there's also floating bases all over the Middle East. There's approximately 16,000 U.S. personnel at sea in more than 40 U.S. Navy, Coast Guard, and other ships that belong to the Fifth Fleet. And there are bases that belong to other countries, but actually the U.S. is using them. And then there are covert bases where there are covert operations that none of us, even the U.S. taxpayers that pay for this, are allowed to know about. So why do we have all of these bases? One is because this region is so rich in oil and gas and other resources. The other is to protect Israel, as our other guests will talk about here, to support these repressive governments that the U.S. wants to support, and also to try to strangle Iran. I want to talk mostly about Iran and Saudi Arabia, but as I lead up to that, I just do want to mention two of the largest bases. One is in Bahrain, where the Navy's Fifth Fleet is, and that means that it is the home to where the U.S. ships are enforcing U.S. interests in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. It is also, for anybody who didn't follow in the Arab Spring, it's one of the countries where there was an uprising to get rid of their repressive government in 2011. And it was a beautiful, nonviolent uprising. My partner, Tig, and I had the opportunity to go there and be with the people and see how fascinating, how wonderful it was, until the Saudi tanks, supported by the U.S., came in and crushed that uprising. And ever since then, people have been suffering terribly from it, but the U.S. has helped to maintain the control of this repressive government by having this large Fifth Fleet base there. The other that I wanted to mention is Qatar, because it is actually the largest U.S. base in the Middle East. It is an air base with about 10,000 U.S. personnel there. It is the nerve center of the U.S. air campaigns in the region from Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. And according to the U.S. government website, approximately every 10 minutes there is aircraft taking off or landing in Qatar. What is particularly interesting in Qatar is that you might have followed the recent controversy between Saudi Arabia that decided that it was going to cut off relations with Qatar, which included imposing a blockade. And Donald Trump, who loves Saudi Arabia, said, you know, go Saudi Arabia, let's get those Qataris. And then somebody must have tapped Donald Trump on the shoulder and said, you don't know, but the U.S. has its largest military base in the Middle East right there in Qatar. I think maybe we shouldn't take sides in this one. Anyway, the U.S. has obviously taken sides, and that side is definitely with Saudi Arabia. The U.S. has been supportive of Saudi Arabia since the discovery of oil there back in 1938. And it's not only the United States, it's the entire Western world. Our great hypocrisy of saying we're these wonderful democracies has supported this government in Saudi Arabia since the time of its founding, and has ignored the tremendous internal repression, which is not only against women, but also against the minority Shia population, against the 10 million guest workers who are there, many of them treated like indentured servants. It's also a country that doesn't even pretend to have elections, and there's no freedom of speech, no freedom of press, no freedom of assembly. And we see in the most recent case the horrendous murder of the Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi, who was living in the United States, working for the very prestigious Washington Post until he was lured into the Turkish consulate and chopped up, and it seemed like dissolved with chemicals. I mean, the most brutal murder that you can imagine, which is starting to create a little bit of a dilemma for the Western world about how do we justify this relationship with Saudi Arabia. I do want to say, though, the bases in Saudi Arabia were a particular catalyst for people like Osama bin Laden. And I want us to remember that back at the time of the Gulf War in 1991 was when the U.S. put those bases in there, and the Saudi government allowed over 100,000 U.S. troops to enter into Saudi Arabia, the Holy Land of Mecca and Medina. And at that time, Osama bin Laden denounced the Saudi rulers who allowed the U.S. presence and said the United States has been occupying the lands of Islam in the holiest of places, the Arabian Peninsula, plundering its riches, dictating to its rulers, humiliating its people, terrorizing its neighbors, and turning its bases in the peninsula into a spearhead through which to fight the neighboring Muslim populations. He described it as a turning point in his life when those bases were established, declared jihad against the United States. And there we get to September 11th. It is also interesting to note that George Bush quietly closed those U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia. They were then reopened by Barack Obama. And now, with the very cozy relationship of the Trump administration, they obviously continue. I mentioned the internal repression in Saudi Arabia, but perhaps the most horrendous thing going on right now is the Saudi bombing of Yemen and the absolute catastrophe that is happening in Yemen today, while the world stands by and watches as every 10 minutes a tiny, frail, malnourished child is dying from the effects of this war. And I think it is just a terrible plight on all of us as a human population to see this catastrophe as it is happening, knowing that it is human-made, knowing that it's being done by bombs sold by the Western countries, and not doing anything or not being strong enough to stop our governments. I want to applaud the Germans here in the room for getting your government to stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia. And I would like to see how we can work together more, because we are working very hard in the United States to try to stop the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia. We were trying very hard because of what happened in Yemen, and now with what's happened to Jamal Khashoggi, we have an added impetus, and we're able to shame more members of Congress. So we would like to work together more with our allies to stop the Western sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia. And then I want to talk about Iran, because while it's very difficult to stop wars once they have started, as we see in over 17 years of war in Afghanistan, thanks to NATO, we do have the possibility of stopping a war with Iran. I want to show Iran here and the bases that are actually surrounding Iran like this. You can see that Iran is surrounded on all sides by the Oman and Emirates in the south, Turkey and Israel in the west, Turkmenistan and Kyrgyzstan to the north, Afghanistan and Pakistan to the east. The Trump administration, when it came in, decided it was going to pull out of the Iran nuclear deal. It is good that both China, Russia, the European countries have all decided to stay in the deal. But when the U.S. pulled out, it wasn't only just pulling out of a deal, it was reinstating the sanctions. And the sanctions, as we know from the case in Iraq, kill people. We saw there 500,000 children killed by the sanctions. How many people in Iran are going to die from the effect of these sanctions? We're glad that there are other countries around the world that are trying to cushion their countries from the effect of U.S. sanctions, but we know that the dollar rules when it comes to international exchange, and that companies all over the world are afraid of being on the wrong side of the United States. And so we don't know whether these mechanisms that the Europeans and others are putting in place will be enough to allow the Iranians to keep having trade relationships with other countries. We do know that the U.S. is trying to strangle the Iranian economy, and that its goal is not to get Iran back to the table to talk about other negotiations. Its goal is to make the people so miserable they'll come out on the streets and overthrow the government. And I think the U.S. really doesn't care very much what comes after that. They really just want to see chaos in Iran, because that's what the Israelis would like, that's what the Saudis would like, a divided Iran where people are fighting among themselves and killing each other. So we have an opportunity right now. Oh, and you see, I like this slide because it says, Iran wants war. Look how close they put their country to our military bases. And the thing about the bases, though, it is a liability for the United States as well, because Iran has said, you attack us, and we have missiles that can reach 35 of your military bases that are surrounding us. So in some ways, what the U.S. has done to surround Iran also has a bit of a tempering factor in the case of U.S. wanting to militarily attack. So I want to end with just a couple of things that I think that we could do to come together to try to stop a war with Iran. Those of you who live in the U.S., please join us December 1st when we'll be having a summit, bringing hundreds of people together to talk about how we can work to force the United States back into the Iran nuclear deal. And let's remember, can you tell me how many nuclear weapons Iran has? Zero. Let's be clear about that. Can you tell me how many nuclear weapons Israel has? It's a secret. That's right. But of course, Netanyahu is the one that is telling the U.S. Congress and the American people, beware of the nuclear weapons of Iran, which at this point is zero. So we also have something I wanted to bring up, which is we are taking a peace delegation to Iran. We have about 50 people from the U.S. already signed up. It's going to be January 10th to 18th, but we would like to have it be an international peace delegation. And so if any of you are interested in joining us, please either see me or Tig Barry over here with Code Pink, or go onto our website. We would love to have some of you join us on that peace delegation. It's so important that the Iranian people see that there are people around the world who want to do something about this and stop the next war now. And finally, I want to say that I think we could also do something, even it's symbolic, but an international campaign to do some humanitarian aid to Yemen, to show, again, the people in Yemen that we as an international community care about their lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think that was very enlightening and giving, I don't know if I can say also very depressive. Am I allowed? To see how really the region is affected by these policies and how we, the people who live in the region, have to go through all of that just because, and it is not made by us, it's made more by policies enforced on the region for the best interest of those who are deciding. Our next speaker, TD, that's how you say it? TD. Member of Parliament, Richard Boyd Barrett. And as I understood, they are trying to teach me how to say the name of your parliament in the Irish way. I'm not managing, so that's why I'm saying member of the parliament since 2011 for people before profit. And of course have a long history of organizing anti-war campaigns, and one of the main organizers of the 2003 Dublin March against the Iraq War, and honorary president of the Irish anti-war movement. Please.
Okay. Well, first of all, can I thank Pan and the organisers here for inviting me along. Earlier on today, I was out on a housing protest, and I mentioned to some, because there's a big housing crisis in Ireland at the moment, very extreme, so we were protesting about that, and I mentioned to one of the younger people who was protesting that I was coming in to talk about Palestine and afterwards. And she asked, she said, oh yeah, what is happening in Palestine is just so horrific. How can it be allowed to happen? And it's such an obvious question for a young person or for anybody looking objectively at what is being done to the Palestinian people week after week, month after month, year after year, for decades. the horrific, unrelenting oppression, denial of elementary rights, seizure of land, administrative detention, military assault after military assault, and the naked racism of the state that is doing it, most recently evidenced in the new nation-state law, where there's not even a pretense, not that there's ever been much pretense with Israel about its racist attitude to the Palestinians and its treatment of them as virtually subhuman, that they don't deserve any rights. When leading ministers in the Netanyahu government can feel quite happy to talk about Palestinians as being snakes, as being beasts, that it is okay to kill them. In fact, it is good to kill the snakes. When leading ministers can do this, is it any wonder that any sane and sensible person would look at this and say, how can anybody do this? And yet, the world sits idly by and allows Israel to do it, to act with absolute impunity, murdering, killing, imprisoning, imposing a criminal and illegal siege on the people of Gaza, producing a situation where Gaza is now, according to the United Nations, effectively uninhabitable. And yet 1 million people have to inhabit it, but it is uninhabitable from any notion of a civilized and dignified existence for people being slowly strangled with this siege, without clean water for the most of the population, without sewage and sanitation, with vast amounts of the housing stock have been destroyed as a result of the successive military assaults, denied access for its population in and out. It's just barbaric. And it's happening right in front of us. And similarly, annexation after annexation of Palestinian territory designated under the Oslo Peace Accord to be Palestinian territory, and it's just taken and annexed with impunity, houses demolished, people in administrative detention without trial or prosecution, children imprisoned, and it just goes on and on and on. And the Western world allows this to happen. Why? Why does it allow it to happen? It certainly gives lie to any notion that the United States or the European Union is in any sense, even remotely, some sort of champion of democracy, or the lies that they use to justify their interventions around the world when they can allow this to happen to the people of Palestine. But of course, it is, as has already been said by some of the previous speakers, it is to do with the strategy of the big powers to control the entire Middle Eastern oil-rich region, a strategy that they've pursued since the beginning of the 20th century, and of which Israel is an absolutely critical linchpin. And indeed, here in Ireland, we are particularly familiar with the imperialist thinking and strategy and tactics which underpin the support of the Western powers for Israel and their facilitation of the horrific ethnic cleansing and oppression of the Palestinian people. And it was put very, very succinctly by a man called Sir Ronald Storrs, who was the Governor General of Jerusalem in 1936, when he said, in the years running up to the formation of the Israeli state, he said, our plan with Israel, with the creation of Israel, is to create, I quote, a loyal little Jewish Ulster in the Middle East to guard against a potentially hostile sea of Arabism. And indeed, Storrs and Balfour the person who made the declaration that started the process of Jewish immigration into Israel, and the beginning of the process that would lead to the formation of the Israeli state, had been a secretary here in Ireland, had been a major architect of British repression in Ireland, and the Stores had been in charge of some of the black and tan and auxiliary units that were used to suppress the Irish Revolution in the periods between 1916 and 1921. Those very self-same auxiliaries, thugs in uniform that were sent to crush the Irish Revolution, were then sent directly on to Palestine to start the process of establishing the Zionist project. So right from the beginning, it was about divide and rule, to create a poisonous, racist, sectarian sore in the heart of the Middle East, to divide the population of the region against itself, and to create a military encampment, which would ensure that if at any point the people of the Middle East attempted to achieve self-determination or democracy, which might lead to them taking back control of their oil resources, Israel would be there as the military watchdog to smash them, to absolutely smash them. And that is the role it has played. So the racism is not some incidental policy. The apartheid regime is not some incidental policy of Netanyahu or of this or that Israeli government. The apartheid and racism is in the very DNA of the Zionist project of the Israeli state. And it is very important to say, and I think because this has become a big issue in terms of attempts to discredit, if you like, those of us who try and campaign in solidarity with the Palestinian people, that somehow to say that is an anti-Semitic statement, is somehow a statement against Jewish people. It is exactly the opposite of that. Exactly the opposite of that. It is precisely because we are horrified at any kind of racist logic that could have led to the sort of horror which was the extermination or attempted extermination, largely successful by the Nazi regime, of the Jewish people in Europe in the 1930s and 40s. It's precisely if you oppose that sort of horrific, racist, genocidal racist logic which was visited by the Nazis on the Jewish people, then it follows directly, if you're to be in any way consistent in having to oppose that, having to remember the horror of the Holocaust, you must equally be absolutely opposed to a political project which is in the heart of the Zionist state, which is racist in its very essence. And I just want to conclude, therefore, in terms of what that analysis leads us to in terms of how we must respond to the state of Israel and in our efforts to finally campaign for the freedom, the liberation, the self-determination that the Palestinian people deserve so much. And I think critically, we have to say that the entire Zionist project has to be dismantled. We need to support the movement of boycott, sanctions, and divestment, and treat Israel exactly as we treated apartheid South Africa. And it's very important to say this, right? Because, you know, the part of the narrative that is used, even when the Western leaders sort of accept that, yes, maybe there's a problem, maybe Palestinians are treated badly, they then quickly sort of fall back on, but yes, there's fault on both sides, and, you know, we need to be even-handed about this, and what we all should subscribe to is a two-state solution where we'll have Israel over here and we'll have the Palestinians over there. Now, first of all, as is absolutely obvious when you look at the carve up an ongoing annexation of Palestinian territory and the treatment of the people of Gaza, Israel has no interest whatsoever in ever coming to a two-state political solution with the Palestinian people that looks even remotely like a just settlement. They have no interest. If they had an interest, they would have actually followed through on Oslo and the commitments instead of breaking them or from almost the moment they signed them. Indeed, from hours, within hours of having signed the Oslo peace accords, they had done it. But beyond that, beyond the practical impossibility of a two-state solution, I think we also have to say that it is politically unacceptable to talk about in any way conciliating with an essentially apartheid state. You wouldn't have said in the context of apartheid South Africa, well, we leave apartheid South Africa over here and we'll give the black people a bit of territory over there, in whatever sort of carve up. You wouldn't have accepted that. And actually, you know, there were people who effectively were proposing that at the time, Buthelezi and so on, who were essentially acting as stooges for the apartheid South African regime in its efforts to undermine the ANC. And thank God that, you know, their strategy did not work. But for most of us, it's just a no-brainer. Apartheid is racism. It has to be dismantled. There is no conciliation with racism. And the apartheid logic, and indeed the military outpost that is Israel. Therefore, we have to say no. You can't say a bit of apartheid here is okay, but we'll try and remove it from this part. You have to say the entire apartheid system has to be completely dismantled, and the boycott must be complete: cultural, political, economic, and at absolutely every level. I have to finish up. The last thing I do want to say on this, though, is that while our political leaders, for all those reasons of wanting to use Israel as a tool to control the Middle East, and indeed as part of a wider strategy of setting up despotic regimes that are trying to suppress the Arab people across the region, I am hopeful. I am actually hopeful. As horrific as the situation is, as cynical as the major powers are, I think over the last 10 or 15 years, we are starting to win the battle of hearts and minds with ordinary people across the world. And I want to say critically that the Great March for Return was an absolutely brilliant move by the Palestinian people, because it has undermined the attempt to portray Palestinian resistance as some sort of mindless terrorism, but it has actually pointed to the apartheid nature of the state and the fact that all the Palestinian people are doing are actually asserting their human rights under international law to return to the homes and villages from which they were expelled in a brutal act of ethnic cleansing in 1948. And what I would say is, and I think we should seriously discuss, is the next time the Great March of Return happens, we need a massive global demonstration across the world in solidarity with the Great March of Return, just like we had in 2003 over Iraq. So let's organize that.
That was brilliant. I think that you managed to capture the important goals of any struggle that should be dealt in the Middle East. Dismantling the apartheid regime, it is one of those goals. It is for sure also the liberation of the Palestinian people from the continuous occupation, massacres, crimes that are committed. How we are going to do it, I think I have a discussion on that, but because I think that there is no way to just ignore what the Palestinian people are looking for. And I think this is the time to give our third speaker, the representative of the Palestinian people on this table, although I'm also Palestinian, but Asad Abu Sharh is going to tell us about the situation. Asad is a spokesperson, the spokesperson of the Great March of Return in Gaza. He just came to Ireland 4 months ago after he left Gaza, so he can really describe the situation in a good way. Asad is also a BDS activist, and he was the first PLO representative here in Ireland ever. So please, Asad.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, everybody. I'd like to thank you for inviting me and giving me this chance to talk to you. In the meantime, I convey warm greetings from the Palestinian people, and especially from the Great March of Return people, to you, asking you for support and for help, because now it is high time to support the Palestinian people. You know, everybody spoke about the military bases in the world, but you forgot one, which is the most dangerous, peace-threatening, American-protected, American-armed, NATO-supported, NATO-supplied military base in the world. It is, in the word of Noam Chomsky, the rogue state of Israel. Apartheid Israel, which practice racism against the Palestinian people. But who created this state and when? I'll take you back in a journey into history when in 1917, this month, the 2nd of November, the Balfour Declaration, British Foreign Minister at that time, promised our land, the Palestinian land, in the words of Arthur Koestler, one nation promised another nation the country of a third nation. End of quote, Arthur Koestler. So my country was given to my enemies to come, to live. They supported them, armed them. When Balfour Declaration was first announced and created, then Britain was in charge of Palestine under its British mandate. They sent Herbert Samuel, the first British High Commissioner, who is Zionist, in order to facilitate immigration, arming, supporting the Jews from all over the world. And this is what has happened until 1948, when we were ethnically cleansed. The whole Palestinian people, for example, around 1 million, the majority of the Palestinian people, I am one of them. I am a refugee, and my son who is there is still a refugee. Now I was a refugee as a baby, as a child, as a teenager, as a young man, as an old man, probably as a grave man. You see, this is why I want you to understand the tragedy, the catastrophe, the Nakba of the Palestinian people, which is described by Alain Babé as ethnic cleansing. Now, in order to help them, how did they manage? The British, of course, were responsible, and then the Americans came to help. But what are the means? Because the Zionist movement is terrorist in goal and in objective and in practice. According to Baruch Kimmerling, he's an Israeli sociologist, he says Israel used the following type of crimes to wipe out, to annihilate, to exterminate the Palestinian people. Number one, genocide. Genocide to kill the whole population, to kill the whole people. Genos in Latin means people, and side to kill. Number two, ethnocide, to get rid of the race of the Palestinian Arabs. Number three, sociocide, to destroy the Palestinian society. Number four, politicide, to destroy any Palestinian parties, institutions, so on and so forth. Number five, herbicide, to destroy the Palestinian infrastructure and towns and villages, and to establish Israeli cities and suburbs, so on and so forth, and to give them Hebrew names in order to do the sixth crime, which is memoricide, to brainwash and to manipulate the minds of the world. Now, the American administration is criminal in that they, from Truman to Trump, Truman to Trump, supported Israel. Truman, just after the proclamation of the State of Israel, just 15 or 16 minutes, he said, Israel is there to stay, end of quote. After that, the people who came after him, they used to support Israel. For example, Nixon before Bush said Israel is pays for the United States of America. It doesn't cost us more than an aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean Sea. Bush said, we have unbreakable bonds. We have the same Judeo-Christian values. And Israel is an asset for American security, and it is integral part of the American society, of American security. Obama said and was talking about the unbreakable bonds between Israel and America, and you know that he gave them around $30 billion of military and material and moral support, and gave them F-15s, F-16, so on and so forth. Clinton did the same. Clinton and Albright, even in Gaza, Albright said with Clinton, she was with Clinton, I'll quote, we, the United States of America, she means, the United States of America will maintain Israel's qualitative military edge in the Middle East. And henceforth, Israel is being protected militarily and protected by the United States of America and the United Nations. 47, no less than 47 vetoes were used by the American administration, various American administrations, against the Palestinian people. All the United Nations, for example, the United Nations took many resolutions in favor of Palestine. I remind you of some of them. 194, which calls for our right of return. And this is why, for example, the marchers for return in Gaza, they carry this slogan, and the United, reminding the whole world of UN resolution. The international community took this resolution, which calls for the return of the Palestinian people and compensation as well. Not return, and compensation for those people who were driven out by the Zionist gangs in 1948. And then another resolution, even 181, where we were given a state, partition state. Of course, Israel wouldn't like that. And another resolution, 3236, 1975, which calls for the inalienable national rights of the Palestinian people. What are these? Number one, the right of return. Number two, the right to self-determination. Number three, the right to statehood and sovereignty. Number four, to use all possible means, legitimate means, including armed struggle to liberate their land. Unfortunately, the United States of America is standing against the Palestinian people, and the NATO, and the Quartet. The Palestinian people feel there is an international conspiracy of silence, and many countries are complicit in the crimes of ethnic cleansing and annihilation of the Palestinian people, of the Palestinians. This is why the Palestinian people now, they started many things. Number one, BDS. The BDS is very, very important. This is why we call upon everyone in the world to support this, to boycott Israel. Boycott is very, very, very important, and to divest your investment from Israel investments, and then to ask the whole world to impose sanctions because of the crimes against humanity. Each crime that was listed by Baruch Kammerland is a crime against humanity, is a crime against mankind, is a crime against your fellow human beings in Gaza. To add more crimes, Israel imposed the siege on the Gaza Strip. I came from Gaza. For the last 10 years, ever since 2008, 2009, one war, 2012, 2014, and then probably Israel was trying to attack also just last week. The situation in Gaza is described in 2 words: life and death, death and life. A land of waste, in the terms of T.S. Eliot, that a British poet, and a land of waste and a wasteland. This is the situation in Gaza. You know, hospitals do not work properly. We do not have enough drugs. Water is polluted. Infrastructure is destroyed, including my house. This is why I came to Ireland. The building where I was totally brought down. Many buildings, many towers, you see, were brought down. This is why now I have been refugees for many times. You see, not one, a multi-time refugee, and there are many Palestinians like me. This is why we call upon the whole world to support the Palestinian people, because Israel, the state of Israel, the base, this military is, as I said, terrorists in goals and terrorists as well in practice, in theory and practice. I'll give you an example. When Netanyahu the other day was asked, what do you want to give the Palestinians? He said, I quote, "We will give the Palestinians something less than a state or more than a self-rule." A bastardized thing in international relations. What is that? He said, "We will never, ever," I quote Netanyahu, "allow a Palestinian refugee to return." He was echoing Ben Gurion, who said to his son Amos, long time ago, 1937, in a letter to Amos, "There is nothing immoral in transferring the Palestinians." Menachem Begin said, without the massacre of Deir Yassin, there couldn't have been the state of Israel. And then they call us all sorts of things. Menachem Begin said, "These Palestinians are animals walking on two." This is what he said about us. So so Israel is racist, practicing racism. Israel is more dangerous than South Africa. Israel it practices what South Africa used to practice. Israel is torturing. Now there are thousands of Palestinians in prison. Gaza is sieged. Totally 2.25 million of Palestinians in Gaza are totally, in total, they live in miserable condition. You can't describe how come that happens in the 21st century. Now, what if that happens in one of the European countries? If, for example, some tsunami or an earthquake or whatever in one of the European countries happens, the whole world will rush to help. But the Palestinians who are being killed, who are being suffocated, who are under a brutal, hermetic, medieval siege, nobody raises a finger. Richard Falk, United Nations Human Rights Rapporteur on Palestine, said Israel commits the following crime. Number one, dispossession. Israel dispossessed the Palestinian people out of everything, from their land, from their future, from their money, and practice ethnic cleansing against them. Number two, fragmentation, fragmented the Palestinian society. Now, the Palestinian of Gaza can't go to the West Bank. The Palestinian of the West Bank cannot come. The Palestinian who lives in the diaspora, because there are Palestinians living in the diaspora outside, Palestinians living in Gaza, Jerusalem, the West Bank, occupied Palestine. So Israel fragmented the Palestinian people and treat each category different from the others and practices different sorts of racial regulations against them. So Israel practices then dispossession, fragmentation, and then deflection, trying to deflect the attention of the world from what's happening by going to Iran, by going to other areas of the world, using as well, this is word, hard power. Hard power means ethnic cleansing, and the most sophisticated art of the state weapons being supplied by the Americans or by other countries. And remember that now the stockpile of most sophisticated American weaponry is in Israel, the arsenal now. And then whether it is for their fleet or whether it is for their army or whether it is through training or so on and so forth. And the last one, which is soft power, trying to assassinate the Palestinian character and trying to make relations and make connection with some NGOs in the world, or they create NGOs in order to distort the image of the Palestinian people. At the end of my talk, this is the end. At the end, I am going to end. I call upon you because, you see, I call upon you to support the Palestinian people, to join the PDS, to try to impose military embargo on this rogue state of Israel, and to escalate the solidarity campaign with the Palestinian people. We cannot be overcome. We will win. Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Palestine will be free, that's for sure. I just wanted to add a few points because I think that usually when we speak and we bring the history on, we feel like it's an ongoing problem, that it is not urgent to do something, that we can do it among other issues that are on our table and we are dealing with. I just wanted to say that I think that we are, these months, in a very turning point in the history of the Palestinian cause, and that there is a huge attack from the Israeli side on this cause that we should be alerted from. The attack is not always a war that is initiated. It can be a war, by the way. In the next 1 week, we will see what will happen. But I think the most dangerous thing is that the implementation of the Zionist dream of the greater Israel land or Israeli state is under implementation these days. Under implementation in a very excessive way by also dealing with what's happening in Gaza and trying to enforce a kind of an agreement that is dealing with Gaza as only a humanitarian issue, while Gaza is becoming a humanitarian issue because of the political problem. And as long as there is no liberation of Gaza from occupation and from siege, no need for to continue as a humanitarian issue. The other escalation that is happening in the center of the West Bank by trying to deport and to demolish Khan al-Ahmar, the Khan al-Ahmar village, where Israel wants to control this belt and disconnect north of the West Bank from south of the West Bank, creating in 3 different entities, annexating most of the land of the Palestinians, including Jerusalem, including the Golan, and creating what we said, the greater Israel. In order to create that and to continue to control with a majority of Palestinian people, or at least demographically equal situation, they had to legislate the nation-state law, Jewish nation-state law, that is creating, this time officially, not on the ground, officially, the apartheid regime in Israel. And they don't care, they are showing it, and they are not afraid, because Netanyahu's government, who is the government, the current government, is depending on the fact that the world is looking into the other side, that the world is following what's happening in Iran and thinking that Iran is becoming the major issue in the Middle East. Please take into consideration that we have a limit time to fight this new reality that is going to be created in the next few months. You can see it by how Trump is dealing, by how he said, we got Jerusalem off the table, and now they are trying to take the refugees out of the table, and we need to organize actions that are more powerful in the next 2-3 months. We have almost 12 minutes only for questions and answers. I only said 12 minutes, not 12 hours. 12 minutes, so please, here.
Well, first of all, thank you all for these presentations. I'm Moara Crivalente from Brazil. I wanted to just raise the question in general terms, I think, of how do we reaffirm the legitimacy of the just struggle of the Palestinian people? Because even in that sense, we have been struggling also. We can turn to BDS, we can turn to Oslo, we can turn to whatever other peaceful means and means that are available in international law in general. We don't like, as the comrade was saying, we don't like any UN resolutions. We have plenty of those, and we still have to continue to assert this the legitimacy of the struggle. We are seeing how they are criminalizing also the international solidarity movement. So this is something that I think we should focus on also.
Raising the questions to have as short as possible the question, and I would like to take a couple of questions and then ask the panel to answer. Yes, here. No, the one behind. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mike Powers from the Iraq Solidarity Association in Stockholm. I agree that we have to focus on the question of Israel and the Palestinians' right and Iran. But there's a danger that we are forgetting the wars that have already started and going on. 2 million people have died in Iraq. And it's not a question of democracy or dictatorship. It was a question of a country that dared to stand up and fight back against Israel with weapons, and a country that dared to use its natural resources for health and education. They have paid one of the highest prices, the people of Iraq. Symbolic gestures are very important. We have just, together with some American friends and Japanese friends, raised money to send an electric cardiograph machine to Fallujah to try to treat the children who have been affected by these environmental bombs and nuclear waste. I would suggest that even next year, when we're doing all this about campaigns, that we don't forget that the campaign in Iraq and Syria is a NATO campaign, Inherent Resolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Here. And then we will move to have two here.
I sometimes, my name is Elsa Rosbach from Germany, but also a proud member of Code Pink and UNAC. Okay, so as U.S. I sometimes wonder if we shouldn't call this close all U.S., Israeli, and NATO bases. Right now, I want to tell you about something very briefly that is terrible happening. You may know that Germany, for a long time, opposed drones. We have a big campaigns and demos in Ramstein against U.S. use of drones, but has purchased recently or leased Israeli weaponizable drones that are not yet weaponized. And naturally, these are drones that have been tested on the Palestinian people. Well, right now, two members of the left party are in Israel, Andrei Honko and Tobias Pfluger, some of you know them, at the base Tel Nef, where these German Israeli drones are going to be stationed. They're going to stay there. And do you know what day they're going to start practicing the German drone pilots to use these not yet weaponizable? We're going to have a struggle whether they'll be weaponized or not in the next year probably. On the 27th of January, that happens to be the day of the liberation of Auschwitz and Birkenau and Holocaust Day in Germany, as an example of the incredibly cynical manipulation of German guilt, as it were, to drive forward European militarization with this technology that's been tested on the Palestinian people. As my last thing, because Germany also is in charge of the Eurodrone project, which is going to be with the same.
Thank you. I've been told by the organizers that we need to really get the answers and try to finish this in 2 or 3 minutes. So I don't know how they are going to deal with this, But most of the people are not raising questions. Please raise questions. Okay, please, do it fast.
You know, I was a war correspondent in the Six-Day War in Palestine, and therefore I'm very closely linked to Palestine. But I think that this international conference on NATO bases and against NATO cannot close without a word and a sign of solidarity, affection, and participation in struggle without speaking of Syria. Syria has 7 years war against it. It's being attacked by half the world, the Gulf countries, NATO,
Okay.
and
if you allow
bases,
me,
U.S. bases are sitting also against Palestine, and the U.S. are sitting within Syria. So therefore, not to speak about this 7-year resistance of these heroic people against this aggression, I think would be a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give Reem here the last one. I'm sorry for everybody. And just remember, we are not closing the conference. It's continuing tomorrow. Just
أنا بدي أحكي بالألماني بس هي بدها تترجم للإنجليزي. Mein Name ist Riem Farha, ich bin Mitglied des Deutschen Friedensrat und bin eine Syrerin.
My name is Riem Farha and I'm a member of the board of the German Peace Council and I'm from Syria.
Meine Solidarität gilt dem palästinensischen Volk und ich denke, das Dilemma der Palästinenser ist die arabischen Regierung in den 22 Ländern, die nicht solidarisch mit dem Palästinenser sind.
I'm in full solidarity with the Palestinian people, and I think that the dilemma of the Palestinian people is the politics of the Arabian neighbors who are not in solidarity with the Palestinian people.
Es ist richtig, dass in meinem Land seit 2011 Krieg herrscht und dass es über 1 Million Toten schon in Syrien gegeben hat. Aber das ist nicht meine Frage. Meine Frage ist, stimmen Sie mir ein, weil es hier über die Militärbasis gesprochen wird, dass der Iran ein reaktionäres Regime dort ist, genau wie die anderen Regime, die in der arabischen Welt, nicht weniger als Saudi-Arabien, weil in Iran täglich auch Menschen erhängt werden. Stimmen Sie mir das ein? Das hier ist nur die Frage.
So it has been said that there is a 7 years war in Syria, and this is not my question. My question is about Iran. Do you consent that Iran has a oppressive regime which and a second question?
Closing sentence, please.
Meine letzte Frage ist, wir müssen zugeben, dass Iran sich einmischt in der Angelegenheit der arabischen Staaten. Vielleicht kann hier der Kollege aus Palästina vielleicht die Frage antworten. Dankeschön.
And so, to clarify this question, my opinion is that Iran is interfering in other Arab states.
In Syria. That's it?
Affairs, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I'm really sorry. Don't blame me, blame the time. I will give the speakers each one like 1 minute to try, because most of it wasn't a lot of questions. So you choose what you want to react to.
You first, Asa. Do you want a microphone?
Of course, we are totally against the American intervention and the crimes and the genocides committed against the Syrian people or against the Iraqi people or against any of the countries in the world, all over the world, because we believe that the world is divided into 2 camps, the camp of the oppressed and the camp of the oppressor, and this is why the oppressed people like us must stand against the oppressor, especially the United States of America and NATO. As far as the Palestine is concerned, we need any kind of support. The Palestinian problem is a political problem. It's a problem of national liberation. All the Palestinians agree there is national unity, that their country must be liberated, and this is why you can help in one way or another by demonstration, by joining the BDS movement, by imposing upon your government not to export weapons to Israel, by demonstrations, by pressing upon parliamentarians to boycott relations with Israel, by joining the BDS movement. The Palestinian people is looking forward for your own support, political support, all kinds of support, because as Ada said, the Palestine cause is not a humanitarian cause, it's political, it is a cause of national liberation, and where one day there will be one state where Jews, Muslims, Christians, believers, non-believers can live in a free Palestine. Thank you.
Yeah, the question: how do we build the legitimacy of the Palestinian struggle? I think we have to undermine the narrative which says this is somehow a struggle between Jewish people and Muslim or Arab people that just can't get on. Okay, and that they will always fight. We have to defeat that narrative. And I think that the way to do that is to characterize the regime as a military, essentially an extension of US military, the US military project in the region, and to characterize it as an apartheid state. Because I think that is something that people understand, and that denial of basic human rights, which is at the heart of the state, and the vicious treatment of the Palestinian people. I think this is an argument we can and are winning with people on the ground. And in fact, in some ways, I think that the viciousness of Israel is partly a result of the fact that the BDS movement is gaining ground and that Israel is being delegitimized in the eyes of millions of people. Now, we have a long way to go, and we have a very cynical set of leaders, obviously in the United States, both Republicans and Democrats, let's not forget, but also political elite across Europe who tolerate this stuff. But I think there is a serious possibility of a challenge, because there is a new radicalization of people around the issue of Palestine, and more people are being won to the cause. I just want to say one single word on I don't think we should trust any of the surrounding regimes. I think we need to rely on the grassroots mass mobilization of people in the Western world and across the Arab world. I mean, when not only does Israel lay siege to Gaza, Egypt lays siege to Gaza. And in fact, when the Arab Spring took off, one of the first things, when it was a genuine revolt of the people of Egypt, one of the first things they did was open the border to Gaza. Al-Sisi and his counter-revolution have now crushed the Egyptian revolution and then also effectively closed the border to Gaza again. The surrounding regimes cannot be trusted. We are used to this in Ireland. Fianna Fáil used to always say, oh, we are the anti-imperialists, we're the ones who stand up to Britain, but actually they had no intention of actually opposing British imperialism. It was just a way of garnering political support. So we're very used to that tactic, and I think that's the tactic of all the regimes, frankly, in the region, but actually they're busy suppressing their own people. So we need to look to the Arab masses, and we need to look to the mass movement of solidarity with the Palestinians across the world.
Thank you. No, excuse me.
So the question of Iran, can I finish, please?
Excuse me.
Hello. The question of
me.
Iran, the U.S. has a constant refrain, which is, Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East. I think that Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United States could vie for that title and win. I also think there is a vibrant civil society in Iran that has more space when it is not under siege, that has more space when it doesn't have these sanctions that are giving more legitimacy to the conservatives and squashing Iranian civil society. I think the Iranians have the right to decide what kind of government, what kind of changes they want to make, and we have to support the Iranian people. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think we managed to bring again the heat of the Middle East to this hall. I know we did not cover all the issues that everybody anticipated that we are going to talk about, and hopefully that this is only the beginning. Thank you very much, and I know that there are announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We apologize for the delay in the schedule, but I think it was worth it because we had a lot of powerful panels on all day. So how do you feel about today's event? Okay, we are coming back at 7:30. We have a group lined up for performance, traditional Irish music. I hope you come back. And we also lined up some videos from different countries on military bases. Tomorrow, we'll start at 9, and hopefully we will not have those delays tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Ladies